Chapter 1107. Zhuxiaoduo was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was so angry that he saw stars. If you still have a little bit of humanity left in you, I don't want you to have a conscience, but have you lost even a little bit of humanity? The Wang family. The Wang family. Zhuxiaoduo made a heartfelt vow. This time, even if I have to bear the world's infamy, I will wipe out your entire family. Men, women, old and young, not a single one of you will be spared. Even if you're just a baby, I, Zhuxiaoduo, will kill you with my own hands. Zhuxiaoduo was so angry that his hair stood on end. Zhuxiaoyan, who was beside him, was also furious. She held the hilt of her sword tightly. If it weren't for the fact that he wanted to get all the information, Zhuxiaoyan would have rushed forward and slashed the masked man in front of him into pieces. When Zhuxiaoduo started the interrogation, his methods were cruel. Zhuxiaoyan didn't mind, but she didn't want to see Zhuxiaoduo like this. Therefore, she didn't participate in the interrogation. Instead, she practiced and waited from afar. However, after hearing about the targets, Zhuxiaoyan even wanted to carry out the punishment herself. The word scum wasn't enough to describe what these people had done. The masked man in black was tortured several times. He didn't have the slightest bit of anger anymore. There was no hope in his eyes. He just told them what they wanted to know mechanically. He only hoped that after he finished, the 5 of them would say the same thing and die quickly. That would be the greatest relief for him. You don't know the real target and purpose. Then, which other families are involved? You should know, right? 4 of the clans have already been eliminated. The Fan family? The Lu family? The Bai family? The Yin family? Yes. Which other families? The head steward of the Huangfu family contacted us. The second prince and the third prince also contacted us. However, during this time, the third prince's people were being monitored. We cut off contact with them. There's also a group of mysterious people, but we don't know their origins. I only know that there was a woman among them, a very young woman. How did you know? There was one time when they met in secret. We were guarding outside and those people came and went without a trace. But one thing was for sure. When we went in to clean up, there was still the scent of a woman. Then how do you know he's young? All these years, we've played with quite a lot of women. Everyone has some ability to distinguish a woman's aura. Just from the aura left behind, we can tell that the other party is a young beauty, and most likely a virgin. You can actually smell it? Zhuxiaoduo scratched his head, feeling that it was very profound. But now was not the time to think about this. The Huangfu family, the second prince, the third prince, and the mysterious person. The Wang family. Zhuxiaoduo murmured. The murderous intent in his eyes had solidified. As for the slight differences, it was limited to the details of their work. It didn't affect the big picture. Zhuxiaoduo could more or less determine the functions of these 5 people. They were the high-level fighters who listened to the orders of the master. They weren't considered high-level fighters, but they weren't considered low-level fighters either. It was probably a gold medal team that only the absolute upper echelons could order around. It was a high-end combat power. And these people were called the Action Team in the Wang family. This name was really fucking high and mighty. As the name implied, they were only responsible for operations, only responsible for fighting and killing. But when it came to decision-making, management, and handling, they didn't participate in any of it. To put it more simply, the master spoke and the rough men acted. The latter listened to orders and didn't leave anything else. And there was more than one such action team in the Wang family. It was just that they didn't belong to each other and they weren't familiar with each other. They were limited to knowing each other's existence. And after determining their respective functions, they immediately belonged to each other. From then on, other than their own work, they didn't need to care about anything else, let alone inquire about it. The clear division of labor and strict discipline made Zhuxiaoduo's scalp tingle and shudder. In addition to the action team, there was also the assassination team, the pusher team, and so on. The moment he heard the name of the pusher team, Zhuxiaoduo unexpectedly remembered something from the past. It was the past of Vice Principal Shi Yunfeng of Hidden Dragon High School. Although Vice Principal Shi was now rehabilitated and his reputation was cleared, the mastermind behind the waves on the internet back then hadn't really been caught. Now the so-called pusher team of the Wang family touched Zhuxiaoduo's sensitive nerves at this sensitive time. Zhuxiaoduo's eyes flashed with a bloody light. He faintly felt that he might have found the source of the matter this time. And this source was actually a colossus that had stood tall for thousands or even tens of thousands of years, deeply rooted in the astral souls of the human race's upper echelons. Even Skysoar realm experts, these top-notch experts of the human race, actually had so many teams in the Wang family, divided into different categories. What kind of concept was this? Although it wasn't the kind of peak Skysoar realm experts that had been tempered through bloody battles, this kind of accumulation of Skysoar realm experts was still enough to make people flabbergasted. Let's not talk about anything else, just take the 5 people in front of them as an example. If there were more than 5 people, as long as there were more than 10 people, and the other party didn't underestimate them and Zuoxiao Duo and Zuoxiao Nian didn't escape, Zuoxiao Duo and Zuoxiao Nian might not dare to say that they would win. Even if they won, they would have to pay a considerable price. Don't forget, the Wang family didn't only have the action team, they also had the assassination team. Their combat strength couldn't be underestimated, and their lethality was even greater. While the whole continent was engaged in bloody battles at the Sun Moon Pass, and millions of hot-blooded men were spilling their blood, a single family actually hid such a powerful force. The Wang family. Zuoxiao Duo roared at the sky. How can such a malignant tumor family survive until now? Malignant tumor family? Even the person being interrogated had a mocking look in his eyes. Zuoxiao Nian sighed. The Wang family? The Wang family is not ordinary. Zuoxiao Duo frowned. This Wang family, what kind of background does it have? Zuoxiao Nian sighed and recalled the information about the Wang family that she had obtained from the 9 Heavens Pavilions database. The more she thought about it, the more she sighed. Gradually, her heart was filled with melancholy and frustration. Duo, the Wang family is not so easy to deal with. How is it not easy? The Wang family is not an ordinary family. If our enemy this time is destined to be the Wang family, then we have to plan for the long term. Zuoxiao Nian suppressed her hatred and said, I also want to uproot the Wang family now, but we can't act rashly. We have to plan carefully before we act, and we can't afford to be careless. Zuoxiao Duo refused to accept this and asked, why? Do we have to keep such a family alive? Of course not. Zuoxiao Nian sighed. Let's put it this way. Even if something happened to the Yu family, which is ranked first among the aristocratic families, with the celestial emperor Zhai Xing and the heavenly king of the right, they might be able to deal with it as they should. However, the Wang family has a special characteristic that even the Yu family doesn't have. What special characteristic is that? Because the elders of the Wang family sacrificed themselves heroically for the future of the continent. Zuoxiao Nian let out a long sigh. It's this achievement that made the future generations unable to ignore it. With this achievement in front of us, it's easier said than done to touch the Wang family. Zuoxiao's expression turned serious. You mean Heavenly King Wang? Yes. Zuoxiao Nian said slowly, the Wang family is a special aristocratic family that once had a heavenly king among their ancestors. Originally, the Wang family was just an unknown third-rate family. However, with the rise of heavenly King Gu Hong Wang Fei Hong, the Wang family's status rose along with it. Heavenly King Gu Hong Wang Fei Hong was at the same time as the celestial emperor Zhai Xing and the heaven-inspecting minister. The celestial emperor Zhai Xing's achievements were comparable to the Flood Witch and the Dao League's Taoist Lei. Wang Fei Hong was the first heavenly king of the Astral Souls continent, and also the first heavenly king of the Astral Souls continent. His position was only below the minister and the celestial emperor. Back then, the minister and the Umno alliance of the Dao League confronted each other in order to obtain a share of the token of gratitude for the Astral Souls continent. The Flood Witch said, even if the token of gratitude was given to the Astral Souls continent, does the Astral Souls continent have enough power to guarantee the authority of the token of gratitude? If they don't, even with the token of gratitude, it's just a piece of paper. What she meant was that the humans of the Astral Souls continent had to show their strength and prove their worth with their strength to intimidate the 2 continents. If you dare to touch my prodigy, we will retaliate with absolute power. Even someone as strong as the Flood Witch and the Dao League's #1 Taoist Lei won't be able to stop us. After all, the Flood Witch is only an arbitrator. However, arbitration can only be done when both sides have the strength. If a giant dragon and an ant have a conflict, what's the need for arbitration? The Dao League and the Umno alliance of many heavenly kings didn't agree to the Astral Souls continent being covered by the token of gratitude. Therefore, the 3 sides fought. The minister challenged the Flood Witch, and the celestial emperor challenged the Dao League's Taoist Lei. However, the others didn't have the strength to challenge the great shaman and the other swords. Therefore, after the minister argued for it, it was decided that the heavenly kings would fight. The 9 battles decided the future of the Astral Souls continent. However, the Astral Souls continent only sent 3 people to fight. The minister couldn't spare any attention to deal with the Flood Witch. The Celestial Emperor also couldn't spare any attention to deal with Taoist Lei. The remaining 7 battles could only be fought by Heavenly King Wang alone. In this battle, as the #1 Heavenly King of the Astral Souls continent, Wang Feihong fought with the determination to die. Before the battle, he said to the minister and the Celestial Emperor, "There must be sacrifices in this battle. If we don't sacrifice blood to the heavens, how can there be peace? The 2 of you are the pillars of the heavens. You can't lose. If this battle requires someone with enough weight to die, then I, the first in line, will be the one to do it. If anything happens to me in this battle, the Wang family behind me will have to rely on my brothers to take care of it." Chapter 1108. Zhou Xiaoyan's expression was solemn. She couldn't help but respect the battle back then. In that battle, Wang Feihong challenged the Tao League and the Umno Alliance, who clearly expressed their opposition to the 7 heavenly kings of the astral souls. In that battle, Wang Feihong defeated the Umno Alliance's heavenly king Iron Bone, the Umno Alliance's heavenly king Jianghu, and the Tao League's heavenly king Fei Xia, winning all 3 battles. However, after 3 battles he was exhausted and couldn't continue. At that time the Umno Alliance's great shaman Lei Bao was furious. He strictly ordered the Umno Alliance's heavenly king Shuizhan to fight. He even said that if the astral souls won this battle again, the victory would be sealed. From this person's token, the astral souls could be counted. At that time, the minister confronted the Flood Witch, and the emperor restrained the Tao League's Thunder Tao. They fought from afar. And in these 2 battles, even if the minister and the emperor fought with their lives on the line, they could only fight for a draw. In the 9 battles, Heavenly King Wang had already won 3 battles. He only needed to win the 4th battle and the outcome would be decided. But the remaining people of the astral souls could not win the blood battle. Heavenly King Wang Feihong laughed and fought. He smiled calmly and said, "The astral souls have always had my name, so I fought the Heavenly King Shuizhan." How could Heavenly King Wang not know that he was exhausted? He was definitely not the opponent's opponent. But he had already made up his mind to use extreme moves. His first move was to perish together with the Heavenly King Shuizhan by self-detonation. Before he died he only roared, "Lei Bao, can you keep your promise?" After that battle, the Sky Inspecting Minister and the Flood Witch fought to a draw. From then on they achieved immortal fame. Emperor Zhai Xing also fought to a draw with the Tao League's #1 person. From then on he became the legend of the astral souls. The 2 great men became the pillars of the astral souls. It was from that time that the astral souls continent had a share of the token of gratitude. It was also after that battle. Until today, everyone in the Star Soul continent worshipped an additional name. Previously they worshipped the god of wealth, the celestial emperor, the kitchen lord, and the god of salvation. But after that battle there was an additional name, the god of war. War god, Heavenly King Guhong Wang Feihong. The deity statues worshipped by the Star Soul human clan are all unarmed. Only the war god worshipped has a sword in his hand. Moreover, it is a treasured sword with the tip pointing outwards. It's the god of war for astral souls, forever. You want to deal with the Wang family and destroy them. Isn't that the same as destroying the myth of the god of war in the astral souls? Break the statue that has been worshipped for thousands of years. Zhou Xiaoyan took a deep breath and said, "We can't be careless about this matter. We have to deal with it carefully." Zhou Xiaoduo narrowed his eyes. "Of course I respect Heavenly King Wang and the god of war. But does that mean that the descendants of heroes can commit crimes at will without any scruples?" Zhou Xiaoyan was speechless. Because there was no way to answer this question. Given the Wang family's actions, their viciousness and their intentions, no matter how they were punished, it wouldn't be too much. However, even if this matter were to be brought up, perhaps only the people of Phoenix City and the students from the second high school would be filled with righteous indignation. On the other hand, many people who had nothing to do with this matter would instead say, "He saved the entire continent, but now he killed one of you. What's wrong with digging up one of your graves? Are you going to erase their achievements of saving the continent just because of one person and one grave? Yes, it's wrong for them to dig up your graves, but didn't your graves obstruct something?" It had to be said. Sometimes there were many things that couldn't be ignored. When one reached a certain height, a certain status, and involved a certain level of higher-ups, they would never be able to do it. Because there were too many people who would jump out to stop you. And the people who stopped you were usually on the side of justice. At least, they were on the side of justice in the current world. This was the biggest helplessness of being a person. How would one know the pain of being cut by a knife when the knife didn't cut one's own body? No matter how much one boasted, it was just one person's words and one's own selfishness. The truth was clear and the follow-up. It was difficult to follow up for the time being. Zhuo had to temporarily stop the interrogation. He only felt that the weight in his heart could not be removed. Looking at these 5 people, he felt angry and disgusted. With a heavy heart, he and Zhuo left the area of the dimension-destroying pagoda. But the 2 of them did not return to Shangjing City directly. Instead, they sat in a secluded place with an unprecedentedly solemn expression and did not speak for a long time. The problem now was not about who won or lost but about whether they could move or not. I still want to move. After careful consideration, Zhuo said slowly, I'm not being impulsive. I've thought about it for a long time. Before coming to Shangjing, I had thought about what I would do if His Majesty killed my teacher. How to put it into action. I've really thought about it. Zhuo beautiful eyes deepened. Then what did you do after you thought about it? Zhuo smiled easily. His Majesty didn't teach me. His Majesty is not my teacher. He's just a stranger to me. He smiled in a relaxed manner as he looked at the white clouds drifting across the sky. He softly said, regardless of whether it was before I came or now, there is only one thought in my heart. My teacher must not die in vain. So, no matter who killed my teacher, I will take revenge. I'm not a talented leader, nor a talented general. I don't even have the ability to lead a region. Zhuo said slowly, I can't protect the peace of a region, and I can't become the god of war of the continent. The so-called ancient legends are just legends to me. I have no intention of becoming the totem pillar of the human race. But I'm sure I can do one thing. Zhuo smiled happily. I'll be good to whoever is good to me. That's what I can do. I don't care if he's the descendant of the star-plucking emperor, the son of the heavenly king of the right, or the grandson of the sky-inspecting minister, as long as he doesn't mess with me. If he messes with me, Zhuo said very calmly, there's only one reason in my heart. Right and wrong, there's only one reason. Teacher Qin Fangyang was very kind to me. He died because of me, so I must take revenge for him. Whoever killed him must pay the price. Old Principal He Yuanyue, even if she put aside the fact that she devoted her life to the astral souls of the continent, she's still my benefactor. She's my most respected teacher. Whoever wants to dig up her grave will be my sworn enemy. No matter what kind of background the Wang clan has or how glorious they are, or if they're the epitome of justice, as long as they do this, I won't let them off. I'm such a simple person. I'm a selfish person who doesn't care about the big picture. Zhuo smiled brightly. So, there's no need to worry. Do everything according to your heart. Zhuo beautiful eyes sparkled. Then. There's no then. We need to respect the god of war, but I still want to kill the Wang clan. I won't disrespect the god of war because of the Wang clan's sins, but I won't let the Wang clan's sins go because of my respect for the god of war. Zhuo said softly, I believe. If Senior Wang Feihong was still here, maybe he would be the first to draw his sword. Zhuo was silent, but the light in her eyes shone brightly. She suddenly felt that puppy was so cute right now. He was so cute that she wanted to rush into his arms, hug him and praise him, You're awesome. He's so handsome. At this moment, Zhuo was stunned for a moment. His phone suddenly vibrated. It was a message from Hu Ruoyun. Where are you? Zhuo looked at the 3 words. His eyes immediately darkened. Something happened. Zhuo took a deep breath. He felt as if his heart was covered by dark clouds in the sky. Zhuo beautiful eyebrows immediately rose sharply. This message, combined with the previous interrogation, made it obvious to the 2 of them what had happened. It was a message from teacher Hu Ruoyun. Ever since Zhuo left Phoenix City, he really hadn't received a single call from teacher Hu Ruoyun, nor any news from her. Hu Ruoyun liked Zhuo to the core. It had always been like this. However, Hu Ruoyun also knew that Zhuo was a warrior. During a battle, an untimely call could cost Zhuo his life. Therefore, although she was always worried about Zhuo, she had never taken the initiative to send a message to Zhuo. She would rather worry about herself than cause any trouble or delay to Zhuo. But now Hu Ruoyun had sent him such a message. Zhuo took a deep breath and dialed the number back. In Phoenix City, Hu Ruoyun was standing in front of Feng Hui and He Yuanyue's tombs with a face full of anger. He Yuanyue's tomb had become a huge pit. Even the tombstone had been broken into several pieces. All the items that had been buried with her had turned into a mess. Many treasures had disappeared without a trace. This old principal, who had devoted his life to the country, the people, the students and the mainland, could not even rest in peace after his death. On one side of the mountain rock, there were 2 sentences carved. The situation in Shangjing is turbulent. Why should the dead get involved? These 2 short sentences clearly explained the motive for this incident. It was because it involved some game between the upper echelons of Shangjing, or something else. Hu Ruoyun, Li Changjiang, Luo Lai, Sun Fengho, Jiang Zhangbin, and the others all stood there with pale faces. Their bodies were trembling with anger. They stared at the grave that had become a huge pit. Their eyes were filled with disbelief and anger. They had never thought that such a thing would happen. This kind of heartless thing really happened in broad daylight, and the culprit actually left a message in such a grandiose manner. Jiang Zhangbin was the first to break down. He howled to the sky, "Fuck your mother. Fuck your mother. Shangjing, you're so fucking amazing. Fuck your mother. Fuck your ancestors." Countless obscenities rushed out from the mouths of the 2 bureau chiefs, Jiang Zhangbin and Sun Fengho, like a torrential river. They were crying and cursing at the same time. They felt as if their hearts were being cut into pieces in an instant. Chapter 1109. Sun Fengho and Jiang Zhangbin knelt on the ground, gritting their teeth in anger. Tears of grief and indignation streamed down their faces. Guilt, self-blame, and resentment at their own uselessness made them feel like they were about to explode. Ever since their former principal, He Yuanyue, passed away, the 2 of them habitually came to He Yuanyue's grave to vent their frustrations, whether they were happy, troubled, or difficult. Whether they were facing difficulties at work or family problems, the 2 of them habitually came to He Yuanyue's grave to vent their frustrations. It was as if their teacher was still alive, listening to their complaints with a warm smile on her face. It was as if their teacher would still be able to solve their problems after they complained to her. But now, even their teacher's grave had been dug up. When the 2 of them witnessed this scene with their own eyes, they felt as if the sky had collapsed. Also, their hearts were broken. The place that used to be the warmest in their hearts had turned to ice. A strong sense of self-blame suddenly welled up in their hearts. What use am I? I've been here every day to look at my teacher's grave, but now her grave has been destroyed. Am I supposed to come here every day to complain? I can't even protect my teacher's grave. What am I supposed to say about bringing prosperity to the people? What am I supposed to say about keeping the people safe? Isn't that a joke? My teacher spent her entire life for the country, for the people, and for the future of humanity. Now, someone actually destroyed her grave 100 years after her death. Sun Fengho's eyes were red as he roared at the sky. Heavens! So what if you're a good person? So what if you're a bad person? Have you ever opened your eyes and looked? Have you ever punished a bad person? Have you ever praised a good person? So what if you're serving the country and the people? Won't your corpse be left in the wilderness after you die? Won't it be peaceful? So what if you're full of evil? Didn't you enjoy glory and wealth when you were alive? Enjoy all the luxuries? You're the heavens. But can't you uphold justice? Can't you uphold justice? Why is this happening? Everyone present, one by one, suffered a complete mental breakdown. Shangjing. Shangjing, my ass. Jiang Zhangbin gritted his teeth and took out his phone with tears streaming down his face. He called the old man. I don't want to stay in Phoenix City anymore. I want to get promoted and get rich. Think of a way to transfer me to Shangjing. On the other side, Director Jiang was on the verge of breaking down. He howled, What the fuck are you talking about? I don't care if you're talking nonsense or not. Anyway, I want to be transferred to Shangjing and have real power. I want to be an official, a high-ranking official. I can't go to Shangjing even if I want to. How can I get you there? Think of something. You must think of a way for me. Who do you think you're talking to? Believe it or not, I'll beat you to death. Whatever, I'm going to Shangjing anyway. Slap. The call was cut off. Jiang Zhangbin was still shouting, I want to go to Shangjing. I want to go to Shangjing. I'm going to avenge my teacher. At this moment, ring ring ring. Hu Ruoyun's cell phone rang. Zhou Xiaoduo called back. It's a call from Xiaoduo. Hu Ruoyun sighed. Zhou Xiaoduo felt that something was wrong with the message she sent, so he immediately called back. Hu Ruoyun coughed. She hugged her cell phone and walked more than 100 meters away before answering the call. She said softly, Xiaoduo? Zhou Xiaoduo's voice came from the other end. Teacher Hu, you must have something to tell me since you sent me a message, right? Hu Ruoyun was silent for a moment. Then she said, No. Zhou Xiaoduo's deep voice came from the other end of the line. Teacher, who is it that? The old principal's grave has been destroyed? Even Hu Ruoyun felt that his voice sounded a little gloomy. There was an inexplicable feeling of coldness. Hu Ruoyun was stunned. How did Zhou Xiaoduo know? Hu Ruoyun asked hurriedly, Xiaoduo, you're in Phoenix City? She turned around like a whirlwind. Her eyes were filled with uncertainty. Could it be that Zhou Xiaoduo was also here? But when she looked around, she did not see Zhou Xiaoduo. However, Hu Ruoyun's words revealed too many things in an instant. Zhou Xiaoduo understood everything in an instant. He was silent for a long time. Then he said in a hoarse voice, Teacher Hu, could you please take a picture of the old principal's grave and show it to me? Zhou Xiaoduo only felt a chill in his heart. He was so depressed that he did not want to speak. After saying this, he silently hung up the phone. He was in a daze. He Yuanyue's face appeared in his mind again. It was as if she was standing in front of him, looking at him gently and kindly. He said slowly, I hope that my home will not be destroyed. I hope that my country. Zhou Xiaoduo closed his eyes abruptly. His cheeks bulged as he gritted his teeth. He took a deep breath and exhaled deeply. He did not say a word. When he heard the other party's plan, Zhou Xiaoduo shouted angrily and almost lost control of his emotions. However, after confirming this matter, Zhou Xiaoduo did not want to say a word. There was no need to say anything. What the old principal's spirit in heaven wanted to see was not his incompetent rage and useless roar. From this moment on, there was no turning back for this matter. He lowered his head and recited softly, There are many regrets in this life. My great love fills the galaxy. The spring breeze spreads across the world. Thousands of years of history are carved by jade. This was the poem that he had given to He Yuanyue. It was also the poem that He Yuanyue had said in advance to be engraved on the tombstone. In the end, it was engraved on the tombstone. Now that the grave was destroyed, Zhou Xiaoduo recited it in a low voice. With each word that he recited, Zhou Xiaoduo's gloomy aura intensified. When he reached the last 3 words, they were as thin as gossamer, but the gloomy and terrifying aura became more and more intense. Zhou Xiaoduo only felt a flame burning in his heart. It burned him and made him feel extremely uncomfortable. On the other side, Hu Ruoyun's mind raced. She wanted to say something to comfort him, but Zhou Xiaoduo had already hung up the phone. Hu Ruoyun held the phone and was in a daze. She was speechless for a long time. Xiaoduo said that we should take a few photos of the situation here and show them to him. Hu Ruoyun turned to look at her husband. The grave. According to tradition, graves and tombstones were not allowed to be photographed. There was a great taboo in this. However, Zhou Xiaoduo made such a request at this moment. Li Changjiang said softly, Show it to him. ? Hu Ruoyun looked at her husband. Don't forget that Zhou Xiaoduo is the successor of the old principal's aura observation technique. He is also proficient in the Tao of Feng Shui and the divination technique. Others may not understand the taboo in this, but Zhou Xiaoduo will definitely understand. Now that he has said that he wants to take photos, then you should take photos and show them to him. What? Because just now, during the entire phone call, you didn't say anything at all. However, Zhou Xiaoduo clearly already knows, and he knows very clearly. That's why he asked to see the photos. This means that Zhou Xiaoduo knows much more than we do. So, take photos for him. Okay. Hu Ruoyun took a series of photos from top to bottom, from every direction, from the background, from a bird's eye view of the forest. Everything was taken in great detail. After confirming that there were no mistakes, she sent them over. Then she attached a list of names and contact information. There were her own, Li Changjiang's, Jiang Zhangbin's, Sun Fengho's. A few seconds later, Zhou Xiaoduo's message arrived. Where is Professor Lan? Professor Lan left a while ago. I don't know why. Hu Ruoyun compiled the information, but her heart was filled with confusion. Why did Lan Jie leave? Wasn't she supposed to be guarding the old principal's grave? Why did she leave so suddenly without so much as a word? Hu Ruoyun's heart was filled with confusion, but at the same time she was relieved. It was fortunate that Lan Jie had left early. If she had been here when the enemy came to destroy the grave, she would have died. His sudden departure this time had allowed him to avoid death. As for whether or not Lan Jie had colluded with the enemy, Hu Ruoyun didn't even think about it. Even if she had colluded with others to destroy the old principal's grave, Lan Jie would never have done it. Understood. Zhou Xiaoduo's message arrived. Don't worry, Professor Hu. It's none of your business. Don't act rashly. The murderer is from Shangjing and has a strong background. They've already returned to Shangjing. I'm dealing with them now. Hu Ruoyun's heart skipped a beat. She hurriedly sent 2 words. Be careful. She didn't reply. Her heart was full of complaints. This kid doesn't know what's important. He's dealing with the enemy. What's with the message, what's with the phone call? Young people make people worry. Zhou Xiaoduo put down the phone. His face was gloomy. After this news, Hu Ruoyun and the others wouldn't search for the murderer in Phoenix City. As long as they didn't act rashly, they would be much safer. The enemy's strength was too strong. Any random profound realm cultivator could sweep through second high and wipe out the entire school. Not to mention it was very likely that the one who went was a flying cultivator, and there would be more than one of them. If Hu Ruoyun and the others discovered something, it would inevitably lead to another tragic sacrifice. Now that he had lost all of this, Zhou Xiaoduo felt that he couldn't bear it anymore. What's the matter? Zhou Xiaoyan's face was as gloomy as water. An unprecedented biting cold murderous intent radiated from her body. Has the old principal's grave been destroyed? Zhou Xiaoduo was silent for a moment. Then he said in a low voice, yes. Immediately he turned on his phone and showed the photos Hu Ruoyun sent to Zhou Xiaoyan. Dozens of photos pieced together the situation at the other end. The scene was a complete mess. There was a big pit and a broken stone tablet. The stone tablet had fallen to one side and was already broken. The only part that was still intact had only one sentence left on it. Spring breeze peaches and plums throughout the world. And the only part that was still intact had this sentence engraved on it. In Zhou Xiaoduo's eyes, it was indescribably glaring. Spring breeze peaches and plums throughout the world. Throughout the world. So what? Wasn't his grave dug up in the end? He couldn't rest in peace even after he died. What was the point of talking about the 10,000-year jade pendant of history? Not even 2 years had passed and his bones were ground to dust. What an ironic scene. When he saw the words on the stone wall next to him, Zhou Xiaoduo's heart was deeply pierced. It made his pupils contract abruptly like needles. The situation in Shangjing is turbulent. Why should the dead get involved? Zhou Xiaoduo's eyes were red. An inexplicable sound came from his throat. At this moment, his anger had obviously reached its peak. Is the Wang family so awesome? Then let's have some fun. I'll play with you to the end. Chapter 11:10. Then let's play slowly. I wanted to kill him, but now I'm not satisfied. Zhou Xiaoduo sneered. Since that's the case, let's play from all sides. I hope you can afford to play. His fingers were flying as he began to type on his phone. After 2 hours, a report with tens of thousands of words was finished by Zhou Xiaoduo in a single stroke. Then he packaged it and sent it to Zhou Shuai's company. As the big boss, he gave a strict order. Stop everything you're doing. Work at full capacity. Create as much hype as you can on the internet. I want the whole world to know about this. In the report, Zhou Xiaoduo pointed out the suspects without hesitation. Shangjing, the Wang family. After 80 years of hard work, the trees have grown into shade. After 40 years of planning, the astral souls have flourished. He was such a respectable old man. His entire life he was cautious and conscientious. Everything he earned, his life's work, he gave it all to his students and his astral soul. But after his death, his grave was even destroyed after his outstanding achievements. Can the Wang family of Shangjing be so arrogant after the God of War? The title of the God of War has protected your family for more than 10,000 years. The achievements of the God of War can protect your descendants for thousands of years. But can they offset all the bad things and be so crazy? It's said that the heavens have eyes. Then, where are the eyes of the heavens in the Jianghu Empire today? Is this the kind of treatment an old man who has had so many disciples should receive? Should he receive such an ending? How can a heroic soul rest in peace in the netherworld? Will she regret everything she did when she was alive? Will she feel that it was not worth it? Zhou Xiaoduo was filled with anger. His thoughts were flowing like a fountain. He wrote as if he had the help of the gods. Zhou Xiaoyan watched him write and send it out. She couldn't understand. Want to fight the battle of public opinion first? Zhou Xiaoduo stopped and said faintly, the Wang family is definitely not a small opponent. With our strength we can't crush them. If we want to settle our grudges we might not be able to kill them all. Since you want to take revenge, you must be clear-headed and not impulsive. Once we're impulsive, even we'll be buried in there. Then there'll be no one to take revenge. Zhou Xiaoduo added, and because of the glory of the Wang clan's war god, the upper echelons of the continent might not necessarily stand on our side. Zhou Xiaoyan was puzzled. Why do you say that? Zhou Xiaoduo sneered and said, the Wang family has gone against the law and lost all conscience. They must have done some bad deeds in the past few years. How could they not know about the inspection history of the continent? However, the Wang clan was still standing strong. What? It's because of Heavenly King Wang's last sentence. Zhou Xiaoduo took a deep breath and said, if you put yourself in their shoes, you can't blame these upper echelons. If I were them, if Li Qinglong and Long Yuxing died for me, for the people of the continent, sacrificing themselves heroically, then if their descendants do something thousands of years later, I'm afraid I can't be fair. There's a high possibility that I'll stand by and watch or secretly make a move, but I definitely won't do something like exterminating my brother's family. Even if in the end, when their descendants reach the end of the road, they will never find me. Because if I help them, I'll be letting down the people they killed. If I don't help, I'll be letting down the brothers of the past. So, I can only disappear and escape. I won't destroy any balance. That's inevitable. This is the real foundation of the Wang clan. But understanding is one thing. What we do now is another. Since we can't take them down with our strength for the time being, we naturally have to attack them from all sides. On one hand, we'll create public opinion to disgust the Wang clan. On the other hand, we'll call for a common enemy. As long as we use this power well, we can arouse the sympathy of all the students who graduated from the Astral Souls Academy. If all the students and teachers of the continent really resist, at that time, even if the Wang clan doesn't die, it'll still die. Zhou Xiaoduo said indifferently, others can use public opinion to force Principal Shi to his death. Can't I use the same method to kill the Wang clan? Maybe the Wang clan's push-hand team is really the main culprit behind Principal Shi's death. Zhou Xiaoyan nodded and said with some admiration, I didn't think that far. I thought you were too angry and just came up with this method to disgust them. Zhou Xiaoduo sweated. What's the use of disgust? Things have to be done step by step. Because I'm worried that with so many flying teams in the Wang clan, there must be Dao integration stage or even peak Dao integration stage cultivators among the upper echelons. It's not impossible for there to be Dao integration stage cultivators among them. And we're far from being a match for such a force. That's why I'm trying so hard to think of ways to deal with them. Zhou Xiaoduo sighed. If I had the confidence to kill them with 2 strikes, I wouldn't have the patience to do so. Even the palace would have been destroyed long ago. So you're not stupid. Zhou Xiaoyan smiled. She teased. Then, she frowned slightly and carefully calculated the power of the Wang clan in her mind. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that it was too powerful. The Wang clan was definitely not unshakable, nor was it invincible. However, the Wang clan's greatest protective talisman now was the descendant of the god of war. It wasn't that many powerful cultivators didn't want to deal with them, but that they couldn't. This was the true protective talisman. Zhou Xiaoyan was only thinking about one thing now. Did the Wang clan not know that they were in danger of losing their reputation for doing such a thing? That was for sure. As long as it was exposed, they would be condemned by the public. For such a thing, they would dig up graves and leave clues. Even if Zhou Xiaoduo hadn't confirmed the target now, as long as the people seeking revenge arrived in the capital, there was a high probability that they would find the Wang clan. And this kind of senior who had disciples all over the world would definitely have terrifying power. In other words, it was inevitable that the Wang clan would be exposed. The probability was at least 80%. It was impossible for a big clan like the Wang clan to not think of this. However, since the Wang clan could think of it, they still did it. They forced Zhou Xiaoduo to come to Shangjing at all costs. This proved that Zhou Xiaoduo was important in the Wang clan's plan. And this importance made it even more clear how dangerous Zhou Xiaoduo was. Zhou Xiaoyan couldn't help but lean closer to Zhou Xiaoduo. Feeling the warmth of Zhou Xiaoduo's body, Zhou Xiaoyan's heart was at peace and she made up her mind. I won't leave you half a step. Zhou Xiaoduo looked at the night sky, looked at the sky and laughed mockingly. He said lightly, actually, this world is so incomprehensible. For example, the evil people can kill the babies of good people with a bayonet, but if a good person kills the babies of evil people for revenge, they will immediately be called cruel. Countless people will jump out to condemn them. Evil people can slaughter the entire family, not leaving even a chicken or a dog alive. However, revenge can only be achieved by killing the main culprit. Countless people will stand up and say that the child is innocent after all. How ridiculous. This world is just so incomprehensible. The reason is that these apologists who have nothing to do with themselves are showing sympathy. They affect other people's happiness to gain their own moral pleasure. This kind of person can only bully good people. Because they don't dare to say anything to the evil people. If they dare to say to the evil people that the children are innocent, the evil people will kill them together. So they don't dare to keep the blood of good people, but only the blood of evil people because good people won't kill them. How ridiculous, how ironic. Once you understand this world, you will understand. If a person wants to live a carefree life, just being a good person is not enough. But it doesn't matter. Fortunately, Zhuoxiaoduo, have never been a good person. Zhuoxia's company received the text and pictures from the big boss. After reading it slightly, everyone was already covered in cold sweat and they were at a loss. This was the first time the big boss directly gave an order to interfere with the company's operations. And this first order was already so exciting and explosive. Wasn't this report a little too sensitive? It was so sensitive that everyone's scalp was tingling. What should we do? General Manager Gucci urgently called all the company's executives and department heads for a meeting. Zhuoxia's company was no longer the small company it used to be. It was already a giant in the entertainment industry. Every film and TV series produced by Zhuoxia's company became popular as soon as they were filmed, and they became popular all over the world. The market value of Zhuoxia's company had already exceeded 100 billion yuan. If such a behemoth were to use all of its channels to publish Zhuoxiaoduo's article, the social impact would be unimaginable. Especially the report's direction was simple and straightforward, directly pointing at the Wang family in Shangjing, without any concealment. Everyone, let's talk. What should we do about this? Gucci sat on the chair and his face was full of fatigue. Once this report is released, Zhuoxia's company will be in the teeth of the storm, and there will be no turning back. What's more, even if we all disappear without a trace, we can still foresee it. The implications of this are simply too great. The other party is the God of War's family, and they have a long history of meritorious deeds. They benefit the world, benefit the common people, and benefit the future generations. Their achievements will last for thousands of generations. Gucci only felt waves of fatigue in his heart. Ever since Zhuoxia's company received the capital injection, it suddenly received all kinds of high-end talents. With the momentum of 100 rivers converging into the sea, the entire company rose from the dead, turned its losses into profits, and became famous all over the world. From the beginning to the end, it took less than a year to reach the top of Fenghai, one of the largest enterprises in the entire Star Spirit continent. During this period, Gucci always felt like he was dreaming, and he was afraid that when he woke up, he would find out that it was a dream. At the end of the dream, he still couldn't guarantee his return, and he would go bankrupt in the blink of an eye. As time went on, the company's scale became bigger and bigger, and its foundation became stronger and stronger. Gucci had a better grasp of reality, and he had become a real winner, and he was far more successful than he had imagined in the past. It was the kind of meteoric rise that he dared not even dream of. It was at this moment that he unexpectedly received this order that was no different from a bolt from the blue. Chapter 11:11. The opponent was the Wang family. The God of War family that was at the peak of power in the astral souls. Gucci was very melancholic. Deep down, he was still just a general manager of a small company. If this matter was really exposed, the consequences would be unimaginable. There was no almost, no maybe. The article and photos sent by the big boss were given to everyone. Gucci wanted to see everyone's reaction. After all, this company belonged to the big boss and everyone present was just a worker. However, if all the higher-ups were to collectively object, this report would not be published. For example, if everyone expressed their intention to resign, at least in Gucci's opinion, at least half of the company's employees would choose to resign immediately after seeing this report and stay away from this inevitable circle of trouble. The other half would resign after persuading them to do their best. This was the situation that Gucci thought should happen. That was because people would really die from it. Because he had already decided to resign from his position as the general manager of Zhuoxia's company. It was not that Gucci was afraid of trouble and had no sense of responsibility, but he was just an ordinary person. He was not afraid of trouble, but he was afraid of death. The so-called, our collective disappearance, was exactly what he wanted. However, it was beyond Gucci's expectations. The reactions of everyone in the company were almost exactly the same. There were very few people who made a second sound. What's there to discuss? If the boss wants to publish it, then publish it. That's right. It's just a report. It's reasonable and well-founded. Just publish it. What's the big deal? It's just a report. We'll just do whatever the boss says. So what if it's the God of War family? Can't we report it when it involves them? Is there such a logic in this world? It's the boss company. If the boss wants to publish it, what's there to discuss? It's unnecessary. Opinion? No opinion. Gucci was stunned. How could this be? This shouldn't be. Everyone, once this report is published, do you really know what our company will face? What's there to not know? The content of the report sent by the boss is real and not fabricated. Of course we have to publish it. What do we have to face? We'll face whatever we have to face. A battle of public opinion? Or the Wang family's revenge? Or something else? The boss will take care of everything. What are we afraid of? Publish it. I agree. I agree too. +1. +2. +10086. Out of the 35 people in the meeting room, only 3 of them did not express their approval. This included the general manager, Gucci. The other 32 people actually had an indifferent look on their faces. Gucci felt that he was about to faint. He really wanted to faint. He felt like he wasn't leading an employee but a group of desperados. Were they all so unafraid of death? You guys don't understand the situation at all. This is a matter of life and death. Gucci hissed. Boss Gu, you're thinking too much. Don't we still have our boss? Even if we can't handle it, we can just change jobs. But if we don't do it, we'll lose our jobs now. It's so obvious. Can't you see it? Gucci was stunned. He began to doubt his life more and more. Am I thinking too much? Am I the one who doesn't understand? Where am I? What am I doing? Am I having a nightmare? On his right, the company CEO pushed his glasses and said calmly, Boss, you're thinking too much. Since our boss dares to do this, it's obvious that he's going against the Wang family. If our boss doesn't have a strong background, would he dare to do this? Maybe you're worried that the Wang family will take revenge on you after you do it? With our small arms and legs? Do you think you can escape unscathed if you don't do it? You're worried that the Wang family will kill you, but can't our boss do the same to you? The CEO smiled faintly. If you can't even see through this, then you might as well let me be the general manager of this company. Ha ha ha. After joking, the CEO picked up the document and stood up. I'll make the arrangements now. Spread it out in all directions. This time, our company will probably have to fight a big battle again. Let's do it. The 30 or so people were stirred up and stood up at the same time. They even roared excitedly, their voices shaking the sky. Gucci was stunned. He realized that the CEO's words made a lot of sense. Yes, they were worried that the Wang family would kill them, but were they not worried that the big boss would kill them? Did the big boss not have this ability? He couldn't help but clench his teeth and make up his mind. Publish. Act immediately. Okay. With the release of this article by Zhuo's company, the internet immediately began to spread rapidly like a wildfire. On the other side, Zhuo Duo and Zhuo Xiaoyan returned to the Tower of Annihilation again. Inside, the 5 people looked at Zhuo Duo and Zhuo Xiaoyan with ashen faces. There wasn't even the slightest desire to live in their eyes. Their cultivation was sealed, their movements were restricted, and even their teeth were knocked out. Their lower jaws were dislocated, and they couldn't even bite their tongues to commit suicide. He had already explained everything that he could. He had even explained everything that he had experienced in his life clearly. The only thing they wanted was to die quickly. Zhuo Duo came in with a sullen face and said, What are the names of the other group that went to Phoenix City? That's Group 3. The leader of Group 3 is called Green Sky Swordsman Gao Fengliang. He brought 4 brothers, Lu Jiashan, Hua Yunting, Wang Shiqi, Wang Shifeng. Zhuo Duo sneered. Green Sky Swordsman? Gao Fengliang? Damn it, this name is so ironic. Does he deserve it? The 5 people stopped talking. Zhuo Duo asked them about their appearance, cultivation, martial arts, physique, weapons, tactics, and so on in detail that the more he understood, the more resentment he felt in his heart. The 5 people opposite them looked more and more relaxed and more sad. Their value had been squeezed out of them by Zhuo Duo. There was almost nothing left to squeeze. Then they should be freed. The 5 of them swore that if there was a next life, they would never go against the little devil in front of them. They would never have anything to do with him. The degree of coldness of this guy's heart was far from being comparable to the rest of them. Time and time again he cleaned up people from the inside out until there was not a single complete person left. Then he repeated the cycle again and again, but from beginning to end he was smiling wholeheartedly. Even his eyes did not show any fluctuations. That kind of indifference, was even more indifferent than when he cleaned up a piece of pork. The smile that always hung on his lips made people's scalps tingle. Duo thought for a while, and then took out the iron nail made of star iron from his arms and put it in front of the 5 people. This is a hidden weapon. You should be familiar with it, right? The 5 people looked at the iron nail carefully. It was hollow, barbed, and had tiny barbs all over. It was sharp, and cone-shaped. The 5 of them had a confused look on their faces. Duo stared at the 5 people's faces and said slowly, "Tell me the origin of this iron nail, and I'll send you on your way." The implication was that if they didn't explain it clearly, they would continue to play. The 5 of them shuddered as they racked their brains and began to rummage through their memories. This iron nail vaguely seemed to have some impression. There was confusion and uncertainty in the eyes of the leader. He said, "This iron nail, is it silent? Can't it be avoided by following the sound of a golden blade cutting through the wind?" Duo was stunned. This iron nail was hollow. How could it be silent? It didn't make sense. He picked up the iron nail and threw it out. As the iron nail was thrown, there was a shrill sound. It made people who heard it feel as if they were about to be shaken. Duo turned his hand and grabbed the iron nail. He played with the iron nail and studied it carefully for a while. Then he threw it out in a different way. He was surprised to find that it was really silent. The hollow part of the structure exerted a kind of rotational force, which perfectly eliminated the sound of the wind caused by breaking through the air. It was completely silent. It can be loud, which can shake people's hearts and souls. It can also be silent, which can catch the enemy off guard and make it impossible to guard against. Duo looked at this special hollow design again and again, and he had an inexplicable feeling of enlightenment. It turned out that there was so much knowledge and research about the structure of hidden weapons. I might be able to. But Duo immediately dispelled this thought. His Starry Sky Eternal Stones hexagram had a unique quality. Not to mention making it hollow and designing it exquisitely, it would be difficult to even change it slightly. It was better not to think about it. I seem to have seen this hidden weapon once before, but it didn't come from anyone in our Wang clan. Instead, it was used by one of the mysterious people. At that time, it should be one of the consecrated members of the imperial family who suddenly sensed something, but we don't know the exact reason. Later, this consecrator was killed. And when we went there, the consecrator was already dead. At that time, this consecrator had such an iron nail on his body. But at that time, we didn't check it carefully, so we were sent out to guard. When we dealt with the body later, the iron nail was gone. Duo frowned. Mysterious people? Yes, mysterious people. They are. The group of people we mentioned before who had a secret meeting with a woman. That group of people's whereabouts are the most mysterious. They come and go without a trace. We don't know their identity, background, or who they are. And every time they met with the head of the family and several elders. They didn't see any outsiders at all. Every time they met, the time was very short. And every time they met, the security was very tight. Duo's eyes suddenly revealed a gloomy and sharp look. He lowered his voice and asked, "Are they people from the Astral Souls continent?" The 5 people shook their heads gently. "We can't be sure, but we can't be sure either." Understood. Duo raised his head, thought for a moment and said, "Do you want to have an afterlife?" The 5 people's eyes flashed with sadness. Was he going to send them on their way? The leader said in a hoarse voice, "We are not chess players, not even pawns. We are just the periphery. Even if there is an afterlife in the end, we are just another person's tools. This world is too tiring and too difficult. We have lived for so long, but when we think about it carefully, we don't know who we are living for. The world is too complicated. This old man doesn't want to come back." The other 4 people were silent. They nodded one after another, tears welling up in their eyes. At the moment of real death, the experiences of their lives flashed before their eyes like flickering lights and passing shadows. They sighed deeply. It was just as their boss said. The world was too complicated. This time they didn't want to come back. It was too difficult, too tiring, too bitter, too helpless. Duo smiled faintly. "Okay, see you never." A pair of sledgehammers appeared in his hands. "Let's go." Black and white suddenly flashed. Let's collect some insignificant interest first. Chapter 11-12. 5 corpses were thrown out of the spatial extermination tower at the foot of the mountain. In the spiritual space, Bai and Jiao were shaking their heads and wagging their tails, wiping their mouths in satisfaction. After devouring the 3 souls and 7 spirits of 5 Skysoar realm experts, the 2 of them were in high spirits, greatly increasing their foundation. It's a pity for these 5 people. Zhou Xiaoyan sighed softly. What's there to pity? Zhou Xiaoduo smiled faintly. These people. Their deaths are not worth pitying. Don't judge them by how they seem to have an epiphany in the end. Their actions have already determined that there's no turning back. Because they're adopted children, there's no turning back from the beginning and they can't escape. There are only 2 paths for them to return to. The first is to die in battle for this clan, and the second is to die of old age in this clan. They can't be considered human anymore, they can only be considered tools. Zhou Xiaoduo took a deep breath and said, the good thing now is that the situation is relatively clear. We can already confirm who our enemies are. The Wang clan. The second prince and the third prince of the Huangfu clan. But with just our strength we can't deal with the Wang clan. Zhou Xiaoduo was still very clear-headed on this point. Yes. It's almost midnight outside now. Zhou Xiaoduo said, the Wang clan can't run away. Let's cultivate first. Sharpening one spear before the battle, even if it's not fast, it's still bright. Moreover, we have such a huge time advantage, it won't be too late to cultivate for half a year before going out. Okay. Zhou Xiaoyan nodded in agreement. Just as Zhou Xiaoduo said, if the 2 of them showed up in Shangjing City now, they would undoubtedly be too obvious a target. How could they not be vigilant when the 5 sky soars belonging to the other party disappeared? How could they not send stronger people? How could a clan with 10,000 years of history not have stronger experts? But what if Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan disappeared at this time? In the void-destroying tower, Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan were focused on their cultivation. It was the first time in history that they were fully focused on their cultivation. They ate all kinds of natural treasures as well as top-grade astral soul's jade. As for the precious laurel honey, the 2 of them would share a drop every few days. He didn't use any of those low-end materials. He couldn't be bothered to look at them. Right now, he didn't need to think about how to distribute them properly or how to advance in an orderly manner. He only needed to raise his cultivation to the greatest extent possible. If it weren't for the fact that only 1 drop of Jiuxiao spirit water could be consumed per realm, Zhou Xiaoduo would have already taken it out to drink. Zhou Xiaoyan felt a little heartache as she ate. What kind of family would eat like that? This was too extravagant. Did his family own a mine? On the contrary, Zhou Xiaoduo, who had always been stingy, showed a rare generosity this time. Eat them all. If we can't take revenge this time, we probably won't be able to use these things. Don't tell me you're keeping it for someone else? If we can't take revenge, these things might become the Wang family's. By the way, if you really can't take it anymore, remember to tell me. We must destroy all the storage equipment in our hands. We can't let our enemies take advantage of them. Do you remember? Zhou Xiaoduo calculated the time. Together with Zhou Xiaoyan, they had been cultivating to the limit in the void-destroying tower for a total of 9 months. During these 9 months, the 2 of them would either spar for a few days in a row, or they would practice separately for a few days in a row, making progress on their own. Or they would meditate together, sharing what they lacked. Or they would combine their true qi and the 2 of them would converge their true qi into one, and the 2 of them would combine their true qi to increase each other's yin and yang attributes. Zhou Xiaoduo was really crazy this time. Zhou Xiaoyan saw everything clearly. This unforeseen event really stimulated Zhou Xiaoduo. It was engraved in her heart and she would never forget it. Because, for such a long time, Zhou Xiaoduo didn't make her happy or take advantage of her with a cheeky smile. In the first 10 days, Zhou Xiaoyan felt quite at ease. Doggy has grown up and become more mature. In the past month, Zhou Xiaoyan gradually felt lonely. She always felt that something was missing in her life. When 3 months had passed, Zhou Xiaoyan finally started to worry. She even felt a little resentful. Why isn't Doggy taking advantage of me? She was extremely uncomfortable in this state. Could it be that, like in the novels, distance makes the heart grow fonder? She was with Doggy all the time, but he was no longer attracted to her. It had only been a few days and he was already like this? Not to mention the 7-year itch. She didn't expect that she, who was still in the prime of her youth, couldn't keep her man's heart? Slowly, her resentment turned into anger, and the atmosphere turned into anger. Doggy actually didn't take advantage of me. As a result, on this day of sparring, Zhou Xiaoyan unleashed the full power of his origin Shen peak cultivation that he had suppressed for almost 50 times, beating Zhou Xiaoduo ruthlessly for the first time. No matter how hard Zhou Xiaoduo fought, in the face of Zhou Xiaoyan's wrath, not only did he beat this brat until he was rolling on the ground, He even froze him into an ice sculpture as he begged for mercy. After a long while, Zuo Duo broke out of the ice sculpture, trembling. His whole body was wet, and his eyes were full of confusion as he looked at Zuo Xiaoyan, who was practicing her swordsmanship with a cold face and didn't say a word for a long time. What's wrong? Zuo Duo felt wronged. I didn't do anything recently. Why did she suddenly become so violent? Why is this? Zuo Xiaoyan continued to practice with a cold face. This doggy is also a straight man? He doesn't usually act like it. After such a long time of practice, Zuo Duo had pushed his cultivation to the peak of the mysterious realm and suppressed it for 13 times. But combined with his previous experience of compression, the Jiaoxiao spirit water and the laurel honey, there was still a lot of space in his dantian to compress. But Zuo Duo was still very clear. Although Zuo Xiaoyan was also in the Guixian realm, her foundation was not below his at all. If Sister Xiaoyan, who had entered the path of cultivation before him, went all out, he really couldn't beat her. There was nothing he could do. Especially when Zuo Xiaoyan had already fully grasped the inheritance of the Moon Lord. When she used the lunar cold light sword, even if Zuo Duo used all his strength and took out his 99 cat hammer, and even with the help of Bai and Jiao, he was still mercilessly suppressed. Yes, from the beginning he was suppressed to the point where he had to abandon his armor, and then he was defeated. Finally he was pressed down, beaten up, and frozen into a block of ice. Zuo Duo was very depressed. He always felt that he had enough adventures, but when he thought about it, it seemed that Nian Yan's adventures were not much worse than his. The two of them seemed to have fallen into a strange cycle. Zuo Duo had many fortuitous encounters, and his cultivation progress was far beyond the knowledge of ordinary people. The biggest hope in his heart was to catch up with and surpass Zuo Xiaoyan, and truly win her heart. However, Zuo Xiaoyan was also working hard on his cultivation. He also had many fortuitous encounters, and his cultivation speed was also increasing by leaps and bounds. Her goal was to prevent Zuo Xiaoyan from catching up to her, and to maintain her authority and status. Even if we get married in the future, I will still have the final say in this family. If the dog doesn't accept it, I will beat him until he accepts it. This was the deep-rooted obsession in Zuo Xiaoyan's self-awareness. I have suppressed it 13 times now. If I want to beat Nian Yan. Looking at my current progress, I estimate that I will have to suppress it at least 40 times to reach Nian Yan's current level. As for Nian Yan now, she should be on the verge of breaking through the bottleneck, or she has received guidance from an expert to increase the number of times she suppresses her cultivation. Now, with Nian Yan's cultivation, she will have to suppress it at least 47 or 48 times. This means that the advantage I have over Nian Yan is that I am at the peak of the profound returning realm. After all, 40 times for me is equivalent to 47 or 50 times for her. But this is the suppression of a high level of the profound returning realm. It can't be reversed. The most annoying thing is that I have received the inheritance of Zhu Wu, Fire God Zhu Rong. This is an inheritance that no one in the Umno Alliance has received. But Sister Nian also received the inheritance of the Moon Lord, which is the coldest attribute. Not only does it oppose me, but because of the difference in cultivation level, she has completely suppressed me. I can't really go all out against her. Sigh. The more Zuo Duo thought about it, the more depressed he felt. Based on the current situation, even if he reached the fairy realm, he might not be able to defeat Zuo Xiaoyan. For example, if the suppression at the origin core realm was like a sesame seed, then the suppression at the peak of the profound returning realm was like a watermelon. The higher one's cultivation level was, the more profound it was. When Zuo Xiaoyan had reached the transformation cloud realm, Zuo Duo had yet to reach the inner core realm, which was several levels higher than him. Now that both of them were at the Guixian realm, it seemed like Zuo Duo had caught up, but in reality, the gap between the two of them was still very big. A small river was a realm and so was an ocean. But it would be unfair to use the realm of the ocean to evaluate them. The Pacific Ocean and the Arctic Ocean were both known as oceans. It could be said that the Pacific Ocean and the Arctic Ocean were of the same level. But who didn't know the difference between the two? To the outside world, 9 months in the Tower of Annihilation was only 2 days and 3 nights. Zuo Duo and Zuo Xiaoyan had come out of seclusion. Zuo Duo had thought it over and over again to choose this time. If they had gone missing for 2 more days, the Wang family would have attacked the people of Phoenix City to force them to show themselves. Zuo Duo did not dare to overestimate the Wang family's bottom line. If they had gone missing for 2 more days, it would have been meaningless. During these 2.5 days of concealment, Zuo Duo wanted to draw all the attention of the Wang family to himself and his younger brother. First, he wanted to determine the winner and loser between the two of them, the survival of the fittest. But what Wuxia Duo didn't know, or perhaps what he didn't expect, was that during the 2 days he was hiding and cultivating, the internet had already exploded, and it was an uncontrollable explosion. The entire continent of astral souls was in an uproar because of it. A well-respected old principal had his grave dug up by some people with ulterior motives. Such an explosive topic instantly became the talk of the nation. Wuxia's company went all out. The whole company was in an unprecedented state of battle. All kinds of materials and dry goods were constantly thrown in. Yuanyua's life story was sorted out and posted on the internet one by one. Her life's contributions to Phoenix City No. 2 High School, as well as the memories of the students of Phoenix City No. 2 High School from all over the world. After all the students of Phoenix City No. 2 High School received the news, they were so angry that their hearts were about to explode. Many officers who served in the army even asked for leave to come back for revenge. Of course, such leave would not be granted, but it did not stop many people from sneaking out. It was inevitable that they would be caught by the military law team and punished. Sneaking out from the battlefield had always been a crime punishable by death. There was no reason or motive. However, after a few high-ranking generals heard the reason, they issued an order to stop the death penalty and turned it into confinement. Everyone was confined for a few hours. At the same time, a topic on the internet quickly became a hot topic. If your most respected teacher's grave was dug up, what would you do? What would you do if someone dug up the grave of your teacher, whom you regard as your second parent, who is as heavy as a mountain? This article instantly attracted the attention of the people who were watching from the sidelines. Everyone had the same thought and their hearts shared the same reasoning. How could they not say anything? When they put themselves in their shoes, they suddenly felt that they could not stand it. For a time, the internet was filled with heated discussions. On the other hand, Shangjing reacted quickly. Countless posts sprung up like bamboo shoots after the rain and the Yangtze River out of the dam. They began to wash the ground and deny in every possible way. Where's the evidence? You want to slander the war god family with just a few empty words? Making the war god family bleed and cry, where's the justice? Is there such an easy thing? You can just casually dig up a grave and frame the war god family? The war god has protected the mainland for thousands of years. Now there's actually a scoundrel who is so clumsy to frame the war god family. It's so ridiculous. Where's the evidence? Where's the evidence? The internet trolls nowadays are getting bolder and bolder. They're getting more and more outrageous. They dare to say anything. Just to ride on the hype, they can even ignore the achievements of the mainland's heroes and turn a deaf ear to it. At the same time, the Wang family took further action. They attacked from all aspects, used all kinds of forces, and used all kinds of methods to suppress Wuxia company. There were even various actions from the real world. For example, the actions of the functional departments and related departments. Then the most bizarre and inconceivable situation appeared. In the face of the Wang family's all-out counterattack, the previously unknown Wuxia company, which had been established for less than 2 years, was as stable as an old dog. It was like a mainstay standing firm and unmoving. It continued to create public opinion for a long time. Countless topics appeared like the pouring of the Milky Way, and once started, it could not be stopped. All the functional departments should have been able to deal with this company that seemed to have no foundation. However, in reality, it was like a mayfly trying to shake a tree. They could not stop it. In the eyes of the Wang family, this result was inconceivable. They were truly shocked. There was actually such a thing in the world? Was this a joke? Everyone was stunned. Facing such a private company, shouldn't it collapse with a single blow? No matter how rich they were, but for this, someone from the Wang family went to the top department leaders. They went to complain. Why can't anyone deal with this matter? My family has been slandered like this. Now the internet is in an uproar. The culprit is Wuxia company. Why doesn't anyone touch them? Who is their protective umbrella? Who allowed them to stand outside the law? A company that inverts black and white and slanders a hero family actually has such a strong protective umbrella? Where is the dignity of the law? The reply was like this. The higher-ups have repeatedly emphasized that justice is in the hearts of the people. How can black and white not be clear? We believe in the Wang family's innocence. We also believe that the Wang family can prove their innocence. If the rumors are slandered, there will be a day when the truth is out. It's not that Wuxia company has a protective umbrella, but this matter needs to be resolved in a fair and just way. After all, this society is still particular about fairness. Hearing such a reply, the Wang family was so angry that they almost fainted. Fairness? You want me, a meritorious family, the god of war, to talk about fairness with a small company? That can't be, minister. This is too. There's no other way. Brother Wang, don't make things difficult for me. But this fairness is really unfair to my family. My family's ancestor and the emperor are both. Speaking of the minister is also paying attention to this matter. What did the minister say? The minister personally said that he believes that the Wang family is innocent. He believes that the Wang family can prove their innocence. If the rumors are slandered, there will be a day when the truth is out. Prove their innocence. The minister said so. Justice is in the hearts of the people. How can black and white not be clear? This sentence was said by the emperor. The left and right heavenly kings said that Wuxia company has always been a politically correct company. The Wang family member was struck by lightning. His eyes almost popped out. A politically correct company? The left and right heavenly kings have directly decided? How unfair is this to our Wang family? The left and right heavenly kings have never decided on this public opinion battle. They also believe that the Wang family can prove their innocence. The higher-ups patiently explained, they only decided on Wuxia company's political line. Was there a difference? If this wasn't blatant favoritism, then what was? The Wang family became more and more confused. The Southern Marshal also said that he hopes that this matter will start and end on the internet. The other party said vaguely. What he meant was that the big shots were all paying attention. The Wang family shouldn't go overboard. We are all working hard to maintain fairness. But this Wang family member was already confused. What did he mean by the Wang family shouldn't go overboard? You are the ones who are going overboard, okay? Isn't this bullying? What did he mean by you are all working hard to maintain fairness? You are all working hard to suppress my family, this is true. What does the Southern Marshal mean? The meaning is so clear. The Wang family is not allowed to use force in this matter. We can only use conventional means and public opinion tactics to solve this matter. If we use additional forces, there may be additional forces to stop us. This all depends on the Wang family's decision. There are also Dongfang, Shimin, Beigong and the other marshals. They all said that they believe that the Wang family is innocent and that the Wang family can prove their innocence. If someone continues to use unconventional methods in this battle of public opinion, they will intervene. Intervene? Oh. This is not something that we can know. This is not fair at all. Justice is in people's hearts, how is it unfair? This is discrimination against the Wang family. You are thinking too much. How can there be discrimination between black and white? We are a meritorious family. How can we be compared to a small company? Yes, the Wang family is a meritorious family. Why should we make things difficult for a small company? It is enough to prove our innocence. Besides, if a prince breaks the law, he will be punished like a commoner. Does the Wang family want special privileges? Our Wang family wants special privileges. This sentence naturally couldn't be said clearly. But he was so angry that his lungs were about to swell. This matter developed so strangely that it was really unimaginable. I'm not convinced, I want to see His Majesty. His Majesty said that if the Wang family has any dissatisfaction, you can speak to the Emperor. After all, you are family friends. As an outsider, His Majesty shouldn't intervene in this matter. Family friends? Yes, don't the war god family and the Emperor's family friends. What he meant was that they had such a strong relationship, but they didn't go to find him. Instead, they came to make things difficult for him. The Wang family members felt that they had suffered internal injuries that were difficult to heal. They wanted to acknowledge this family friend, but he didn't. Now, where could they go to find a family friend? Besides, even if they could, they didn't dare to. Those who went to find the emperor had to be the family head or the ancestor. But everyone knew that no matter who it was, they couldn't hide a secret from the emperor. Even if they found him, the emperor would look at them and say, "Damn, it's your Wang family's fault. How dare you ask me to uphold justice?" That would only cause the Wang family to be finished faster. When they returned to the Wang family, the higher-ups of the family discussed. Everyone's face was full of worry and disbelief. How could this be? How could it be defined as an online war of words? How could this be? Then, the pavilion master of the Nine Heavens Pavilion asked to see the Wang family head. The family head had to come out personally. The person who came was a top figure in Shangjing. The Wang family was now in a precarious situation and couldn't be offended. The people sent by the Wang family are all here. The pavilion master gave out a spatial ring and said earnestly, "It's just an online dispute, there's no need to assassinate, right?" This has caused a lot of difficulty in the work of various places. The shield representatives of various places are very dissatisfied. Now that the world is peaceful, why did you send out so many assassins? We all believe that the Wang family is innocent, and we also believe that the Wang family can prove its innocence. Justice is in the hearts of the people. Wang family head, don't do such things in the future. I'm almost forced to go to Fenghai because of you. Please be considerate of the people working below. Goodbye. Yes, Wang family head, as a meritorious family, you have to create a fair environment for this society. In a harmonious society, everyone has a responsibility. Don't fight and kill for no reason. Especially meritorious families, you have to set an example. The pavilion master didn't say much and left after sitting for a few minutes. The Wang family members were silent for a long time before opening the spatial ring. Unsurprisingly, there were more than 1,700 heads inside. These people were naturally the assassins sent to assassinate Zhuishuai's company, some of the Wang family members, and the 30 people sent to Phoenix City as well as a branch of the entire Phoenix City. Everyone's heads were here, neatly arranged. Not a single one was missing. Now the heads were back, but the bodies were nowhere to be found. According to the words of the pavilion master of the Nine Heavens Pavilion, fallen leaves will eventually return to their roots. Chapter 11:13. What the fuck are you talking about? The head of the Wang clan almost fainted on the spot. Is this what you mean by returning to the roots? Killing all of them and only sending their heads back? Is this what you mean by returning to the roots? The last words of the pavilion master before he left were very clear. We firmly support fairness and punish lawlessness. If someone from the Zhuishuai company comes here to kill your Wang clan, we will kill them without mercy. Justice is in people's hearts. Right or wrong is not determined by strength. The head of the Wang clan smashed the study room. How can you have the nerve to say that? Zhuishuai company's people come to assassinate us? Do they dare? Do they have the strength? They won't even come. But our Wang clan can only swallow this grievance? It's too humiliating. What do you mean by the various departments are dissatisfied? How can the various departments deal with the assassins of the Wang clan? Is this a joke? Justice is in people's hearts. Right or wrong is not determined by strength. We clearly have the strength to run rampant in the world, but you forced us to fight a war of words with an ordinary troll company. What's the use of strength then? But the situation told the Wang clan one thing: you can only deal with it like this. Those who went to assassinate, bribe, poach. There was not a single exception, and all of them had returned with their heads. Even those who were on the way were all killed, not a single fish escaped the net. This was a feeling of being betrayed at the slightest sound, causing the entire Wang clan to feel uneasy. Because of this, the Wang clan immediately called for an emergency meeting. This is not a good sign, no, it's too bad. The head of the Wang clan directly put a cup of life origin water in his hand, ready to drink it at any time. When he came back to report, he was really shocked by the attitude of the higher-ups. Under the surging of his blood, he almost suffered internal injuries. The minister's attitude should be because he discovered something after coming to the ancestral Dragon Martial Arts Festival. He only targeted the 4 clans not because he didn't discover anything, but because he left some leeway. But you just want to be lucky. The head of the Wang clan, Wang Han, frowned and looked at the white-haired old man sitting in the room. Third brother's wife, didn't I tell you not to covet the spots of the ancestral Dragon Martial Arts Festival? But what did you do? What about now? Didn't everything start from there? The old man lowered his head and didn't say anything. There was no way to explain it. That was because although he looked old, he was actually the family head's great-grandson. There were 2 Wang clans in the capital. However, apart from the senior executives of Shangjing, very few people knew that the 2 Wangs were actually one family. 300 years ago, 2 brothers were fighting for the head of the family. The one who lost left home in anger and created a powerful Wang family that could call the wind and summon the rain. However, it was also the one who left the house in anger. Before he died, he requested to return to the family so that the 2 families would secretly merge into one. This was the benefit of strength. As long as you had enough strength, the rules would naturally compromise for you. Of course, on the surface there were still 2 Wang clans. This was more in line with the law of aristocratic families not putting all their eggs in one basket. As for the Wang family that was causing trouble in the ancestral Dragon Martial Arts Festival, it was led by another Wang family disciple. However, this was not the main point, so there was no need to go into detail here. Others may not know the true relationship between the two Wang clans, but how could the minister not know? The last time the minister came to the ancestral dragon martial arts festival, he personally investigated the matter of Qin Fangyang. He dealt with 4 clans in a row with thunderous methods. It seemed that the laws were strict and ruthless. However, anyone with a discerning eye would know that the matter was hastily settled. The head of the Wang clan, Wang Han, said, "After that day I said that the minister must have found out about you and confirmed that the Wang clan was involved. But, in order to save some face for our ancestors, he restrained himself and stopped at the last minute." But Minister Chu Yang's position on this matter had changed from the moment he left the ancestral dragon. He no longer had the slightest inclination in his opinion. In other words, although the minister left some leeway for the Wang clan, at the same time, we lost our biggest backer. We lost it forever. The Wang clan's clan lord, Wang Han, sighed deeply and said, "From the words of the minister, it is clear that he believes that your Wang clan is innocent. He believes that your Wang clan can prove your innocence." What does that mean? It means that he will no longer care whether the Wang clan is dead or alive. The Wang clan will have to rely on themselves in the future. Moreover, they have to prove their innocence through normal means. All crooked methods and all kinds of tricks are forbidden. If they are used, they will be met with a backlash. If they are used, they will be digging their own graves. He sighed in exasperation. Look at what you've done, You can see the consequences now, right? You've squandered the glory and power of our ancestors with such a trivial matter as the Ancestor Dragon Gaolu martial art competition. Everyone from the Wang family present glared at the old man. That old man could no longer remain calm. This accusation was too big and he could not bear it. He hurriedly said, "It may not be because of the ancestral dragon martial arts festival." The minister said with certainty that Qin Fangyang is his good friend. Wang Han's eyes emitted a cold light. "Did you not participate in the erasing of Qin Fangyang's traces?" That old man, Wang Ping, said, "The minister sees the human heart. What is there to hide from? But Qin Fangyang really wasn't killed by us." Perhaps the minister understood this matter and withdrew himself from it. The matter of dragons snatching over veins has been going on for a long time. It's already an unwritten rule. Bringing it up now is just a pretext. Qin Fangyang is the key. In other words, Qin Fangyang was killed by the Wang clan, not by the Wang clan. One had to admit that Wang Ping's words were not wrong. If Qin Fangyang did not die and successfully obtain the ancestral dragon martial arts festival, even if there was only one, none of these things would have happened. The ancestral dragon martial arts festival could still continue, and it could still be an unwritten rule. Qin Fangyang was indeed the main point. Smack. Wang Han slammed the table and glared, "Impudent." Instantly, the atmosphere in the meeting room became agitated. If you did not act rashly at the ancestral dragon martial arts festival, would the minister have noticed? Yes, would the minister have come to the Wang clan alone to investigate the case? In the end, wasn't it you who attracted the minister's attention? After a round of indiscriminate bombardment, Wang Ping panted heavily but did not say a word. Let's get down to business. Is there any meaning in pursuing the cause and effect now? Wang Han knocked on the table and everyone finally stopped. Now the minister has already made his stance clear. I believe the emperor will not have any objections. Look at the left and right heavenly king's stances one after another, and the 4 great marshals' support. What does this mean? Wang Han's gaze was cold as he said, "This means that the higher-ups have already confirmed and reached a consensus that this matter was done by us. But due to the glory of our ancestors they cannot touch our clan. So, on one hand they are suppressing us and on the other hand they are supporting the other party, resulting in the current confrontation. In other words, the Wang clan is now standing opposite all the higher-ups. This can be confirmed now. Even if we can win this battle of public opinion, our position in the minister's heart is destined to be irretrievable. All the people sent out, without exception, were killed. This stance could not be more obvious. It is true that the 9 Heavens Pavilion has a high position and power, but without the permission of the higher-ups, they would not be so ruthless." Wang Han heaved a long sigh. This is the situation now. What should we do in the aftermath of this matter? Everyone, let's discuss and work together to get through this difficult time. Everyone was silent. The fact that the pavilion master of the 9 Heavens Pavilion had personally come forward to deliver the heads had already explained many problems. Wang Ping raised his head. His white hair reflected the white light, making it appear even whiter. He said in a low voice, "Clan Master, now that this matter has come to this, we can all foresee what will happen in the future. I believe that there must be a reason for killing Qin Fangyang. Since there is a reason and purpose, killing him is no big deal. There is no need to regret it. But why dig up He Yuanyue's grave? I really want to understand. After this matter was done, there was still such clear evidence left behind. Even if the higher-ups did not intervene, it would still cause a huge uproar. I believe that everyone with brains knows this. Clan Master, you must know this better than us. After all, the Clan Master is the one at the helm. So, why did you still do this and make such a choice? Wang Han's face slowly darkened. He said coldly, "First, I want to tell you that Qin Fangyang was not killed by us." Wang Ping's lips curled into a cold smile. Ha. And second, He Yuanyue's grave was also not dug up by us. Wang Han said word by word, "Do you understand? This is my answer. Do you need me to repeat it again?" Understood. These were not done by our clan. Wang Ping nodded. But I'm not talking about this. I want to ask, why did you do it? Since you knew the consequences, why did you still do it? Wang Han almost fainted from anger. How many times had he said it? This guy. However, Wang Han suddenly realized that it was not only Wang Ping. There were actually a few people in the clan looking over curiously. Obviously, they were very interested in the answer to this question. Another one asked straightforwardly, "That's right, Clan Master. Since you knew that the consequences could be very serious, why did you still do it?" Damn it. This topic could not be avoided. The reason is very simple. I think there was a reason why we had to do it. Doing so would affect the future of the Wang clan. Wang Han said indifferently, "Since you all have doubts, then I will explain this once and only this once." Chapter 11:14. The head of the Wang clan, Wang Han, sighed deeply. The Wang clan has been under the protection of the heavenly King Fei Hong for so many years. But now the Wang clan has fallen into an awkward situation. Or rather, it has been like this since hundreds or thousands of years ago. The Wang clan is declining day by day. You should all be able to see this. This is an undeniable reality. The reason is that in the past 10,000 years, no expert has appeared in the Wang clan. Perhaps in the past, the Wang clan had nothing to worry about due to the contributions of our ancestors. But as time passes, the glory of our ancestors and the kindness of our ancestors become fainter and fainter. Now, many people have even forgotten the existence of our ancestors and the sacrifices he made. They have forgotten that this continent was fought for by our ancestors with their lives. In so many years, our Wang clan has firmly held the position of the number one clan. But now we are slowly declining and we don't even dare to fight for it. What? The reason is that we can't win. As for the Yu clan, they didn't even need to fight for it. They naturally became the number one clan. Because the emperor is here, because the heavenly king of the right is here. Even if our Wang clan still has the foundation and strength of the number one clan, do we dare to fight with the Yu clan? The answer is obvious. We don't dare. Why? Because our Wang clan doesn't have a top expert. We don't have any deterrence. Do you understand? From what happened today, all of you should have felt it. If our Wang clan had a heavenly king or even a marshal, would there be such a situation where everyone pushed the wall when it was down? No. The head of the Wang clan said firmly. Everyone in the Wang clan nodded silently. Why didn't the emperor ask about it? Why did he stay out of it and allow so many people to deal with our Wang clan? If my ancestor were still alive, would the emperor throne have the same attitude as he does right now? Everyone knows the answer, right? Everyone in the Wang clan nodded. Still the same. After our ancestors, our descendants failed to live up to our expectations. We didn't make the Wang clan produce a peerless expert. Right now, the Wang family's predicament seems to be extremely bad, but it's very simple to resolve. We only need to send out a heavenly king. We don't even need to send out a heavenly king. A martial-level expert is enough. Even if they aren't capable enough and don't have a commander talent, having a sword monarch or saber demon would be enough. However, our Wang clan has never had such a top-notch expert. As new meritorious clans continue to rise, our Wang clan will only continue to decline until we become obscure and completely withdraw from the ranks of the top clans in Shangjing. There are frequent wars on the continent, and new heroes and clans are constantly emerging. This is no longer something that can be predicted but a fact, a reality. Those who do not plan for the overall situation will not be able to plan for a region. Those who do not plan for all ages will not be able to plan for a moment. In the future, the rise and fall of the old and the rise and fall of the new is the most important matter for the Wang family. If they couldn't compete, how could they support such a large family business? But other families have marshals, generals, and legends. What do we have? Everyone else is still alive and kicking high and mighty. What does our family have? Wang Han asked everyone. Everyone lowered their heads and remained silent. If we don't think of a way, will the future Wang clan rely on continuously selling off the family property of our ancestors to survive? Even if that's the case, how long can it last? A clan can either prosper forever, but as soon as there is a trace of decline, it will immediately become the target of public criticism and become the target of hungry wolves from all sides. It's impossible that you don't know this, right? And my plan is to have the Wang clan give birth to a peerless expert with a 100% probability. As long as it succeeds, even the level of a heavenly king is the bottom line. Perhaps an existence that surpasses the minister. As long as it succeeds, our Wang clan is bound to prosper for tens of thousands of years or even forever. Wang Han's eyes swept across everyone like a sharp sword. Based on this premise, what can't be done? As long as it succeeds, what's the harm in reputation? Not to mention that the history books will only be written by the victors. Everyone continued to remain silent. Obviously, they were shocked by the clan head's words. The level of a heavenly king was already considered low. Perhaps an existence that surpasses the minister. These words shocked everyone to the point that their minds were a little buzzing. So what the clan head had been planning all this time was actually such a big matter. Clan head, may we ask what exactly are you planning? An old man asked in a low voice. No, you don't need to know. You just need to cooperate. Wang Han said stiffly, this matter must be kept absolutely secret. Then, clan head, are you confident? Several people asked at the same time. Of course I'm confident. I have a full 90% confidence. Wang Han said solemnly, the last 10% will have to depend on heaven's will. Manpower has already reached the limit. As soon as these words came out, the entire conference room immediately became lively. Everyone vaguely knew that the clan head had been secretly doing something for many years. However, the clan head had always been reliable. The entire Wang clan had always admired him, so they didn't want to delve deeper. Especially since he said so, it meant that he was definitely confident. 90% confidence, 10% chance of heaven's will. What was the difference between this and 90% certainty? We have no objections. We look forward to the clan head's good news. Everyone said in unison. In order for this matter to succeed, I guess everyone will have to bear some grievances in the process. We might even have to pay some price. Wang Han said softly, but I can tell you very clearly. As long as this matter succeeds, even if we have to sacrifice half of the Wang clan, or more than half of the clan, it will be worth it. Understood. Now is the battle of public opinion. Let the push hand team take action. All the Wang clan's enterprises and related units move out. We will do our best to prove our innocence. Let's have a fair battle of public opinion. Even if we can't completely defeat them, we must ensure that we don't fall into a complete disadvantage. It can't be one-sided. Yes, clan head. Meeting adjourned. There's one more thing, clan head. Right now, HUNUS students are constantly rushing to Shangjing from all over the world, threatening to cause trouble for our clan and take revenge. These people, how should we deal with them? Wang Han frowned and said, have the 5 people from the operation team who went to Phoenix City returned. They're already on their way. Make sure that these 5 people are not caught. The material evidence will be used against them. There can't be any more witnesses. Yes. As for those people, persuade them nicely and treat them with respect. You must understand that our Wang clan did not kill Qin Fangyang, nor did we dig up his grave. Our Wang clan is innocent. Do you understand? We are proving our innocence. Before the truth is revealed, we are innocent. It's just that we are in a place of suspicion. That's all. Understood. However, if the other party is too agitated and kills us, limited self-defense is to do your best to subdue them and send them to the law department in Shangjing for punishment. Wang Han said calmly, there are still laws in this world. Clan head, you are wise. Remember to always show that our Wang clan is innocent and has been wronged. We are innocent. Understood. Go. Yes. As soon as Wuxia Duo and Xiaoyan appeared, they quickly felt that they were being watched. Especially after they returned to Shangjing, they felt that countless divine thoughts were connected to them. However, the 2 of them did not care at all. Come on. As long as the two of us are together, little duo has the spatial extermination pagoda. As long as we don't encounter existences like Elder Wan and Elder Shui, no matter how ferocious the surprise attack is, no matter how heavy the attack is, or how fatal it is, we can hide in the spatial extermination pagoda. As long as their heads did not fall off, they could use the Heaven Men's Stone to save their lives. Therefore, although Zhuo Duo saw the Wang clan as a strong enemy and knew that their strength was definitely not a match for the Wang clan's tens of thousands of years of accumulation, he was still very calm. Even if the worst situation was to happen, even if a Heavenly King realm expert wanted to take the two of them down, with their powerful half-step Skysword cultivation, they would be able to buy half a breath's worth of time. And half a breath's worth of time was enough for them to enter the spatial extermination pagoda. Zhuo's divine soul was tightly locked on the spatial extermination pagoda. His big hand held Zhuo's small hand as they strolled around the streets of Shangjing, just like before. Zhuo Duo held Zhuo's small hand. He felt that the small hand was soft and smooth, slender and soft as if it was boneless. Although he did not have any other thoughts in his heart, his mouth could not help but split open, laughing with satisfaction and arrogance. Yes, let's take my cat for a walk. Zhuo's face was as cold as ice, but she did not struggle. She let Zhuo Duo hold her hand as they strolled through the crowd. Only the bottom of her heart was a little annoyed. This little dog is too insensible. Why is he holding my hand so tightly? Doesn't he know that this young lady is holding his hand? Forget it, today this young lady will take it as walking my dog. The two of them held each other's small hand, walking the cat and the dog in their hearts. Everyone's heart was filled with joy. The crowd in front of them parted. Someone was heading straight towards them. Their target was very clear. Zhuo Duo used a little strength in his hand to signal to Zhuo. Coming. Zhuo also tightened her hand, signaling to Zhuo Duo. Coming. The two of them could not help but sneer in their hearts. In such a public place they actually came to find them so quickly? Was the Wang family really so arrogant? The crowd suddenly parted and there was a loud laugh. Ha 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 ha. Zhuo's face darkened. He saw a fair and tender little fatty coming towards them. He was not very tall, at most 1.73 meters or so. He had a crew cut in front of him, and there was actually a small braid at the back of his head. That braid looked like a sparrow's tail, but only on one side. It seemed that he had used hair gel to make it shine. The fatty boy was completely black. He wore a black shirt, black trousers and black leather shoes. Only the outermost part of his clothes was an extremely flashy snow-white fur coat that covered all the way to his feet. Just like that, under the protection of a few guards, he gracefully appeared in front of Zhuo Duo with a large entourage. The coat fluttered as he walked, flapping in the wind. The big sunglasses that covered half of his face reflected the neon lights on the street. The little fatty strode forward as if there was no one around. Naturally, he had a domineering aura. He looked down on everything and those who stood in his way would die. Yes, this was the kind of arrogant look. The surrounding crowd dodged, their eyes filled with shock and fear. It was really the ostentatious appearance of a mafia boss. Chapter 11:15. Ah. Hello, Zhuo's sister-in-law. The chubby guy was overjoyed. I've been looking for you guys for 3 days. Zhuo Duo looked over. There were several people. This chubby guy was the little brother they met during the trial, Xiao. Here. Little shrimp? Zhuo Duo looked at Xiao from the corner of his eyes. His gaze was somewhat unfriendly. This guy's appearance was even more showy than his own. This was simply a provocation. Wahaha. Xiao looked around and laughed. How was it? How was it? I told you that Zhuo would definitely remember me. How was it? How was it? The guard beside him was speechless. You're the first successor of the largest family in the Astral Souls continent. How could you be this excited when someone remembers you? Could you be any more shameless? Could you not embarrass your ancestor, the Heavenly King of the Right? You're looking for me? What's the matter? Zhuo Duo frowned. Zhuo, you've come to Shangjing. As the little brother of the local tyrant, how could I not be a good host? Zhuo, you're so mean. How could you forget about your brother when you came to Shangjing? Xiao stuck out his belly and complained first. Then he laughed out loud. You don't have to say anything. Zhuo is in Shangjing. I'll take care of everything, including food, accommodation, transportation, and entertainment. A dragon. A one-stop service. Boss, don't worry and enjoy life. Zhuo's eyelids twitched. Zhou Xiaoyan glanced at Xiao Xia with an indifferent expression. Xiao Xia instinctively felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over him from head to toe. He couldn't help but shiver. He looked at Zhou Xiaoyan fearfully and said flatteringly, "Hello, sister-in-law." Zhou Xiaoyan snorted. "Hello." With his sister-in-law's response, little Hero Yu's entire body felt lighter. He immediately stepped forward and pulled Zhou Xiaoduo's hand enthusiastically. Without any explanation, he walked forward and patted his chest as he said, "Zhou, don't worry. In Shangjing, that's my territory. Here my words carry weight." He lowered his voice and whispered into Zhou Xiaoduo's ear, "You're even more effective than the crown prince's words." He wasn't bragging. A certain shrimp was different from a certain Xiaoduo. The latter was a legitimate descendant of the nth generation, a legitimate successor. Regardless of identity, origin, reputation, or status, they were all real. In addition, everyone knew about them, so of course his words carried more weight. But if he were to say it out loud, it would be a little. The guard beside him, however, was speechless. "Big shot, even if you're telling the truth, can't you use telepathy when you say that?" They whispered in his ear. "What kind of godly maneuver is this? Anyone with a little bit of cultivation would be able to hear it." "So have you and sister-in-law eaten?" Little Hero Yu asked enthusiastically. "Not yet. It's my treat. It has to be my treat. Boss, please don't stand on ceremony with me. Make a call. Book the entire place tonight. No, book it now. Book it until tomorrow morning. Tonight, I want to get drunk with my boss." Little Hero Yu gave the order without hesitation. One of the guard's lips twitched and he went to make a call. "Little Shrimp, looks like this kid has been doing well recently." Zhou Xiaoduo squinted. "So impressive? Isn't this all thanks to you?" "Diske, I don't have that kind of luck. Even if I did, I wouldn't give it to you." Zhou Xiaoduo squinted. "Zhou, I'm sad to hear you say that. What's going on? Didn't you say that you weren't valued in the family?" "That's not the case now." Speaking of this, Little Hero Yu's eyebrows danced as he laughed heartily. "Ever since the last trial, I don't know how, but when I returned to the family, I became the first successor." "Really?" Hearing this, Zhou Xiaoduo was shocked, truly shocked. The Yu family that Little Hero Yu belonged to was the family of the Heavenly King of the Right. It was also the family of the Emperor Zhai Xing. Without a doubt, it was the most powerful family in the Astral Souls continent. Such a large family had its own way of choosing its successor, but it should be quite strict and especially cautious. Often, their descendants might not be able to reach a conclusion even when they were hundreds of years old. How could this little fatty be chosen as the first in line to inherit the family so quickly? Wasn't this too hasty? It was child's play. Zhou Xiaoduo had only known Little Hero Yu for a short while, but he felt that he had some understanding of this fatty boy. With this guy's arrogant appearance, how could he be the head of the family? "What, you're not bragging, are you? How could the dignified Yu family decide such a big thing so easily? You're not trying to give me face, are you?" Zhou Xiaoduo expressed his disbelief from the bottom of his heart. Don't say that Zhou doesn't believe it. When I first heard about it, I didn't believe it myself. At that time, I just took it as a joke. Little Hero Yu laughed and said, "But things are just that bizarre, especially when I'm the first in line to inherit the family. It was personally decided by the ancestor himself. He said that he saw that I would definitely be successful in the future, so it was decided just like that. The ancestor has spoken, who dares to disobey? Who dares to disobey? Who dares to disobey? Thus, I got promoted without knowing anything. Wow. The ancestor personally decided?" Zhou Xiaoduo's eyes were a little blank. This ancestor didn't seem very reliable. "It's the Heavenly King of the Right, my ancestor." Then, just a month ago, the head of the family announced this matter to the world, confirming my status as the successor. He gave me 3 pieces of the Divine Sense Protection Jade Pendant of the Emperor Ancestor. 3 pieces. 3 pieces, ah. When he reached the final stage of the Jade Pendant, Little Hero Yu's bones were obviously lighter by a few ounces. It was obvious that he was extremely proud of himself. But to be able to become the successor of the #1 family in the Astral Souls continent was indeed something to be proud of. Zhou Xiaoduo was fascinated by the story. While he was envious and jealous, he also sighed that the Yu family was indeed the #1 family. Even the selection of the successor was so bizarre. Looking at Little Fatty's arrogant behavior, Zhou Xiaoduo was deeply worried about the future of the Yu family. With Little Fatty's character, if it was any other family, he would have been marginalized long ago. But in the Yu family, he actually became the #1 treasure. They even gave him 3 pieces of the Emperor Ancestor's divine sense jade pendant. Could it be any more ridiculous? Could it be that the Yu family's successor was chosen according to the special concept of choosing the most unreliable? Let's go, Zhua. I'll bring you and sister-in-law to tour the scenery of Shangjing. Later we'll go to the heavenly palace and get drunk. Little Fatty's face was full of glory. He was full of radiance and was in high spirits. When he walked, his legs were wide open from left to right. Kid, the 2 of us are in Shangjing now. It's quite sensitive. Zhua Xiaoduo vaguely reminded him. It's all right. Little hero, you said loudly as he walked forward. He ignored the passers-by on the roadside, his guards, and even the divine senses monitoring them in the dark. He laughed loudly and said, Zhua, don't worry. With your little brother here, you can do whatever you want in Shangjing. Whoever dares to provoke my boss, I'll teach them and their whole family a lesson. These words were indeed domineering. But coming from the mouth of such an arrogant fatty bai, who looked like a hedonistic prodigal, Zhua Xiaoduo found it hard to believe. He felt that his horizons had been broadened once again. At the same time, he felt that this matter was reliable. Countless divine senses were immediately shaken. This Zhua Xiaoduo was so close to the Yu clan? This fatty bai, did he get the clan's approval to say such words so rashly? One of the guards, who was experienced and prudent, reminded him in a low voice, Young master, there are too many people around. It's better not to say such things casually. What did I say? Making friends is the most important thing. Instantly become friends and never regret. Don't you have any sense of responsibility? How can we make friends? Little hero, you looked around and raised his head. I'm the young master of the Yu clan. This is how I make friends. What about it? Who dares to say no? Oh, oh, oh. The guard looked up at the sky with a melancholy face. Oh, oh. Where am I? Where am I? This little fatty. How could he be so perverse? After giving him a warning, he actually became even more vicious. Truly melancholy. We are the team of the future master of the clan. We have been secretly nurtured for so many years. Each of us has gone through countless experiences and risked our lives to stand out. Then, finally, the successor of the clan master has been decided. But the person who has been confirmed is actually such an unreliable fellow. He is good at eating, drinking, and playing, but he is not willing to practice martial arts. Ever since the Heavenly King of the Right personally decided on this fellow's position as the first successor, the Yu clan has been in chaos. Every day, there would be several highly respected elders and the direct descendants of the Yu family who would come to supervise little hero Yu's training with a stick. And the process was basically repeated every day. There were rarely any changes. First, little hero Yu, who liked to sleep naked, would wake up from his dreams with a basin of water. Then he would be dragged out naked. Second, they would start the routine beating every morning. Yes, that's right, it was a beating. Because little fatty Yu's practice was just to deal with it. Just supervision was not enough. Since supervision was not enough, they would arrange for people to spar with him and beat him up mercilessly. This would make him have a desire to live, and naturally he would cultivate on his own. After the routine beating, they would enter the third stage, consume heavenly treasures and enter a state of cultivation. Every time, there would be a peak sky soaring realm cultivator guiding the spiritual energy in little fatty's body to enter this state of cultivation. Basically, it was that peak sky soaring realm cultivator who brought him to practice and helped him practice. The fourth stage would continue to beat him up. The fifth stage would guide the spiritual energy into his body. The sixth stage would continue to beat him up. The seventh stage would be another beating. The eighth stage would be another beating. Then at 11:30 p.m. Finally, little fatty Yu went to sleep. And so, the above process was repeated 4 days a week without any changes. The other 3 days little fatty Yu could freely use and relax. Little fatty Yu was beaten to the point that he howled every day. I don't want to be the successor anymore. I don't want to be the successor anymore. But the more he shouted, the more ruthless he was beaten. He was beaten to the point that if he didn't say anything, it wouldn't be over. No, if he didn't say anything, it wouldn't be over either. There was a process to the beating and there was a time limit to it. Although little fatty was in an abyss of suffering for 4 out of the 7 days, as if he was in hell, when it came to the days when he was free to do as he pleased, he became arrogant. He would often say, I'm the Yu family's first successor, the Yu family's young master, and you're letting me eat this? I'm the young patriarch, you let me eat this. He was practically looking for trouble. Of course, little fatty Yu clan's first successor was partnering with a woman to do business with. One of them was doing business with a woman called Gao Qiao. Although the business was very popular for the Yu clan's first successor to partner with a woman to do business, it was a loss of face. Moreover, that woman wasn't even in Shangjing. She was remotely commanding him to do things. With just a phone call, this young patriarch eagerly went over. Moreover, he personally went out to rope in customers. But there was no harm without comparison. Although it was a loss of face to do business with Gao Qiao, it was still a legitimate business. As for the other girl, in Fatty Bai's own words, he was trying to pick up a girl. However, that girl didn't even pay attention to him. Yet this guy stuck to her like he was chewing on a sticky bubble gum. He displayed a ferocious bootlicking method which made people gasp in amazement. It was a marvelous spectacle. But it was undeniable that the two girls who were partnering with Fatty Bai were both stunning. Gao Qiao was already a feast for the eyes, and the other girl called Xian Yi was even more graceful and charming. She was devastatingly beautiful. This made the group of guards who didn't take Fatty Bai seriously criticize and ridicule him in their hearts. This Fatty Bai's taste is really good, and it's another form of 1 against 2. It's really impressive. However, these few days the Yu clan seemed to be indulging little Fatty even more. They allowed him to play outside for several days in a row, and even stopped the daily beatings. Therefore little Fatty was extremely happy these few days. Of course he was also very anxious. In fact, the moment Zhou Xiaoduo came to Shangjing, little hero you knew about it. During this period he had been looking for Zhou Xiaoduo's whereabouts. The reason why he was so anxious to find Zhou Xiaoduo was because of Gao Qiao's request. Previously, when Zhou Xiaoduo disappeared, Li Chenglong blocked the news. But who was Gao Qiao? How could she not know that something might have happened to him? Naturally, she would try to pull some connections. Little Hero Yu, a member of the Yu clan, was a special connection that she could contact. Unfortunately, even if Little Hero Yu sent out the Yu clan's men, they still couldn't find Zhou Xiaoduo's whereabouts. However, Little Hero Yu also found out about Zhou Xiaoduo's public network and came to Ancestral Dragon from the Sky Patrol throne. After the name Qin Fangyang spread, little Fatty knew that as long as Zhou appeared, he would definitely come to Shangjing. Qin Fangyang had an accident, so how could Zhou Xiaoduo not come to Shangjing? It would be strange if he didn't come. Since then little Fatty started to move. For the first time he mobilized the clan's power as the successor of the clan. He went to investigate thoroughly and confirm how Qin Fangyang died and who killed him. Then he paid attention to the movements of the entire Shangjing and waited for Zhuo's arrival. The group of people arrived at the most famous restaurant in Shangjing, the Palace of Heaven. Zhou Xiaoduo took in all the sights. This restaurant was really big. The elevator went all the way to the top floor, which was thousands of square meters. It was brightly lit and rows of maids stood neatly. Countless fresh flowers were piled up on the top floor, leaving only a place for a table. At this moment there was a roar outside. Countless fireworks shot up into the sky and bloomed in Shangjing's night sky, gradually forming a few big words. A warm welcome to Zhuo's arrival in Shangjing. Then boom boom boom. Another row of fireworks shot up into the sky. Little Hero Yu welcomed Zhou. Later. Another row of fireworks shot up. Zhuo's arrival brings light to Shangjing. This extravagance. This momentum. This grandeur. Zhou Xiaoduo, who had always thought of himself as a show-off, high-end and high-class person, was dumbfounded. Fuck, is this to welcome me? Those who didn't know would think that it was to welcome the Sky Patrol Minister. After all, that person was the one who was most qualified to be called Zhou. However, it gave him a lot of face. Look, my arrival brings light to Shangjing. Throughout the meal the fireworks didn't stop. Bang 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 bang. One row after another. Another row after another. All kinds of compliments, all kinds of nice words hung in the night sky one after another. A full 2 hours passed, and the night sky remained bright and colorful, extremely magnificent and resplendent. Everyone in Shangjing felt that today was even more festive than the new year. This is too. Zhou Xiaoduo's lips twitched. He felt that he was still a country bumpkin. He really didn't know how to play as well as others. Next time I'll do this too. Although it feels stupid, why do I have a feeling that it's awesome? With this, I reckon that hundreds of millions of people in Shangjing will know that a person with the surname Zhou has come to Shangjing. Zhou Xiaoduo sighed. Xiaoxia laughed. That's nothing. I just want them to know that I, Zhou, have come to Shangjing. Zhou Xiaoduo looked at the row of fireworks in the sky that said, Little brother Xiaoxia welcomes Zhou, and said lightly, the direct result of your actions is that you've dragged yourself and your family into this mess. Xiaoxia said, what's wrong with that? Without Zhou, I would have been killed in the arcane realm. A drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring. A life-saving grace, no matter how much I repay it, it's not enough. Zhou Xiaoduo smiled, nodded, and didn't say anything else. After 3 rounds of wine and more than 100 dishes, Xiaoxia took out a foot-thick file from his space ring. Zhou, you've come all the way to Shangjing. I don't have anything to give you, so I'll use this as a greeting gift. What's this? This is the Yu family's investigation of teacher Qin Fangyang's case. Zhou Xiaoduo's expression changed abruptly, and he took it solemnly. Xiaoxia said, "This is all the information that has been confirmed so far. Although there isn't a complete chain of evidence, we can confirm that the Wang family has something to do with this case." Let me explain. The Wang family of the War God family and the Wang family of the capital have the same origin. Although they were divided, they have been united for hundreds of years. Whether it's targeting teacher Qin Fangyang or the burglary of Principal He Yuanyue's grave, they were all ordered by the Wang family. I'll take care of it. The only regret is that I can't find out the Wang family's motive for doing this. Regarding this matter, this situation, little hero Yu was really embarrassed. Such a big family, known as the #1 family in the world, couldn't even find out such a small thing in their own territory. They were really ashamed of Zhou. Zhou Xiaoduo didn't care too much about this. Xiaoxia's willingness to help him was already beyond his expectations. The information that he could provide should be the best that the government could gather. Naturally, he looked through the file carefully and immersed himself in it. It had to be said that the Yu family was indeed the #1 family. So much information was gathered, and every small matter had the name and phone number of the person in charge. Obviously, these people would have to take responsibility for any falsehood in this information. From the outside to the inside, there were a total of 10 files. The direction of the investigation was confirmed to be the Wang family, and the investigation stopped abruptly. This also proved that the Yu family wasn't prepared to go to war with the Wang family. In other words, there was no need to go to war with the Wang family. Zhou Xiaoduo looked through each file seriously. Seeing that Zhou Xiaoduo didn't say anything, Xiaoxia turned to chat with Zhou Xiaoyan. "Hello, sister-in-law. You're getting more and more beautiful." "Thank you." Zhou Xiaoyan looked indifferent. Although she wasn't as cold as usual, the aura that kept people 1,000 miles away was still naturally exuded. This was Zhou Xiaoyan's nature. Except for Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Changlu, she treated everyone else like this. When she was with outsiders, she was naturally vigilant and guarded to the maximum level. The outsiders here included Li Chenglong, Long Yuxing, and Zhou Xiaoduo's best friends. Of course, just like how Zhou Xiaoduo regarded Hu Ruoyun as another relative besides his mother and sister, Zhou Xiaoyan also had exceptions in her heart. There were 3 exceptions. One was Mu Yanyan, the second was He Yuanyue, and the last was Qin Fangyang. But now, among these 3 people, Qin Fangyang was killed, and He Yuanyue's grave was destroyed. For Zhou Xiaoyan, like Zhou Xiaoduo, they were both filled with anger and irreconcilable hatred. The fact that he was able to maintain his composure at this moment was already because of the ranger's kindness. However, this expression was nothing to the ranger. Because this guy endured this kind of expression every day. He had long been used to it. "Sister-in-law, can I ask you something?" Xiaoxia looked distressed. "I want to ask you something." "What is it?" "Go ahead." "It's like this, I like a girl. Sigh, but this girl. She's always lukewarm to me, but she's not pretentious or anything. She just doesn't like me. I had no choice but to expose my identity, but she became even more distant from me. What do you think is going on?" Xiaoxia's face was full of bitterness as he sighed. This was a sad thing for him. Originally, their relationship had improved a little, but since he returned home from the last trial and became the young master of the Yu family, Mo Xuani's attitude towards him had become colder and colder. It was definitely not a show of refusal to marry into a rich family, but a real coldness. Chapter 11:16. This result, this reality hurt the hero greatly. Not only that, but everyone in the Yu family was extremely dissatisfied with the hero's actions of licking the dog every day. The little fatty was even beaten up because of this. Because of this matter, the little fatty's father swung a big stick and chased the little fatty around the Yu family like a dog. The little fatty screamed in pain and was beaten until his nose was bruised and his butt was swollen. He scolded again and again, "You useless bastard." What a disappointment. The hero screamed and begged for mercy, "We're really in love." Bullshit. She doesn't even care about you, how can you be in love? You're licking and licking her every day, she doesn't even care about you, but you still go every day. How can you be so useless? The little fatty would have been better off if he didn't say that they were in love. The moment he said this, the entire Yu family exploded in anger. The future patriarch of the Yu clan was appointed by the old ancestor to pursue a girl from an ordinary family. Even if you were willing, our Yu clan would never accept a woman with such a simple background as the patriarch's wife. The patriarch's marriage had always been the most important matter. How could it be decided so carelessly? This was a matter that could decide the future of the Yu family. You want to marry an ordinary girl? It was fine to take her in as a concubine, but to be the patriarch's wife? Don't even think about it, hero. But the hero was deeply in love and had been blinded by love. He was determined to go straight to the southern mountain without looking back. The little fatty's father was panting heavily at home every day. His mother sighed at home every day. His ancestors and elders were so angry that their stomachs were about to explode. The hero was so distressed that he was about to go crazy. The girl was unwilling and would not accept it. His family was also unwilling and would not accept it. He was the only one left. But he was truly deeply in love with Emoshwani, and no matter what, he couldn't let her go. In this lifetime he only had Emoshwani in his eyes. Sister-in-law, what do you think I should do? You've been through this before, can you give me some advice? The little fatty begged. I don't know. I don't understand this. Zhou Xiaoyan nodded honestly. You don't understand this? Then what about you and boss? The ranger was a little confused. Our parents chose us, Zhou Xiaoyan said. The ranger felt as if he had received 1 billion critical hits. I also want to have such parents. You've never talked about it before? Zhou didn't even chase after you? The ranger's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. She was supposed to be the #1 goddess in the entire continent. How could she be taken down by Zhou before she could even put up a fight? Thinking about how he was still being politely told to get lost by the girl, little hero, you felt very sad and his balls hurt. He wanted to vomit blood. Talk? What is it? Zhou Xiaoyan was confused. I'm in love, Xiaoxia said. Yeah, we've been dating every day. Zhou Xiaoyan said in a daze. We've been dating since we were kids. They had been dating since they were young. Were they childhood sweethearts? A perfect match made in heaven? The ranger was getting more and more depressed. After a while he finally struggled to ask, then when did you two get together? What did Zhou do to move you? Zhou Xiaoyan widened her beautiful eyes and said in a daze, there wasn't any time and he didn't do anything to move me. I knew I was his wife since we were kids. Why are you guys making it so complicated? The ranger picked up his wine glass and drank it in one gulp. He only felt a sense of loss in his heart. It was as if the sky had been blocked out. The ranger could withstand Zhou Xiaoduo's attack, because Zhou Xiaoduo was intentionally attacking him. After seeing through Zhou Xiaoduo's intentions, other than cursing in his heart, there was nothing else he could do. However, Zhou Xiaoyan was completely unintentional. She didn't even know what she was asking. But every word she said, every unintentional sentence, was even more deadly. Just like that, the ranger, who was a single dog, suffered a series of critical hits that were indescribable. No, this was gradually going beyond the scope of what could be described with pen and ink. So, sister-in-law is Zhu's child bride. The ranger said weakly. You're the child bride. Zhou Xiaoyan couldn't take it anymore. Then? We've been free to love since we were kids. Free to love, do you understand? Zhou Xiaoyan argued anxiously, her voice stern. The ranger was now at a point where he didn't want to speak anymore. Your words are so reasonable. I know I have nothing to say. I won't speak anymore, okay? Sister-in-law, can you teach little shrimp some Sanzhou moves to deal with girls? The ranger changed his strategy and beat around the bush. Zhou Xiaoyan thought for a moment. She really felt the ranger's sincerity in asking for help and his kindness in helping Zhou Xiaoduo. She was willing to help. However, she was really clueless in this regard. The more she thought about it, the more blank her mind became. After a while she said, people say that you can only understand with experience. I've never had any experience in this area. How would I know what to do? We're really in love. There's no such thing. Never been dealt with. There's no such thing. The ranger was in tears after suffering a few more critical hits. Then, sister-in-law, what do you like? The ranger changed his approach again and asked Zhou Xiaoyan directly. The person he liked was also a high-end beauty. Although she couldn't be compared to his sister-in-law, their interests should be similar, right? I like. Zhou Xiaoyan thought about it seriously and then said, I like to improve my cultivation and I also like handy artifacts or those kinds of connate creatures, 9 heavens spring water, bay laurel honey. Well, these are all things I like. Hee hee. The ranger felt that he was about to become autistic. Artifacts, innate creatures, Jiuxiao spring water. Ha ha ha. I know all these things and I also understand. It's not that you like it. As long as you're human you have to like it. Well, what is laurel honey? Since my sister-in-law mentioned it, it must be something that exists. It's probably something from legends or myths. In short, it's the kind that's very high-end. But I don't have any of these. I've never even heard of laurel honey. Don't tell me that I need to use a divine weapon to chase after an outstanding girl now? Then who can afford to marry a wife? The ranger drank silently, looking at Zhuo Duo with resentful eyes from time to time. In comparison, Zhuo was still better, although he was a little cheap. Zhuo Duo and the others were drinking. Although they had a lot on their minds, the atmosphere was still harmonious. On this night, the situation in Shangjing was even more turbulent. Undercurrents were surging and rising. In the eyes of ordinary people, the endless fireworks that night were just rich people playing with fireworks because they had nothing better to do. There were so many fireworks and so many patterns. Even a few million wouldn't be enough. In short, rich people really knew how to play. Treating someone to a drink was such a big deal. Ordinary people like us can only look up to them. As expected, poverty has limited our imagination. However, in the eyes of the upper echelons and the big families in Shangjing, this matter was completely different. This matter had nothing to do with acting tough. This was a signal, an attitude, an extremely arrogant and obvious declaration of their position. It was completely the Yu family announcing to the whole of Shangjing, Zhuo Duo is under my protection. Whoever dares to touch Zhuo Duo is an enemy of the Yu family. That is an enemy of the heavenly king of the right. That is an enemy of the Emperor Zhai Xing. They wanted to use the most obvious way to release the signal, arrogantly announcing it to the whole world. Whoever dares to touch Zhuo Duo, come and try it. The fireworks in the night sky were still rushing up and exploding endlessly. It was as if they wanted to use this method to dispel the darkness of Shangjing's night forever. The Wang family once again called for an emergency meeting. However, this time only the absolute core of the family could attend. The Yu family has intervened. The situation is getting worse and worse. What should we do about this matter? After the Wang family head, Wang Han, saw the sudden fireworks incident, he seemed to have aged a few years. After all, he had to face the Yu family head-on. This kind of pressure wasn't something that an ordinary person could bear. Check it out. What's going on? I want accurate information. Reporting to head, the first successor of the Yu family head, little hero Yu, met with danger when he went to the Starry Mountain Range to train. It was Zhuo Duo who saved his life. After that, little hero Yu followed Zhuo Duo all the way to the Starry Mountain Range and was able to create the Starry Mountain Range. I see. Head, what should we do about this matter? If the plan continues, we might have to go to war with the Yu family. With the Yu family's strength at its peak, how can we resist them? Wang Han let out a long sigh. His gaze was heavy as he looked into the distance. Over there, fireworks were still rising, exploding in the sky. They formed various kinds of words, rendering the entire night sky colorful and dazzling. It was as if the Yu family was standing in front of him, looking at him coldly and softly saying, "Don't move." He looked at it quietly for a long time. Finally, he closed his eyes and said softly, "There is no turning back the arrow that has been shot. Currently, only Zhuo Duo can satisfy our needs. Even if we have to go to war with the Yu family, this matter is already imperative. There is no turning back." Everyone was speechless. A few people were even puzzled. Going to war with the Yu family was something that no family in the entire Astral Souls continent dared to do. The heavenly king of the right, Emperor Zhai Xing. Just thinking about these two names, no matter who it was, would immediately dispel the idea. If the Wang family were to go against the Yu family now, there would be no other outcome. But the head. Why was he so determined? Could it be that he couldn't see the consequences? Chapter 11:17. The clan master would never be so stupid. He considered the future more thoroughly than anyone else. Then what was it? What was it that made the clan master so persistent, so stubborn, and so courageous? The plan remains unchanged. Wang Han made the final decision. Yes. Even if we have to pay the price of the entire Wang clan, as long as this matter succeeds, we will be worthy of our ancestors and future generations. Yes. Let's disperse. Clan master, there is one more thing. What is it? In the past few days, many people from Phoenix City Second High School have been attacking our Wang clan's businesses in different ways and in different fields. There were even people who tried to assassinate us. There were also many who tried to break into our house. Weren't those people sent to the judicial authorities? Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Those who were supposed to be detained have all been taken out. Oh, who did it? It's the Liu clan. The people of the Liu family suddenly intervened. All the criminals were taken out by the Liu family. Then they were released and regained their freedom. It is said that this matter was done by the Liu clan's clan master himself. Liu clan? The clan master personally took action? Wang Han turned around like a whirlwind, his eyes wide open. Why did the Liu clan take action? This? I don't know for now. What's more, since yesterday the Liu clan began to attack our related industrial chain. The Liu clan's network forces also began to cooperate with Wuxia's company to discredit us as much as possible. Just this afternoon, the sons of the Liu clan's clan master personally destroyed several of our branches. Tonight, Old Seven encountered the Liu clan's eldest brother at the entrance of Shangjing Theater. He was seriously injured on the spot. The guards fought with all their might to save Old Seven. It is said that the Liu clan's eldest brother came to stir up trouble from the beginning. Once he attacked, it was a fatal blow. If Old Seven wasn't wearing a high-level demon beast inner armor, I'm afraid. In short, the Liu clan is now showing a state of crazy biting and not hesitating to fight with us. Wang Han was silent again. The Liu clan was not ranked in the top 3 in Shangjing, but it was still ranked in the top 10. For so many years, the Liu family had been keeping a low profile. No matter how the situation changed, the Liu family rarely reacted. They just kept sending their disciples to the Sun Moon Pass to participate in the battle. From the beginning to the end, they did not reveal their strength. Even though all the major families in Shangjing knew that the Liu family was not weak, no one had ever seen them as an opponent. It would not be an exaggeration to say that they were good people for 10,000 years. But this time, why did the Liu family, who had always kept a low profile, stand out so clearly? One had to know that the fact that the clan head had personally protected the assassins who tried to assassinate the Wang family was already the most obvious signal. That was, "Your Wang family, I will definitely go against you." One had to know that as the head of the clan personally making an appearance, it basically meant that they would not rest until one of them was dead. This attitude was even more clearly expressed than the Yu family's fireworks tonight. This was because the Yu family's actions so far, in a sense, could be understood as the young family head repaying a debt of gratitude. After all, up until now the only person from the Yu family that had appeared was Xiao Yu. None of the senior members of the Yu family had appeared. If the matter had deteriorated to a certain extent, the Yu family's elders only needed to say that the young man was not sensible and was causing trouble. His actions only represented his personal wishes, and this matter could be easily covered up. After all, with the Yu family's status, they only needed an excuse to enter. If they wanted to withdraw, they only needed a way out. But the Liu family's clan head had personally made an appearance. That meant that there was no more room for negotiation. Furthermore, if one analyzed the timing of the Liu family's intervention in detail, one would find that it was earlier than the Yu family's declaration. It was even more unyielding and decisive. This was very thought-provoking. This was not taking advantage of the situation, nor was it taking advantage of the situation. It was a clear-cut attack. In other words, the Liu family did not take advantage of the situation because of the Yu family's intervention. It was completely because of their own reasons. Wang Han was silent for a moment. Then he took out his phone and called the Liu family's clan head, Liu Yingfeng. They were both clan heads of big families in Shangjing. Although they could not be considered old friends, they still had some old friendship. At the very least, they had interacted many times. They were not close, nor were they bosom buddies. However, everyone had been in Shangjing for so many years, and there was still some friendship between them. Sometimes, some matters could still be discussed over drinks at the same table. He really could not figure out why the Liu family would do this. They usually did not make any moves, but once they made a move, they went to the extreme. When did our Wang family offend you? The phone rang twice before it was connected. An indifferent voice came from the other end. Why are you calling me Clan Head Wang? Do you have any instructions? Wang Han smiled and said, Brother Liu, long time no see. I miss you, so I called to ask about you. Liu Yingfeng said indifferently, Thank you for your concern, Brother Wang. My body is still healthy. Wang Han could feel the clear alienation and indifference in the other party's voice. However, this was what he did not understand the most. In the end, how did the Wang family offend the Lu family? At this moment, the Wang family was in troubled times, and the situation was unstable. Not only was it unwise to have a big enemy like the Lu family under the tree, but it was also courting death. If it could be resolved, the Wang family would be willing to pay a considerable price. However, the crux of the problem now was that the Wang family did not know how they had offended the Lu family at all. Thinking of this, Wang Han asked straightforwardly, "Brother Lu, I really don't understand this phone call. I have to call and ask for a clear explanation. I wonder how my Wang family offended Brother Lu? Or offended the Lu family? Please tell me, Brother Lu. If I am really in the wrong, I will bring a bramble to ask for punishment and cut off the karma. If there is any misunderstanding with my relationship with Brother Lu, this old man believes that there is no misunderstanding that cannot be resolved." Wang Han directly said everything in one breath. He even lowered his posture. On the other side, the Lu family head was silent for a moment and said lightly, "Why can't I understand Brother Wang's words?" Wang Han was displeased. "Brother Lu, why do you have to speak in secret in front of an honest person? Why do you lose your dignity?" Ha ha ha. The Lu family head's laughter was heard. The phone was on speaker mode, and the Wang family members present could clearly hear that the Lu family head's laughter contained indescribable sadness, bitterness, and anger. "Wang Han, do you really want to know why I am going against you?" The Lu family head did not hide it this time and spoke rudely. He even called out his name directly, no longer hiding anything. It was an imposing manner that made it clear that he would not rest until one of them was dead. Even through the phone it was exceptionally clear. Wang Han's heart suddenly trembled and he said, "Please speak." He could not help but hold his breath, and an inexplicable ominous premonition rapidly grew in his heart. "Then I will tell you clearly." Lu Yingfeng gritted his teeth and said word by word, "Phoenix City, Huanyue's grave was dug up by your Wang family, right?" Wang Han's heart skipped a beat. "Then, what does it have to do with you?" "Ha! What does it have to do with me?" "Ha ha, Wang Han, what does it have to do with me?" "Wang Han, you son of a bitch." Lu Yingfeng suddenly did not care about his manners and cursed angrily. He said in a hoarse voice, "Wang Han, I will tell you the reason clearly. Yuanyue has another name, Lu Qianqian. She is my Lu Yingfeng's daughter. My flesh and blood. My Lu Yingfeng's youngest daughter. The daughter that I, Lu Yingfeng, owe the most in my life. My only daughter. Even when she was still alive, every time I thought of this daughter, it felt like a knife was cutting my heart. Back then, because she was plotted against, her foundation was destroyed, and her martial path came to a premature end. As her father, I could not find the spirit medicine to cure her. I was already in so much pain that I wanted to die. Now that she is dead, you actually dug up her grave so that she can't have peace after death." Lu Yingfeng gritted his teeth and said, "Wang Han, today I will tell you frankly, I Lu Yingfeng and your Wang family know. No, rest. You dug up my daughter's grave, so I will dig up your Wang family's ancestral grave." Wang Han's heart shook. So that was it. So that was the truth. Lu Yingfeng's actions could be considered to be before the Yu family officially came out to receive Zhuoxiao Duo, and it did not have much to do with Zhuoxiao Duo. Instead, he was the one who stood up for his daughter. Even at that time, Lu Yingfeng clearly knew that the Lu family was no match for the Wang family, but he still chose to come out personally. What kind of determination was this? No wonder. This was no longer a great enemy but a great enmity. Perhaps there was a chance to turn a great enemy into a friend, but how could such an irreconcilable enmity be resolved? Wang Han was shocked and asked, "He Yuanyue? Lu Qianqian? How could this be?" His mind was in a mess for a moment. Originally, if there was no incident with Hero Yu at night, this incident would not have caused too much of a shock to him. However, the Yu family was already incomparable to the declining Wang family. If there was also the Lu family, which was also one of the top 10 families and had vowed to take revenge, then the Wang family really had no chance of winning. "He Yuanyue is my daughter, Lu Qianqian." Lu Yingfeng gritted his teeth. "My Qianqian has already been buried underground, and now even after death she still can't rest in peace. When she was alive, she begged me not to expose her existence. I couldn't give her more, so I could only comply. However, I didn't expect that even after she died I, as her father, couldn't even protect her grave. Wang Han, what kind of bastards are you? And Qin Fangyang, that's my son-in-law." Lu Yingfeng laughed mournfully. "In order to fulfill my daughter's last wish, I used my connections to influence and secretly help Qin Fangyang enter the ancestral Dragon High Martial Arts School. However, I didn't expect that it would cost his life. Before my daughter died, she wrote a letter to me, asking me to take care of her lover. In the end, it was me who personally sent my son-in-law to the gates of hell. Wang Han. My Lu family. What enmity and grudge does your family have? Wang Han, you're specifically stabbing me where my heart hurts the most. Now, you actually have the face to call me and ask why? Who are you pretending to be innocent for? Do you think that you can cover the sky with one hand after digging up someone's grave and no one will ask about it? Was there no one who would back her up? How could it be so quiet and peaceful? Let me tell you, she has it. She still has her father. She still has her father. Chapter 11:18. The anger and grief from the other side came crashing down. Wang Han felt his mind was in a mess. Lu Yingfeng roared. The phone was cut off with a click. Lu Yingfeng must have either smashed the phone or crushed it in a fit of anger. Wang Han's phone was still in his hand as he stood there in a daze. The other members of the Wang clan who were also in the secret room were all dumbstruck and speechless for a long time. They understood. They completely understood. Why Qin Fangyang could enter Ancestral Dragon High School as a teacher so easily. Why He Yuanyue, an ordinary person, could single-handedly support Phoenix City's No. 2 high school and send so many talents to the astral souls. Logically speaking, even if she had the heart, she definitely did not have the financial resources to do so. Why would the Lu family bring all the people who wanted to avenge He Yuanyue? Why would the Lu family be so agitated when He Yuanyue's grave was destroyed? So that was it. This was the truth, this was reality. He Yuanyue was Lu Qianqian, the youngest daughter of the Lu family's head. She was also the apple of Lu Yingfeng's eye. Everyone knew that the Lu family was prosperous. Lu Yingfeng had a wife and more than 10 concubines. He had more than 90 sons, but he did not have a daughter. Who would have thought that He Yuanyue was the only child of the Lu family? One could imagine how precious He Yuanyue's only sister would be to the Lu family's head and the elders of the Lu family, as well as her 90 brothers. Now, their treasure was gone, and they had to dig up her grave. The Wang family naturally became the outlet for the Lu family's guilt and discomfort for nearly 100 years. Moreover, this vent was strong enough to bear all of the Lu family's anger, all of their longing, all of their guilt, all of their debt. All of it poured out. What the fuck? This is really... what the fuck? After a long time, Wang Hankai finally cursed with a twisted face. However, the strange feeling in his heart did not disappear. The bomb that had been hidden for so long and so deep was actually successfully detonated by him in such a way. What the fuck? What the fuck? How unlucky can I be? I'm just digging a random grave, but I actually poked a hornet's nest. The blue veins on Wang Han's forehead bulged out. He muttered angrily, randomly digging up a grave, and it has a relationship with the Lu family. Randomly looking for a target, and it has a relationship with the Yu family. Motherfucker, the next step is to randomly pick a person. Won't they directly pick the minister's head? This is simply absurd. Everyone, let's discuss how we should handle this matter. Although Wang Han was angry, he quickly calmed down. At such a critical juncture, being anxious and angry was the most useless emotion. Even though the Lu family had made it clear that they would not rest until one of them was dead, the strength of the Lu family was still lacking compared to the Wang family. Even if it was very troublesome to deal with and if they really fought, it would be hard to avoid serious injuries, but as long as it didn't drag on for too long, it would still be bearable. And as long as he could get through the current crisis and continue the situation until the group of dragons snatched the vein, Wang Han was confident that he could completely defeat the Lu family. At that time, even if the Lu family still didn't give up and still wanted to fight to the death with the Wang family, he believed that the higher-ups would make a choice after considering the overall situation. The Lu family has already made it clear that they are enemies with the Wang family. We have to file a record with the higher-ups first. Wang Han said faintly, Wang Jun, go to the High Martial Affairs Bureau and make it clear that there may be a fight with the Lu family. The Lu family is very likely to use a similar method to challenge us to force us to make a move. Why? Wang Jun was obviously puzzled by the clan master's judgment. This kind of thing had happened many times before. Since when did it need to be filed? Time is not on my side. Now is a delicate time when the higher-ups are dissatisfied with the Wang family. If they suddenly intervene during the fight and take everyone away with the crime of breaking public order, the aftermath will be troublesome. If it really comes to that step, I estimate that the Lu family will be able to come out quickly, but our Wang family may not. Wang Han said, "Now is a time of trouble. It is more appropriate to plan ahead and prepare more. Since we can't avoid going against the Lu family, then we should prepare in advance. Don't give people with ulterior motives an excuse." Understood. Wang Jun sighed, appearing to be in an exceptionally heavy mood. Since when did a noble family with 10,000 years of glory have to be so careful and tiptoe? Now, it was indeed a precarious situation. Similarly, our branches and related enterprises in various places may be attacked by the Lu family. File all of them, just like how we dealt with the students from Phoenix City Second High School. It's just that the strength of the response needs to be deeper. File all the possible emergencies that may occur. It's better to prevent trouble before it happens. Understood, Clan Master. Everyone can see that the current Wang family is in a precarious situation. Many people no longer have scruples about our war god family. Wang Han faintly smiled. Although the current situation can be said to be extremely rare since the establishment of the Wang clan, it is not as if the Wang clan has not experienced similar situations and great waves. After 10,000 years, the Wang clan has always been the Wang clan, and will still be the Wang clan. This is just a small setback. What we have to do first is not to panic. That's right. That's right. Clan Master, we understand. When has our Wang family ever been afraid of anyone or any family? Just do it. The meeting was about to end. Suddenly, his phone vibrated and a message came in. Clan Master, the fourth son of the Lu family wants to challenge the fifth master. The reason is to settle the old score from 5 years ago. Currently, a letter of challenge has been sent. The location is set at the military platform in the north of the city. Wang Han glanced at it and smiled faintly. The Lu family has sent a letter of challenge. As he spoke, he let everyone take a look. His actions were calm, as if everything was under his control. Everyone prostrated themselves in admiration. The clan master just said that the Lu family might use the method of a challenge to provoke and start a fight. His words were still in their ears and the challenge came. As expected, it was a divine strategy. Was amazing. Clan Master, is the fifth son going to accept the challenge? Of course, informed the fifth son. Not only must he go, but he must also win cleanly. In this battle, all the people from the Lu family, including the fourth son of the Lu family, are not allowed to leave. Wang Han said faintly, "We must use thunderous means to eradicate them in one fell swoop. Even if we have to pay a price, we can accept it. Since they dare to touch the tiger's whiskers of the Wang family, they must pay the corresponding price." Understood. Remember to be wary of ambushes. Understood. Then let's go. Duo unhurriedly flipped through the files that the ranger had given him. The last 2 pages of the file were the records of the strength possessed by the Wang family. The content was especially detailed. Dao integration experts. On the surface, the Wang family has 2 Dao integration ancestors. Previously, the experts who had broken through to the Dao integration stage had all had official funerals, but they were probably still alive. The so-called funerals were just a smokescreen used by the Wang family to hide their strength. In this way, if the Wang family's Dao integration experts had not really died in the past 3,000 years, then there would be 6 of them, including 2 genius-level Dao integration pinnacle stage, 2 genius-level high-level Dao integration pinnacle stage, and 2 normal-level Dao integration pinnacle stage. In addition, 3,500 years ago, the 2 Dao integration experts of the Wang family had a decisive battle with someone on the Thousand-Ceasing Peak. In the end, they self-destructed and perished together with the enemy. Not even their corpses were left. This battle is verified to be real, but the so-called self-destruction may not be real. We cannot rule out the possibility that it was an act. If it was an act, then the Wang family might have 8 Dao integration experts. Moreover, these 2 were especially powerful and had reached the legendary Dao integration pinnacle stage. We cannot rule out the possibility that they had already broken through. Also note, at that time the 2 heavenly kings of the Wu people led 8 Dao integration shaman generals to invade. Their purpose was to let the 8 Dao integration experts break through in the battle. At that time, there was a shortage of manpower at the border, so we urgently transferred high-level inland cultivators to participate in the battle. At that time, the Wang family claimed that the 2 ancestors had perished together with the enemy and were unable to assist in the battle. However, there was no evidence to support this claim. We suspect that they were avoiding the battle. If they were really avoiding the battle, then the total number of Dao integration experts in the Wang family would be 2 more. The ranger also craned his neck to look at this line and sneered. The Wang family really has many experts. Up until now, RU family has only had one Dao integration stage patriarch at a time, yet the Wang family has so many. This is truly a spectacle. Zhou Xiaoduo replied indifferently, they only have 2 Dao integration experts on the surface. How is that many? The fatso clicked his tongue. Who would believe that? Only an idiot would believe that. The Wang family has developed a case of persecutory paranoia in recent years. They always feel that others are trying to harm them. Thus they are extremely cautious. They can only sleep peacefully with Dao integration stage experts watching over them. Their paranoia has already reached its final stages. There's no saving them. The ranger's tone was unusually harsh as he spoke of the Wang family. Zhou Xiaoduo chuckled and continued to look at the number of Flying Heaven Realm experts that the Wang family had on the surface. The information regarding the Flying Heaven Realm cultivators became more and more detailed. Their names, ages, lives, and deeds, including how many times they had suppressed their cultivation base before breaking through, how old they were at the return to profound stage, how long they had been stuck at the Flying Heaven Realm, and how many times they had suppressed their cultivation base. 67 Flying Heaven Realm cultivators. Zhou Xiaoduo was astonished. That many? How many Flying Heaven Realm experts can an army possibly have? The ranger replied, Boss, look carefully at the information regarding their identities. Most of the information here has been erased by the fact that they are adopted or adopted children. The Wang clan is a meritorious clan, so they are allowed to retain their strength to protect the clan. This is a rule set by the country, and it is also a privilege given to meritorious clans. It is similar to how they raise private soldiers in novels. The Wang family is taking advantage of this loophole. Chapter 11:19. Zhou Xiaoduo frowned. Is this number accurate? It's at least 90% accurate. At the very least, all the veteran ascension experts are included here. It's just that it's relatively unclear if they've made a breakthrough in the past 5 years. This is because cultivators who have just broken through the bottleneck of the Ascension realm have to go into seclusion for a period of time to stabilize their realm. Usually, a breakthrough on the battlefield takes about 3 months to stabilize. This is because at that time, many of them will be injured and will easily fall back to their original realm. The Wang clan is the most cowardly and afraid of death. Naturally, they'll be even more cautious about this. They'll settle down for 3 to 5 years, and even wait until they've reached the intermediate level of the Ascension realm or are close to it before they can feel at ease. Therefore, in these 5 years, as long as they don't show themselves, it's naturally impossible to calculate. However, according to probability, this number of 37, if at most 10 more were to be added to it, it would already be incredible. After some consideration, he lowered the number of Wang clan's flying heavens to this number. This has been revised. The wanderer pondered for a moment and said, I can guarantee that this number is not missing at all. Right, I don't know if it's because the Wang clan doesn't care about their own cultivation realm, but according to the data, almost none of the members of the Wang clan have suppressed their cultivation realm more than 7 times in the Guixian realm. The first 4 have suppressed their Ascension realm 7 times, while the others have suppressed their Ascension realm 6 times or 5 times. The last one has suppressed his Ascension realm 2 times. This one is the most unlucky one. It said that he got too excited when he was having sex with a new concubine and suddenly broke through. It said that after breaking through that night, the female martial artist was crushed into a meat patty by the overflowing True Yuan and became a joke. The wanderer's smile was very wretched. Zhou Xiaoyan blushed. She rolled her eyes at this guy and turned her face away. Zhou Xiaoduo was in high spirits. Oh, there's such a thing? Tell me in detail. I love this kind of gossip the most. Tell me in detail. Before he finished speaking, a bone-piercing pain came from his thigh. Zhou Xiaoduo opened his mouth wide. It was so painful that his tongue stiffened in his mouth. His whole body was stiff and trembling slightly. Zhou Xiaoyan had gathered her spiritual energy and pinched his thigh hard. This pinch was merciless. Even with Zhou Xiaoduo's well-honed body, he could not withstand it and almost screamed out loud. Seeing this scene, the wandering hero was so scared that his face turned pale. He hurriedly shut his mouth, afraid that he would be implicated and suffer an unexpected calamity. Zhou was already in such a state. If it were her own small arms and legs, she would be lucky to have one of them twisted off. She would also be frozen into powder the moment Zhou touched her. Zhou Xiaoyan finally loosened her grip and snorted heavily. Zhou Xiaoduo's hands quickly rubbed his thighs. The ranger lowered his head and slurped down a bowl of kanji. Oh my god. It must hurt a lot. But I can't laugh. I must not laugh. If I laugh now, I might not have the chance to laugh again in the future. The meal in the heavenly palace lasted for a long time. The three of them chatted and ate, accompanied by the endless fireworks outside. It was not until 2 hours later that it gradually came to an end. The last 2 bottles of the heavenly spirit wine that the ranger had brought were now finished. The phone suddenly rang. The ranger did not hesitate and quickly picked it up. He did not have any intention of avoiding Zhuo Duo. The other side of the phone seemed to say something very hurriedly. The ranger listened calmly and finally replied, "Okay, I got it." He hung up the phone and said to Zhuo Duo, "There's something interesting going on tonight. I think Zhuo will be interested." Zhuo Duo held the wine glass and turned it in his hand. "Oh? What's so interesting?" According to the latest news, the 4th son of the Lu family is going to challenge the 5th son of the Wang family tonight. It's said that they want to settle an old score from a few years ago. The life and death match will be held at the Dingjun stage in the north of the city. The little fatty chuckled and said, "The Lu family, who never liked to compete, has really gone crazy this time. It's a feeling of anger that has been suppressed for decades suddenly erupting. It's scary." Zhuo Duo took a deep breath. The Lu family? They took the initiative to challenge the Wang family? His gaze became serious and he said slowly, "Why? There has to be a reason, right?" It's said that old Principal He Yuanyue is actually the youngest daughter of the head of the Lu family. The ranger narrowed his eyes and said, "I've already asked them to gather information about this. There will be a report soon." Zhuo Duo breathed a sigh of relief and looked out the window saying, "So, that's it." His thoughts drifted away in an instant. He vaguely remembered that He Yuanyue's real name was Lu Chanxian. It turned out that the respectable old man was actually from such a prestigious family. But this also explained why the old principal had nurtured so many successful students. It was possible that the Lu family had secretly contributed to this. How could there be no reason for every bird to peck? 10 minutes later, a new document was sent to the ranger's phone. The ranger opened it and handed it to Zhuo Duo without even looking at it. Inside was an extremely detailed introduction of He Yuanyue, from her birth to her death, from her identity as a noble daughter of the Lu family, to how she met Qin Fangyang, to how she was plotted against, how she faked her death, hid her identity, and went to Phoenix City to spend the rest of her life. Everything that happened in her life was recorded in detail. He Yuanyue's real name was Lu Chanxian. She was the youngest and only daughter of the head of the Lu family, Lu Yingfeng. She had a good aptitude since she was young. When she grew up, she entered the High Martial Arts Academy to gain experience. She was betrayed and seriously injured. The Lu family tried their best to find the elixir but to no avail. After waiting for a few years, Lu Chanxian finally knew that there was no hope. She chose to fake her death and part ways with her lover. She went to Phoenix City and established the second high school in He Yuanyue's name. Principal He refused all help from his family. He was even more afraid that Qin Fangyang would find him because of his family, so he begged his family not to contact him. The Lu family was still secretly investing 5 billion in Phoenix City's second high school under the guise of charity. They also secretly sent experts to take care of it. When Qin Fangyang came to Phoenix City to become a teacher, He Yuanyue was afraid of being exposed and forced the Lu family to withdraw. When He Yuanyue passed away, the head of the Lu family and his wife rushed to Phoenix City and stayed there for 15 days. Finally, they found an opportunity to visit their daughter's grave in the pouring rain. It was night and the rain was pouring, but there was no water around He Yuanyue's grave until the wind stopped and the rain stopped. Later, because of He Yuanyue's last wish, the Lu family secretly helped Qin Fangyang enter the ancestral Dragon High School and planned to fight for the heritage, fulfilling He Yuanyue's last wish. Among the 3 people who secretly plotted against He Yuanyue and Qin Fangyang, 2 of them were killed by Qin Fangyang. The 3rd person was under the surveillance of the Lu family. At first, the Lu family intended to let Qin Fangyang take revenge personally. However, when the news of Qin Fangyang's death spread, that person was personally executed by the head of the Lu family. When they heard that He Yuanyue's grave was destroyed, the entire Lu family was filled with anger and started a secret investigation. Until Zhuo's company launched an action to denounce the Wang family. After many investigations, the Lu family finally targeted the Wang family for revenge. After confirming that they were enemies, the Lu family immediately took action and targeted them from all sides. A group of students who graduated from the second high school rushed to Shangjing to seek revenge for He Yuanyue. As the Wang family did not dare to kill them, they only captured them and sent them to the law office. The Liu family immediately took action and came forward to take all of them out. After treating them, they let them go. Liu Yingfeng once said very frankly that this was not to buy people's hearts to strengthen their foundation, but for Principal He. Principal He students should not be killed unjustly. Everyone was voluntarily treated and settled down. They did not ask for any requests. Their only request was, could they write down their past contact with Principal He? There were more than 90 men in the Liu family. Except for the 40 at the Sun Moon Pass and the 20 that had already passed away, there were still 30 men at home. From all directions, online and offline, business competition, assassination, face-to-face battle, directly destroying the scene. They used all kinds of methods and unscrupulous methods to carry out crazy revenge on the Wang family. Revenge for my little sister. This was the voice of the Liu family. My little sister is dead. Qin Fangyang is also dead. My little sister's secret, the secret that made us feel sad and guilty for decades, we finally don't have to keep it a secret anymore. The Liu family only felt a breath that had been suppressed for decades suddenly released. That was an extreme emotion mixed with infinite hatred in the heart. There must be a target to vent it on. The Wang family. If this anger could not burn the Wang family to the ground, then it would burn the Liu family to the ground. Zhou Xiaoyan and Zhou Xiaoduo watched quietly. Both of them felt that their hearts were beating fast. It was a kind of indescribable warm excitement. Zhou Xiaoyan said softly, the old principal has students all over the world and the Phoenix Pulse Soul Empress. With the emergence of geniuses like you, the old principal's reputation has been rising in the whole continent. But the Liu family has never made any sound before. Zhou Xiaoduo nodded slowly. He understood Zhou Xiaoyan's meaning immediately. The Liu family did not intend to use He Yuanyue's reputation to gain any benefits. They just silently gave, silently protected, silently took care of, and silently watched from afar. Finally today they began their earth-shattering revenge. This was enough to prove their integrity and their original intentions. The Liu family. What is this family like? Is there corruption? Are they using their power for personal gain? Let's not talk about those first. At least for now they have done this with a clear conscience. Zhou Xiaoduo said in a rare deep voice, in particular, we can't deny that the Liu family has done us and the entire Phoenix City a favor. Zhou Xiaoyan was quiet, the corner of her mouth holding a smile. You mean to be honest? It won't be right if we don't join in the fun tonight. Zhou Xiaoduo laughed, I still like to watch the fun. You also like to join in the fun. The ranger narrowed his eyes and smiled, Zhua and I have the same temper. I also like to watch the fun and I like to join in the fun even more. Chapter 11:20. Then what are we waiting for? What time is the appointment? It's 1 o'clock in the middle of the night. It's not even 11 o'clock yet. There's still plenty of time. Sai, let's go first. We're the ones who arrived first. Whatever happens later, those who arrive first will naturally have a share. The three of them stood up immediately. On the side, the Yu family's guards were dumbfounded again. What kind of godly operation was this? Those who arrive first will naturally have a share? That made sense. Weren't they just helping the Liu family to step on the Wang family? How could they say that? Why did they want to go and watch the show? Was this kind of show something that could be watched casually? Not to mention others, how could Zhu just watch the show? This guy's murderous aura was so thick that his face could not be seen clearly. When he went, he would definitely make a move. Once he made a move, it would be a killing move. Look at your bootlicker face. Needless to say, as long as you go, we will definitely make a move together with Zhua. The point was not that you make a move, but if you make a move, would we be able to stay idle? We have to make a move together with you. And the result of this move would not be a battle between the Liu family and the Wang family. The Yu family was originally here to watch the show. Their position was neutral. But with your interference, it was tantamount to playing the role of the protagonist. What the hell? Young master, this is a dangerous place. Ahem, I hope you will reconsider. The guard leader reminded him in a very reserved manner. It's okay. With me, Zhua, and sister-in-law here, nothing will happen to me. I'm very safe. Cough cough. This is a matter of great importance to both families. It's easy to stir up a lot of trouble and follow up. It's okay. Is our Yu family afraid of trouble? What kind of trouble can't our Yu family handle? But what's there to but about? If you're afraid, go back first. I'll go with Zwa. Zwa's sister-in-law will naturally protect me. The guard was completely speechless. Is this what you're talking about? Go back? Who are you? Who are we? You, the young master, rushed to the front line. As guards, we have to go back? Was this even a problem? We have to go. The guard leader said helplessly, protecting you is our duty. Look. You also said that I have to go, so how can I not go? Little hero, you said, I have to go with you. You don't trust me and I don't trust you to go alone. The guard leader's face was so dark that it couldn't get any darker. He didn't feel well at all. Is that how you interpret it? How did it become my responsibility when your upper and lower lips touched? Young master, I'm not. Understood. Let's go now. The earlier we get there, the better place to watch the show. The little fatty stood up without hesitation. Zhuxiaoduo's group brought along the 4 guards and left the Sky Palace as if they were flying. Before he left, little fatty reminded him, don't stop the fireworks. Keep them going until dawn. The boss of Heaven Palace agreed readily. This was a small matter. The Dingjun platform on the other side was a huge square. In the past, this place was used for the ceremony of swearing an army to go to war. That was why it was called the Dingjun platform. It was also the military's territory. However, with the increasing modernization, there were fewer and fewer occasions that required everyone to come for swearing an army. There was no need for such a big place for training. Not only had part of the place been greened, some rockery decorations had also been piled up. Gradually, it became a place for sightseeing. Especially for some of the rich second-generation's racing battles, they would prioritize this place. The place was big and spacious. Zhuxiaoduo and the other 4 arrived quickly. It was not even 11:30 yet. It was still far from the appointed time of the Liu and Wang families. Over there. Little Fatty saw the tallest rockery and ran over excitedly with a few people. This place had a high vantage point. It was the best place to watch the show. No, it was the best place to watch the battle. In the end, they went over to take a look. Fuck. Little hero, you said angrily, what does it have to do with your family? Why are you here so early to occupy this place? Who are you trying to ambush? It turned out that this place had already been taken by someone else. When the young man who had taken the lead saw Little Hero Yu's arrival, his face instantly twisted. He obviously knew Little Hero Yu. When the other party saw Little Hero Yu, he did not dare to delay. He stood up and said, Young Master Yu, what are you doing here? I'm here to watch the show. I think this place is pretty good. It's just that there are a lot of people. Can you guys change to another place? Little Fatty said matter-of-factly. Cough. All right. The person did not hesitate at all. He quickly led his people away. Thanks a lot. I'll treat you to a meal when I'm free, Little Hero Yu shouted. Which family are they from? Zhuxiaoduo asked. They're from the Wu family. Little Fatty said, they must be here to watch the show. The show will definitely be exciting. We're not the only ones who want to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Zhuxiaoduo was speechless. Were all the aristocratic families in Shangjing so free? A battle to the death between 2 families, and there were actually, so many people watching. Because, after the Wu family left, they did not leave the place. Instead, they retreated to a few trees. However, when they chose a few large trees with dense foliage and huge canopies to climb up, they immediately started arguing. There were already many people hiding in the canopies. Seeing that the Wu family had chosen more than 10 trees in succession, and there were actually people on them. Zhuxiaoduo directly became Spartan. How many aristocratic families were watching from the sidelines? Did they really think they were watching a show? Even if the 2 trees were a family, after the series of events just now, at least 10 families would be watching from the sidelines. This. Little Hero Yu was also speechless. Seeing that the 6 people from the Wu family could not find a place to hide, they actually turned back and found a small rockery next to the largest rockery to lean on. Little Hero Yu could not help but ask, who are they? So many people? Are they all so free? That person from the Wu family sounded very depressed. Except for the Wang family and the Liu family, the top 10 families are basically all here. Is it really that popular? Little Hero Yu, what are they all here for? I don't know, probably a few families are going to take action. What about your Wu family? Our Wu family will see the situation and respond accordingly. Not only Zhuxiaoduo and Zhuxiaoyan were dumbfounded, but even Little Hero Yu was confused. Judging from the Wu family's tone, see the situation? See what situation? How would they respond to the situation? Was he planning to make a move as well? Little Hero Yu scratched his head, and so did Little Hero Zwa. They originally wanted to secretly watch the show and join in the fun, but in the end, it directly looked like a sea of people. So far, this battle between the main characters and the future had forcibly created a feeling of a popular celebrities concert. The main characters had not yet arrived, but the audience was already full. Chapter 11:21. The Lu and Wang families are really popular. Zhou Xiaoduo sighed. According to the time, they had already arrived very early. Who would have thought that they would be the last to arrive among the crowd? That he was really speechless about this. However, with a local gangster like the wandering hero accompanying them, the result was always good. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, midnight had already passed. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A series of figures flew over at high speed in the air like big birds. There were 10 people in a row, each of them full of energy and good cultivation. The person in the lead had a square face and was tall and burly. He looked to be about 27 or 28 years old, and there was a hint of anger on his face that could not be erased. After that person arrived, he first bowed in a circle and said loudly, "There are many spectators today. I, Lu Laosi, would like to greet all of you. This battle is to settle an old score with the Wang family from a few years ago. I would like to ask all of you to be a witness." There were people in the shadows, on the rockery, on the big trees, and in the pits. Everyone responded, "You're too kind, Master Lu. Don't worry about it. We've made a bet. Lu Laosi, don't let us lose money. Remember to say hi if you can't win." Zhou Xiaoduo was even more dumbfounded. This atmosphere. It's like a concert. Zhou Xiaoyan was also puzzled. Since those people are going to speak, what's the point of hiding in advance? It's better to just stand there and watch. The wandering hero explained, "If you stand out and show your face, if this matter gets out of hand, some things are better known than seen. If you hide something, you can deny it. Even if things get out of hand, you can still say that you didn't go." I didn't know that. Zhou Xiaoduo also felt incredulous. People in the capital really know how to play. I'm really a country bumpkin. At this moment, there was a whistling sound from another direction. In a flash, the people from the Wang family also rushed over. The Wang clan's group also consisted of 10 people, and their leader was the Wang clan's 5th master. Both sides had the same combat strength, with a fairy leading the team and 9 peak returnants profound realm experts. There were rules for a duel. The 10 of them fought a bloody battle with no regard for life or death. This was the rule of the battle between the aristocratic families and Shangjing. Both sides only sent 10 people. There were 4 people behind the Lu family, but they were just ordinary inner core realm cultivators. There were also 4 people behind the Wang family. They were here to collect the corpses. Their cultivation was relatively weak, and they were not included in the battle prowess. Since they had come to the final battle, they had to be prepared to die here. They had to prepare people to collect their corpses in advance so that they wouldn't all die and have their corpses exposed in the wilderness. Zhou Xiaoyan looked at the Liu family's 4th son, who seemed to be only 27 or 28 years old. She could not help but sigh and say, "This man from the Liu family is the old principal's 4th brother. The old principal has 99 brothers. Since he is the 4th, he should be at least 200 years old, right? Why does he look so young?" Sigh. Zhou Xiaoduo was really upset at this moment. She thought of Hiyuanyua's wrinkled skin and white hair, and then looked at her 4th brother who was so young. God knows how much the old principal has endured. Zhou Xiaoduo took a deep breath. On the battlefield. Liu Laosi. The Wang clan's 5th master was wearing a royal blue robe. He raised his head and looked at the opposite side with disdain. "Liu Jingyun, are you so impatient to die? Duelha. 4 years ago you didn't get beaten enough?" Liu Laosi said indifferently, "The duel has already been decided. There is no need to say anything more. This duel will determine victory and defeat as well as life and death. Wang Wu, let's fight." At this moment, there was only blood in his eyes. He looked up at Wang Wu and said indifferently, "Your Wang clan is crazy. You dug up my sister's grave. Today is just the beginning of this debt. Let's settle it bit by bit. Today either you die or I die." The Wang clan's 5th master narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, "Since you are so close to your sister, then I will be merciful today and send you to meet your sister. I will let you and your sister reunite in the netherworld. You won't be lonely in the netherworld." Send you to meet your sister. These words caused Liu Xingyun's eyes to suddenly become filled with rage and grief. Clang. A long saber was unsheathed. He gritted his teeth and said, "Come on." "Why, just the two of us?" The Wang clan's fifth master mocked. "Do you know the rules?" Liu Xingyun laughed loudly. "Who will take the first victory?" Behind him, an old man in his 50s stepped out slowly. "Fourth master, I will take the first round." On the opposite side, a thin middle-aged man in his 40s revealed a cold smile on his face. He also took a step forward. "Fifth master, I will take the first round." Wang Wu gave the same cold smile and waved his hand to stop him, saying, "Liu Xingyun, today you only brought 10 people?" Liu Xingyun said sarcastically, "Wang Benren, could it be that your Wang clan only brought 20 people?" Wang Benren chuckled and said, "That's all I have to say. Let's begin." Before he finished speaking, the two people who had already appeared rushed up like a whirlwind. Then they tangled together in a desperate posture. The moment these two people made their move, it was an extreme tactic of fighting speed with their lives on the line. This kind of fighting method was rare even in this kind of place with the title of decisive battle. It was because everyone was old acquaintances. Although Shangjing was big, there were only so many super clans and people in these super clans. In the past, even if they didn't agree with each other and fought, they would often hold back. Even if they really saw blood, they would stop at the last moment and not go too far. It was precisely because of this that they were very familiar with each other's routines. At this moment, the life and death battle was exceptionally fierce. The two people jumped up and down, stirring up the wind and whistling. In the dark night sky, it was as if the gates of hell had opened and thousands of ghosts had come out. Behind Wang Benren, a middle-aged man came out with a sword and sneered, "Opposite Liu clan, come out and die." With a long whistle, a man in black rushed out from behind Liu Xingyun without saying a word and attacked. Another pair. Then the remaining people of the two clans began to fight each other. New and old grudges were all settled today. Survival of the fittest, survival of the fittest, survival of the fittest. After a while, only Liu Xingyun and Wang Benren were left in the field who hadn't made a move. The 18 of them shouted loudly as they fought fiercely against each other. Both sides understood their positions and had already decided to fight to the death. Even if there were people around watching the battle, both sides didn't care. They only had eyes for each other and the decisive battle. The hero frowned and said, "So what do you think?" Zuoxiaoduo frowned at this moment. There was no other reason. It was because in Zuoxiaoduo's view the Liu clan now had the overall upper hand, and it was in every pair. But this result, at least logically, should never have happened. The two sides agreed to fight. The Liu clan took the initiative, and the Wang clan accepted the challenge. Both sides' positions were clear and difficult to reconcile. This battle was a fight to the death. Since the Wang clan accepted the challenge, they had a similar understanding of each other's strength. They had considered the combat forces sent out. How could such a one-sided situation occur? Especially when the battle was one-sided, the leader of the Wang clan, Lord Wang Wu, was still smiling. Calm and unhurried? This was outrageous, absolutely unreasonable. Wang Benren said indifferently, "LV Xingyun, you've really come prepared today. You've actually given each of us a precious treasure like the Immortal Ascension pill? You're really generous." LV Xingyun said lightly, "To deal with your Wang clan, I don't need to ruin the future of my 9 brothers." He slowly pulled out his sword and blood appeared in his eyes. He said, "Wang Benren, now only you and I are free. Did you come here just to say some meaningless words? Or are you counting on your eloquence to compete with me?" Wang Benren laughed and slowly pulled out his long sword. The long sword in the scabbard violently rubbed against the scabbard and immediately made a sound like a dragon's roar, shaking the night sky. The sound spread far and wide. He smiled sinisterly. "LV Xingyin, since you can't wait to meet your sister Huang Quan, how can I not fulfill your wish?" He suddenly waved his hand and shouted, "LV Xingyin, today we'll settle the old and new grudges." From his tone, it seemed that he was going to rush up and fight. LV Xingyun roared and leaped into the air, about to use the LV clan's secret sword. The LV clan had always been famous for their secret sword techniques, but this fourth master LV used a sword. He used the sword as a sword and used the sword as a sword. Just as the two sides were about to engage in battle, the curtains to the final battle were about to be drawn. However, at this moment 10 figures flashed across the sky like lightning, and a loud laughter suddenly rang out, "Lord Wang Wu, please give this battle to our Zhong clan." As he spoke, A long sword flashed and was already at LV Jingyun's neck. LV Jingyun waved his sword to block and smiled coldly as if he was not surprised. Zhong Qinghuan, your Zhong clan has come in after all. Zhong Qinghuan pressed his sword and said with a sinister smile, you sent letters of challenge to both our clans at the same time. LV Jingyun, you're quite bold. LV Jingyun said angrily, what is your Zhong clan? Is it worth our LV clan to send a letter of challenge? Zhong Qinghuan said, LV Jingyun, you sent a letter of challenge and saw that the situation was critical, but you refused to admit it. You're so shameless. As he spoke, he and Wang Benren attacked at the same time. The tide-like attacks pressed LV Jingyun until he couldn't breathe. A loud laugh sounded. Wang Benren, you sent a letter of challenge to my Wu clan first, but you sent a letter of challenge to the LV clan later. Who dares to challenge you? The 6 people from the Wu clan who had offended the wandering hero jumped out together and joined the battle without any explanation. The situation of the battle changed again. Wu Yunhao, the one who sent you a letter of challenge is me, Yin Jipeng. Don't find the wrong opponent. In the shadows, another clan's people rushed out. Almost at the same time, people began to emerge from the tree like dumplings. Yin Jipeng, you dare to challenge my Lu clan? Watch out for my sword. LV Jingyun, you dare to challenge my Huangfu clan, but you sneaked here. The battlefield, which was originally only 20 people, suddenly expanded to more than 300 people in the blink of an eye. All the participants were fighting in pairs, fighting to the death. Everyone's eyes were red, but their mouths were constantly shouting words that even they themselves didn't believe. You sent me a letter of challenge, I'm coming. Since it's a duel, why do you have to invite others? You're too shameless. LV Jingyun, how many clans did you invite? Didn't you only invite me? My Shin clan didn't do anything to you. Why do you want a duel? Since you want a duel, don't be a coward. Come and fight. It's useless to say more. Let's see who's the real deal. Since it's a duel, it's also a duel of life and death. Not only Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan, but the wandering hero was also stunned by this scene. No wonder my dad always says that I look mischievous, but when it comes to the thickness of my skin, I'm far from qualified. It turns out that it's true. I'm indeed thin-skinned, the little fatty muttered to himself with his eyes wide open. Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan felt that their horizons had been broadened today. So this was how the big clans of Shangjing fought. There was no need for any reason or evidence. If they wanted to join the battle, they just had to shout, "Why did you offend me?" Then they could go up. As for the reason, right or wrong, what were those? I've lived long enough to see that justice is in the heart, and right or wrong is determined by strength. Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan's hearts were tumbling. The big clans of Shangjing were indeed old clans. They had truly carried out the word strength is king, to the extreme, vividly and incisively. Tonight's battle seemed to be a chaotic one, and it had already become a farce. However, it was still a decisive battle that could kill people. Every clan had prepared something like a letter of challenge early on as evidence. After tomorrow's battle, even if the Imperial Security Bureau came looking for trouble, they could use it face to face. It was someone else who challenged them to a duel. How could they be afraid of a battle? Even if they didn't want to fight, they couldn't lower their clan's reputation. Since it was for the sake of their clan's reputation, the clan would naturally use their strength to smooth things over. As for who was right, who was wrong, and who was wronged, was that important? The little fatty held a jade pendant in his hand. It was a protective jade pendant given to him by his clan. Once his life was in danger, his ancestor's spiritual will would instantly transform into an incarnation to take action. The little fatty chose a rock and covered himself tightly. Suddenly he roared, "Ouch! Fuck! Someone actually plotted against me. Wang Benren, you're courting death." As he spoke, he ordered, "Come, quickly take revenge for me. Destroy all these people from the Wang clan." The hidden weapon just now was released by someone from the Wang clan. Otherwise it would be the Huangfu clan, the Shin clan, the Yin clan, the Zhou clan or the Zhong clan. In short, these few clans are the biggest suspects. Sneak attacking the future head of the Yu clan means that they are enemies with the Yu clan. We can't let them off easily. Quickly take action and take revenge for me. They actually dared to hit me, they really have guts. Chapter 11:22. The little fatty screamed shrilly. His voice, his expression, and his feeling made those who didn't know better think that he had been ambushed or seriously injured. The Yu family's 4 guards looked at the lively little fatty and their faces instantly darkened. But now that things had come to this, who didn't understand what was going on? Our young clan lord is determined to intervene. If we insist on not intervening, I'm afraid that this guy will rush up by himself. If they wasted a divine sense jade pendant because of such a trivial matter. No matter how the four of them planned, the result was a waste of a divine sense jade pendant. What reward or punishment the young clan master would receive would be discussed later. The four of them were doomed. How dare you assassinate the young clan master of the Yu clan? Give me your life. The four of them raised their arms and flew into the air. They were like four giant rocks as they flew into the battlefield. With a few bangs, a few people were sent flying out of the battlefield. But the four of them still held back. They only knocked the people unconscious and didn't kill them. As the personal guards of the future clan master of the Yu clan, their strength couldn't be underestimated. If they went all out, not many people present could take them head-on. But even if they didn't kill, it didn't mean that others would be merciful. Zuoxiaoduo also rushed out and shouted, "How dare you offend us? Wang clan and Zhong clan." As he shouted, the long sword in his hand became sharper. He rushed into the battlefield with extreme speed and cut off the heads of the people who were knocked unconscious. Taking advantage of the situation, a sword chi shot out like a waterfall. Of the two Qin family cultivators in the lead, one was cut in half at the waist while the other's head flew into the air. Zuoxiaoduo didn't stop after his successful attack. He waved his left hand and little stars that couldn't be seen in the dark night splashed out. It was the starry sky indestructible stone six-pointed star. But this time, its target was the Astral Soul's human clan. Puff puff puffed up. More than a dozen people screamed and staggered that in the blink of an eye, two rays of light, one white and one black, suddenly rushed out from Zuoxiaoduo's body. All the damaged souls in the square were swept clean. At the same time, a bone-chilling coldness suddenly rose from the ground, and a layer of white frost quickly spread. Zuoxiaoyan was like a fairy from the ninth heaven, with endless frost flowing all over her body. She arrived in front of LV Jingyun with her spirit-snatching sword pointed forward, nailing it on Wang Binren's sword opposite her. In an instant, a wave of extreme cold rushed in. But at first contact, Wang Binren turned pale with fright. His right hand couldn't hold onto the long sword, and even his elbow was frozen stiff. There was even a wisp of icy coldness that rushed through his meridians and into his heart. As he retreated, he exclaimed, "It's the spiritual thought goddess." There was fear in his voice, but there was also a hint of surprise. Zuoxiaoduo and Zuoxiaoyan looked at each other. They both knew what was going on. The other party had set up such a trap and used the opportunity of the Lu family's battle. How could they not set up a trap to deal with the two of them? This was something that he had expected. Zuoxiaoyan's sword was not finished, and Zhong Qinghuan, who rushed up to block, was sent flying 8 meters away. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and when he spat on the ground, he had already turned into an icicle. With a flash of sword light, she chased after Wang Binren again. The two mystical cultivators of the Wang family desperately tried to snatch it, but they were directly turned into two ice sculptures by Zuoxiaoyan's sword. They didn't even stop her for a moment. But a graceful figure passed between the two, and with a crisp crash, the two ice sculptures turned into pink ice chips on the ground. They died without an intact body and not even bones were left. The two souls that had just perished floated out. While the two souls were still in a daze and couldn't believe that they had already perished, two streaks of light, one white and one black, flashed past like dragons. The two souls completely disappeared without a trace. Obviously, dying without an intact body and bones was not the end. There was also the destruction of the soul beyond redemption. The tip of the spirit-snatching sword flashed with cold light, staring at Wang Binren. If Zuoxiaoyan wanted to kill him immediately, Wang Binren would have died long ago. However, Zuoxiaoyan wanted to use Wang Binren to find the Wang family and kill the people who were helping the Wang family. After all, regardless of whether they were friend or foe, they were all dressed in black. Perhaps they had their own way of distinguishing, but Zuoxiaoyan didn't know the details. She was afraid that she would kill the wrong person, so she only chased after Wang Binren. And the people who were helping Wang Binren were definitely enemies. Otherwise, with Wang Binren's strength and cultivation, how could he resist Zuoxiaoyan's sword attack? In a flash, two more mystical cultivators of the Wang family barely avoided their opponents and came to help with injuries. Zuoxiaoyan chased after them, and the frost sword chi burned again, freezing the two people who came to help into ice sculptures again. The two of them were only at the mystical realm, and they were also injured, so their combat strength was inevitably reduced. Even if they had the heart to risk their lives, how could they resist Zuoxiaoyan's frost chi? Zhou Xiaoyan didn't even bother to summon them. Instead, he simply added a layer of frost to the original foundation. Immediately, the two of them followed in the footsteps of the previous two and turned into ice dust that filled the sky. The cold wave continued to surge, and the frost sword continued to chase after them. On the other side, Zhou Xiaoduo's killing intent was even stronger. With a flick of her finger, she beheaded the dozen people who were injured by the hexagram of the starry sky indestructible stone. Zhou Xiaoduo's experience in controlling the situation of a battle was far above Zhou Xiaoyan's. Zhou Xiaoyan was afraid of accidentally injuring her own people, so she came up with a strategy of encircling Wang Benren and attacking the reinforcements. It seemed like she was targeting Wang Benren, but in reality she wanted to use Wang Benren to eliminate all the reinforcements. Zhou Xiaoduo, on the other hand, planned before making a move. He had already targeted many of the enemies who didn't belong to his side, and killed them with a single strike. He acted really quickly and his body flashed past like a ghost. Beheading, removing the rings, snatching the weapons, a series of actions were done in one breath, without any hesitation. Ever since the Yu family, Zhou Xiaoduo, and Zhou Xiaoyan joined the battle, the situation of the battle changed drastically. The originally chaotic battle turned into an overwhelming advantage for their side. The Wang family, Shen family, Huangfu family, Zhong family, Yin family, and Zhou family were defeated like a landslide, and were in imminent danger. On the other hand, although the Yu family, Wu family, Lu family and Lu family had fewer people, their morale was high, and they were fighting fiercely, suppressing their enemies. With the addition of Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan, they quickly reduced the other side's fighting strength. Their side, which originally had fewer people, suddenly became a force of numbers. Moreover, it was becoming more and more like they were bullying the weak with numbers. For example, the two who had rushed to Wang Binren's aid but were instantly frozen into ice sculptures. They did not come to Wang Binren's aid after defeating their respective opponents. They had only forced their original opponents to retreat, and had paid a considerable price for it. However, not only were their opponents not defeated and not dead, their combat power was basically intact. Naturally, they turned to help their own people. That was to say, the original 2-on-2 immediately turned into a 4-on-2 or even a 2-on-1. Naturally, they had a great advantage and a great advantage. The momentum of victory and defeat was immediately locked in. This situation would only become more and more intense. It wasn't completely one-sided yet, but all of this happened too quickly. Of course, there was also the moment Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan joined the battle, there was a real factor of death and injury in the battle. When the big families fought, although they had no choice but to help out of consideration for their feelings, they still prioritized not killing people if possible. After all, the protagonists of this battle were the Lu family and the Wang family. The main casualties should be from these two families. Before the outcome of the battle between the two clans was clear, the other clans didn't dare to seriously involve themselves in the battle. They just needed to make their stance clear. The people they sent were basically at the same level as the two clans in the final battle. After all, only the Wang family and the Lu family were fighting to the death. If they really couldn't win, the other families could also step back to protect themselves. This was also the reason why the four guards of the Yu family, although their strength was superior, they only injured and didn't kill. One could see this tacit unspoken rule. However, Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan didn't care about this. They couldn't wait to make things worse. The more people from the opposing forces died, the better. How could they show mercy? Therefore, Zhou Xiaoduo was the one who beat the drowning dogs the moment they came up. 200 to 300 people had been fighting for a long time, but there wasn't a single casualty. In less than 5 seconds, these two fellows had already killed 20 to 30 people as if they were vegetables. They were either frozen into dregs or had their heads rolling on the ground. The situation was extremely tragic and bloody. In the chaos, even the leader of the Zhong family, Zhong Qinghuan, was frozen by Zhou Xiaoyan. Zhou Xiaoduo saw an opportunity and stabbed his sword into his heart while he was still staggering. A ball of fire exploded. Zhong Qinghuan enjoyed a very short time of ice and fire. His internal organs were burned into charcoal, and his head was kicked into the air by Zhou Xiaoduo. It didn't fall back down for a long time. Revenge for the third young master. The Zhong family members rushed over crazily, but Zhou Xiaoduo didn't care about them. His sword flashed and he shouted, "Watch out for my meteor sword." With a flick of his wrist, another 7 starry sky indestructible stones flew out, knocking down the 5 attackers as soon as they made contact. Then he continued on his way, ignoring all obstacles along the way. Ka. 5 heads rolled on the ground and all their weapons and rings were gone. 2 flashes of black and white light flashed, and even their souls were gone. After 2 more slashes, the remaining 2 people were dead. At this point, the Zhong family members who claimed to be here for the battle were all dead. They became the first family to be completely wiped out in this battle. At this moment, everyone, including the Liu family members, didn't expect this young man who suddenly rushed out to be so cruel. He killed people as if they were chickens and he showed no mercy at all. Seeing the sudden change in the situation, the 2 groups of people couldn't help but be shocked. With a swoosh, they naturally split into 2 sides. On the other side, Zhou Xiaoyan had already forced Wang Benren to a dead end. All the masters of the Wang family who came to stop him had been killed, turned into ice chips and disappeared into the dust. However, they were a little better than the Zhong family in that Wang Benren was still alive under Zhou Xiaoyan's tactic of deliberately going easy on the enemy and attacking reinforcements. He was barely holding on and running towards them with all his might. Under the extreme cold, Wang Benren's face was covered with a layer of frost. This low-level Skysoar realm expert was always calm no matter the situation. However, at this moment he was in an extremely sorry state. The strength he was proud of was not worth mentioning in front of Zhou Xiaoyan. All the people who came to stop Zhou Xiaoyan were dead, and the others didn't dare to come over. A murderous intent flashed in Zhou Xiaoyan's eyes as she pointed her sword at Wang Benren's heart. Meteor flash. At this moment, an unforeseen event happened. Chapter 11:23. Clang. A sword suddenly blocked the spirit-snatching sword. Zhou Xiaoyan's delicate body shook and she almost lost her balance. 2 figures appeared out of thin air. One of them stood in front of Wang Benren. With a raise of his hand, a 5-colored light suddenly flashed. It was like a magnificent mountain that suddenly blocked in front of Zhou Xiaoyan and completely blocked Wang Benren behind her. A majestic aura that was as vast as the sky suddenly appeared. Zhou Xiaoyan was so shocked at this moment that he almost couldn't move. Fortunately, she could barely move, but it wasn't that she couldn't move. Zhou Xiao channeled her telekinesis into the spirit-snatching sword. With a roar, the spirit-snatching sword emitted a cold moonlight and a small person suddenly appeared. Ice spirit. The temperature in the surroundings, which was extremely low, dropped sharply again. A bright moon condensed behind Zhou Xiaoyan. In this bright moon, there was a clear figure holding a sword in one hand. It was exactly the same as Zhou Xiaoyan's posture. From the bright moon, the sword light flashed. This was one of the moves that Zhou Xiaoyan inherited from the Moon Lord. It was also the only move that she had truly comprehended and could use with ease. I raise my cup to invite the bright moon, and the shadow becomes 3 people. Zhou Xiaoyan's sword was as cold as a fairy's. Ice spirit sword frozen snow sky. In the moonlight, a figure suddenly appeared. It was as graceful as a swan and isolated from the world. 3 different sword intents showed a strong power that complemented each other and led to the same goal. The unprecedentedly strong extreme cold air exploded like a bomb. The person opposite her who showed a mountain-like momentum shouted coldly, "Good swordsmanship." Whether it was the technique, intent, or path, every aspect of this stunning sword was beyond the scope of the opponent's imagination. It was supposed to be unstoppable. Fortunately, the cultivation of the person who made this move was far from enough to match such a transcendent magical sword. This gave the person opposite her a chance to resist and even counterattack. Zhou Xiaoyan suddenly saw the colorful light flashing in front of her. It seemed that there were 5 different kinds of weapons at the same time. Each of them showed a myriad of moves and forcefully fought against her 3 swords. At the same time, a hand suddenly reached out from the chaotic sword light and grabbed Zhou Xiaoyan in the air, intending to capture her in one move. At the same time, a person on Zhou Xiaoduo's side also fell from the sky and hit the cat spirit sword with an extremely heavy stick. Damn I. Even with Zhou Xiaoduo's great strength, his wrist felt sore. At the same time he felt a huge shadow looming over him. In just a moment he seemed to have nowhere to run. It was clear that the other party's cultivation was too high, and he was using his true essence to forcefully seal his movements. Zhou Xiaoduo felt as if his body had sunk into a swamp of sticky glue, to the point where he couldn't move at all. Zhou Xiaoduo's mind turned and he shouted, "Son." Before he finished his words, he suddenly turned around. Dazzling flames burst out all over his body. Zhu Rong, who had been waiting for a long time, suddenly burst out his genuine fire to the limit. Immediately he broke through the opponent's momentum and rushed in the direction of Zhou Xiaoyan. Although they had only met for a short time, Zhou Xiaoduo quickly came to the conclusion that the opponent was too strong. He couldn't fight against such a strong opponent. He had to meet up with Sister Xiaoyan as soon as possible and be ready to escape. If necessary, he had to escape into the space of the Tower of Annihilation. The person who was targeting Zhou Xiaoduo saw that the fish in the net had escaped. Just as he was about to give chase, he felt an unprecedented murderous aura, as if it came from ancient times. The tip of Zhou Xiaoduo's sword vaguely emitted the murderous aura of a ferocious beast that had been dormant for tens of thousands of years. It was aimed at him. Although Zhou Xiaoduo's strength was nothing to be afraid of, the murderous aura was too sharp. It was the kind of extreme sharpness that was invincible throughout the ages and could slaughter living beings like weeds. Under the threat of such murderous aura, the Wang family expert didn't dare to act rashly even though he felt that his cultivation was much higher than his opponent's. Seeing this, Wu Yunhao of the Wu family roared, "Shameless! Shameless to the extreme! Wang family, have you forgotten the rule that Dao integration stage cultivators are not allowed to fight in the capital?" The two people on the other side turned a deaf ear to him. Following a muffled boom, Zhou Xiaoyan staggered back with a pale face. Her body floated up quietly and rushed towards Zhou Xiaoduo like a bolt of lightning. Clearly she had the same idea as Zhou Xiaoduo. At this moment, the sun and the moon converged in the sky, creating a marvelous scene of the sun and the moon shining in the sky. As the two people converged and touched each other's palms, the power of yin and yang suddenly converged and instantly neutralized the power that their opponent had to endure. The two of them stood side by side in the sky, holding hands. The Spirit Plunder sword emitted a chilling brilliance. Ice Spirit stood gracefully on the Spirit Plunder sword. An extremely cold aura rapidly condensed and was ready to be launched at any time. A speck of black aura appeared on the Spirit Cat sword. It was filled with murderous aura. It was the god-slaying spear Yan Shirsi. Seeing that there was finally a battle, he couldn't wait to show off. Following Ice Spirit's example, he automatically entered the Spirit Cat sword. Although he was extremely weak right now, Yan Shirsi still displayed an insufferably arrogant confidence in dealing with these fellows. When I was at my peak, I could stare these small fries to death. But now, humph, a real man doesn't talk about his past achievements. We can talk about the future. Opposite them, the two black-robed people stood side by side with their hands clasped behind their backs. Looking at Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan in the sky, a hint of admiration flashed across their eyes. One of them said indifferently, "They are indeed peerless geniuses. They live up to their reputation. One yin and one yang, one man and one woman, one heaven and one earth, one day and one month. What a pity, what a pity." Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan had only exchanged one blow with the newcomers, but they knew that they were no match for these two people. Originally they had thought about it over and over again. After 9 months of cultivation, their strength had improved again. Even if the other party sent out a Dao integration expert, the two of them would be able to put up a fight if they joined forces. But now, it seemed that they had underestimated the power of a Dao integration expert. Just the aura of the other party, which belonged to a Dao integration expert, was enough to overwhelm them. They almost couldn't bring up the desire to fight, let alone put up a fight. If it weren't for the 9 heaven spirit spring water and the honey of laurel to temper their divine senses, the purity of their divine senses far exceeded that of cultivators of the same level. Otherwise they would have been captured and killed. A Dao integration expert could actually merge 10,000 Daos and borrow the power of heaven and earth to merge their aura into heaven and earth. Zhou Xiaoduo and Yan Shirsi had never encountered a battle like the one just now. They didn't even think about it. The difference between Dao integration and heaven ascension was not the difference in strength, but the difference in cultivation level. Zhou Xiaoduo had never understood the word Dao integration so well. The two black-robed men looked at Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan with indifference on their faces. They had absolute confidence that as long as they attacked, these two brats wouldn't be able to escape even if they still had some trump cards up their sleeves. It was inevitable that they would be captured. The other person who had targeted Zhou Xiaoyan earlier said expressionlessly, "It's indeed a pity that such prodigies." At this moment, an even more indifferent and hoarse voice, which concealed a monstrous fury, drifted over. "What's a pity?" This voice contained a vague feeling that it was as if an atomic bomb had been launched and was rumbling to life, preparing to explode in a predetermined area. Everyone present, including the two Dao integration stage super mighty figures, felt their hearts begin to thump uncontrollably. This voice seemed to be mixed with a strange rhythm, and it also seemed like a large hand had firmly grasped their hearts. It was slowly kneading their hearts into the palm of the hand. Pinch, pinch. Everyone turned their heads to look at the same time. They saw a gray-robed elder shrouded in a black aura slowly descending. This person was surrounded by a black aura, and it was as if countless ferocious ghosts were charging left and right within the black aura, whistling back and forth. His eyes were like will-o'-the-wisps as they landed on the two Dao integration experts of the Wang family. They flickered incessantly, and a cruel smile flashed across his face. Kikik. You, what's a pity? Zhuo Duo immediately cried out in surprise, Grandpa! Someone is bullying me. Although he had been scared half to death by this old man before, things were different now. This call of Grandpa was especially pleasantly surprised, especially smooth and also especially intimate. And this crisp call of Grandpa made the gray-robed elder so happy that he almost danced with joy. He was just a hair away from breaking the eerie atmosphere that he had created. He immediately became spirited. Good boy, with Grandpa here no one can bully you. Grandpa will help you vent your anger. Grandpa is mighty. If Grandpa didn't come, the two of us would have been taken away. It's said that his family wants to use our blood as a sacrifice to the heavens. Zhuo Duo complained fiercely while sweet-talking. Sacrifice to the heavens. Lei Changtian was fuming with anger. He glared fiercely at the gray-robed elder, as if he wanted to eat him in one bite. How dare they? Zhuo was shocked. She turned to Zhuo Duo and asked, This is Grandpa? Yes, he's Grandpa. My biological grandpa. Is it really Grandpa? Mom's father? Zhuo felt like she was dreaming. She couldn't believe it. Our mom said it herself. How can it be fake? Zhuo Duo confirmed. He's really our biological grandpa. Zhuo didn't say anything. She looked at Lei Changtian's back with her bright eyes. She was a little surprised that his hair had become neat and tidy. When it fell down it was still messy. But now, how did it suddenly become so stylish? Behind him, Lei Changtian's heart melted at the constant calls of Grandpa, Dear Grandpa, Dear Grandpa, Dear Grandpa, as well as the questions and answers from his grandson and granddaughter. Although it was a question, wasn't Xiao Duo affirming it over and over again? Hee. Good boys, don't move. Let Grandpa teach these two shrimps a lesson. Lei Changtian said in a way that he thought was extremely benevolent. Shrimps. Every single person present was dumbfounded. They were facing two Dao integration stage experts. How could he say shrimps? What would be considered a big fish in his eyes? Would he only be considered a dish when two heavenly kings appeared? Chapter 11:24. The others did not face Lei Changtian directly, so it was still all right. However, the two Dao integration experts who bore the brunt of his attack felt a sense of danger from the bottom of their hearts. It was a feeling of immense and fatal danger. Every time they encountered an undefeatable opponent, this feeling would spontaneously grow. It was real and not fake. Speaking of this intuition, most probably everyone had it, but not everyone wished to encounter such a situation. It was an indescribable and bone-chilling sense of retreat. Fiendish cultivator? You're a fiendish cultivator. One of the Dao integration experts narrowed his eyes and looked at Lei Changtian even more cautiously. He stared at the black qi rising from the other party's body, then at the old man's somewhat weathered but unruly and ferocious appearance that he vaguely felt a sense of familiarity. However, as he had not been on the battlefield for thousands of years, his memory was already somewhat blurry. Moreover, he had never seen the demon ancestor before. He had only seen the demon ancestor fight in the sky from afar. Lei Changtian's current benevolent appearance was deliberately faked. It was completely different from the demon ancestor's battle form. The difference between heaven and earth was like heaven and earth. However, no matter what, it was imperative to pin a big label on the other party first. So, you're a fiendish cultivator. The Dao integration expert said indifferently, you're just a fiendish cultivator. No matter how powerful you are, how dare you come to our Shangjing city and be so arrogant and despotic? Do you want to die? Lei Changtian laughed strangely. At this moment he really felt very amused. It seemed that no one had dared to pin a label on him like this for more than 10,000 years. This brat from the Wang family was really bold. Even if Zhuo Changchang and Yu Xingchen were here, they would definitely not dare to say that he was a fiendish cultivator. You're quite bold, aren't you? However, he did not know whether he wanted to incite the crowd's hatred or pin him down with these words. So what if I'm a fiendish cultivator? The demon ancestor still had a benevolent smile on his face. You're a brat from the Wang family? Why haven't I seen you before? The Dao integration stage expert narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, I've been fighting at the border for thousands of years. Even though a demonic cultivator like you has a high cultivation base, you don't know the iron-blooded pride of the men of martial flame. Regardless of whether he went to battle or not, whether he was a man or not, at the very least, he had to give himself the image of a righteous hero. If you dare to make a move on me, you will be making an enemy out of the Yanwu Empire and the Astral Soul's human race. Lei Changtian tilted his head. Thousands of years of fierce battles at the border? Why haven't I seen you before? Did you dream of going to the border? Iron-blooded pride? Are you even worthy of mentioning this word? At the end of his speech, Lei Changqian's expression darkened visibly. How could a person who didn't even fight at the border be so brazen and shameless to say something like that? If there was no one familiar with the border, wouldn't such a shameless person become a hero? How could a true hero, a true iron-blooded man endure such humiliation? The demon ancestor was infuriated, and the black aura around him became more and more pervasive. A terrifying aura instantly enveloped the entire area. At this moment, everyone felt as if they were at the end of the world, and their futures were all gone. Little Fatty ran out with a terrified expression and quietly hid behind the Yu family guards. The 4 Yu family guards' faces were pale, but they still surrounded the little Fatty to protect him, their eyes filled with extreme fear and worship. What's going on? Little Fatty asked. Young master, please don't speak. One of the Yu family guards' lips turned blue. He trembled as he transmitted his voice. Young master, you're really powerful. The Yu family guard hurriedly transmitted his voice. What's going on? What's going on? Your decision to help Swishaoduo is really too correct. The guard felt his blood rush to his head and he stuttered, This is the demon ancestor. Tata. J. Little Fatty was stunned when he heard that. In an instant he understood everything that was happening. His eyes widened and his eyes rolled back. His legs kicked and he fell backward. His entire body was knocked out. He was really knocked out. As the saying goes, a person's life is the shadow of a tree. The demon ancestor's reputation was almost equivalent to the non-poisonous sorcerer of the Umno Alliance. Even if he was slightly less threatening than the non-poisonous sorcerer, to the martial artists of the 3 continents, he was still at the level of a nuclear bomb in the hearts of ordinary people. Although this old man had been fighting for the continent all his life, he had always been known for being temperamental, cruel, and bloodthirsty. He would directly kill someone he didn't like. Basically, no one in the continent would do such a thing, but the demon ancestor would. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been given the nickname Demon Ancestor. It was not rare for this demon ancestor to kill a few scum of the human race. It could even be described with 4 words, he was familiar with it. That the Yu family had always been recognized as the #1 family in Shangjing. The Heavenly King of the Right would let the family carry out the education of the strong whenever he was free. You don't have to form a relationship with them, but you can't offend them casually. With the identity of the Heavenly King of the Right, there were only a few people that he needed to recognize as someone he couldn't casually offend. At most, it was the group of peak people in the Astral Soul's continent. What was even more coincidental was that he was one of the few people who could obtain the images of the strong. The portrait of the demon ancestor was impressively ranked first on the list of people that he absolutely couldn't offend. Not only could he not offend him, he couldn't provoke him. If he offended the minister or even the minister's wife, the Heavenly King of the Right could go and act coquettishly. Well, at most he would pay a little price. There would always be a way out. But if he offended the demon ancestor, even his own father, the Emperor Zhaixing, couldn't persuade him. He would definitely die. Of course, it wasn't that no one could persuade the demon ancestor. For example, the minister could intercede, but the minister would never go. Don't look at how the demon ancestor was afraid of the minister. Every time he saw him, it was like a mouse seeing a cat, or a naughty child seeing a strict father. But every time the minister saw the demon ancestor, the minister's heart was actually very fucked up. If he could not meet the demon ancestor, he would. With such a vicious cycle, over time, the demon ancestor became the #1 existence in the entire astral souls that couldn't be provoked. As the guards of the young clan head, they were only allowed to participate in this kind of training when they were really sent to the little fatty's side. He took out the treasured portraits and let them identify them one by one. The little kid doesn't know any better. If he offends these people, you must be the first to stop him and apologize. Now at this moment, They had just been trained for a short while and they had already met a living one. And the distance between them was less than 20 to 30 feet. The most important thing was that everyone was on the same side. They were in the same group. Oh, I really didn't expect our young clan head to be such a big lucky star. Well, although the four guards felt that they were in the same group as the demon ancestor, they still couldn't help but be frightened. It was so scary. Oh my god. Zhuxiaoduo's grandfather was actually the demon ancestor. But after so many years, they seemed to have never heard of the demon ancestor having a daughter. Could it be that this old man had become an old tree in recent decades? No, that would be too disrespectful. It should be that the old clam gave birth to pearls. No, it should be that this old man had a wild youth? A pear blossom suppressing a begonia? So, he had a daughter? His daughter was married and had a grandson? And a granddaughter? That was probably the only explanation. Otherwise, there was no way to explain Zhuxiaoduo's age. Or perhaps this old man recognized her as his adopted daughter. That wasn't impossible. But what about her biological grandfather? What about her biological grandfather? Over here, the demon ancestor was already arguing with the two Dao integration stage super mighty figures of the Wang clan. The four guards of the Yu clan looked at the two Dao integration stage super mighty figures of the Wang clan with pity in their eyes. Sai, your Wang clan is so unlucky. So unlucky. I really pity you. Your luck is really. Sai, I've never gloated so much in my life that I really want to laugh. Hold it in. Fearing that they would be discovered, they hurriedly turned their heads away. They then looked around and saw the dumbfounded and confused expressions on the faces of the members of the 10 super clans. The sense of relief and superiority hidden in their hearts instantly surged forth. It's great to be in the Yu clan. It's great to have people on the top floor. Let's open our eyes and look at the dumbfounded expressions on these guys' faces. Do you know what kind of big shot you've encountered? Look at all of your stupid cunts. You have no idea what you've encountered and what you're about to encounter. This is awesome. Long live the young master. The young master's actions were really in the bag. However, he actually fainted from fright. Looking at the fainted Yu clan super mighty figures, the guard sighed with emotion. What did it mean by fortune favors fools? This was it. Your cultivation base is quite high. May I know your name? The Dao integration stage super mighty figure of the Wang clan felt that he was suffocating more and more. In order to dispel this extreme sense of oppression, he spoke again and again. The shock in his heart grew stronger and stronger. Could it be that this old man is able to form such a powerful aura? Could it be that he's a chaotic prime? Otherwise, how could there be such a powerful sense of oppression? Are you the one who asked about my name? The demon ancestor's eyes narrowed. So, let me say this first. Everyone here, don't move. In the distance, a few members of the Shen clan saw that things were not going well and wanted to quietly escape from this troublesome place. However, with a wave of the demon ancestor's hand, the 7 people who had just made a move were already grabbed by him and placed on the ground in front of him. However, Lei Changtian said angrily, how can they be so weak? I just grabbed them lightly and they were crushed? Without exception, the 7 people on the ground were all turned into a pile of mud by his claw. You are in me, I am in you, and you are in me. They could no longer be separated. Zhuxiaoduo rolled his eyes. You didn't control your strength well? Only a fool would believe that. However, Grandpa's way of showing off was really too low. Every day, a large number of people complain that I'm too short. Today, I've learned a sentence to use against all of you. It's not that I'm too short, it's that you're all too fast. Ah, this is awesome. Chapter 11:25. However, Lei Changtian had already turned around with a benevolent expression on his face. My dear grandson, my dear granddaughter, come over here and let your dear grandpa take a good look at you. Zhuxiaoduo had an innocent and obedient expression on her face as she called out cutely, hello, grandpa. Good, ha. Good child. Lei Changtian was overjoyed. Zhuxiaoyan realized that she seemed to have misunderstood her grandpa and felt a little embarrassed. She lowered her head and called out shyly, hello, grandpa. Good. Lei Changtian's old face was almost blooming with a smile. He lamented, Grandpa has been in seclusion all these years, and I haven't been by your side since you were young. It's really been hard on the two of you. Zhuxiaoduo coughed and thought to herself, we've been under the care of our parents, so we really haven't felt like we've been wronged. This old man didn't know how to speak. You should have said that you didn't fulfill your responsibility as a grandpa and felt guilty. It would have been best if you could make up for all the birthday gifts you've owed us all these years, but you definitely couldn't say that we've been wronged. It's good that Grandpa is back now. Zhuo Duo, who was cursing in his heart, looked as if he had found someone to rely on. With Grandpa around, I'm suddenly not afraid of anything anymore. This sentence was also what Zhuo Duo was thinking, and there was no falsehood in it at all. After all, he had the backing of a peak expert in this world. From now on, he would become a third-generation cultivator and obtain the qualifications to lie down and win in life. This had always been Zhuo Duo's biggest dream. Now that his dream had come true, he was naturally elated and complacent. This was the first time in his life that he felt so confident when facing a powerful enemy. It felt so good to have someone to rely on. Good child, you're so obedient. Lei Changtian suddenly felt a strong sense of familial happiness, and he was so happy that his eyes narrowed into slits. Suddenly he turned his head and said, "Don't move." The two Dao integration stage powerful beings had wanted to slip away a long time ago. Now that he saw this old man coaxing his grandson, if he didn't leave now, when would he? But who would have thought that just as he thought about it, before he could put it into action, the old man turned around and warned him. "Senior Devil Cultivator, tonight's matter is a bit of karma between us juniors. Since Senior has condescended and intervened in this karma, how can we not give Senior face? This matter will naturally end here." Wang Jiazhe replied, "We're all members of the Astral Souls continent, so there's no need for internal strife. Tonight, the plan to lure Zhuo Duo by taking the opportunity of suppressing the Liu family had completely failed. It had even escalated to the point where their lives were in danger. Therefore it was important for them to say a few words and retreat quickly. Although the old man in front of him was powerful, he had already given him enough face by putting in a good word for him. It was no different from admitting defeat. Would he really dare to kill two high-level Dao integration stage cultivators of the War God clan? The two of them were Dao integration stage cultivators and were among the most powerful beings on the continent. As long as he still had the big picture in mind, he wouldn't act so recklessly and suddenly damage the strength of the continent. The Astral Souls continent was already weak. Who would be willing to kill two Dao integration stage powerful beings over such a small matter? Family? Are you worthy? The demon ancestor opened his eyes and suddenly stretched out his hand. The void demonic hand appeared again and grabbed the Dao integration stage powerful being who had just spoken. He stood at attention in front of him and slapped him across the face. "How dare your Wang family say that you're family with my family? Did I give you face? Or did I give Wang Feihong face?" The surroundings were so silent that one could probably hear a strand of hair falling to the ground. This slap was like a thunderclap from the 9 heavens in the silence of all living beings. Slap. The crisp sound reverberated throughout the entire Dingjun stage. Everyone was instantly shocked to the extreme. One of the reasons why they were shocked was because of this old man's cultivation base. This man from the Wang family was a Dao integration stage powerful being. Even in the entire world he was still a famous and vicious figure. And yet, this old man had grabbed him with a casual wave of his hand. He was a Dao integration stage super mighty figure, but he was completely powerless to resist. It was as if he was grabbing a chicken. No, even grabbing a chicken would not be this easy. That movement, that ease. It should be like grabbing a chicken in one's pants. The second reason why they were shocked was this old man crazy? Just now he had directly mentioned Wang Feihong's name. That was Heavenly Monarch Feihong, the god of war. The idol of the entire Astral Souls continent and the entire human race. Wang Feihong. It did not matter if one spoke ill of the Wang clan, especially the current Wang clan. It did not matter if one spoke ill of the Wang clan. However, one could not speak ill of Wang Feihong. Directly mentioning Wang Feihong was blasphemous to the hero of the entire Star Soul human race. Blood was about to spurt out of the Wang family Dao integration stage powerful being's eyes as he glared at the demon patriarch. Although he was unable to move, he gritted his teeth and spat out, "Old bastard, you're dead." As far as he was concerned, no matter how high the old man's cultivation was, the old man was dead for sure after he had spoken those words without thinking. The other members of the Wu family and the Lu family all sighed in their hearts. This senior had misspoken. Lei Changtian cocked his head to the side in surprise. "So serious? How dare you insult our ancestor? You insult the god of war. You're dead. Your entire family is dead." The Wang family Dao integration stage powerful being's eyes were filled with humiliation and rage, as well as a hint of elation. "Old man, it's too late for you to apologize now. You're already standing on the opposite side of the entire astral soul's continent. Lei Changtian faltered upon hearing this. I'm standing on the opposite side of the entire astral soul's continent? Just because I insulted that brat Wang Feihong? The Wang family Dao integration stage powerful being's expression was unyielding as he straightened his neck. I was captured by you because I wasn't as strong as you, so I admit defeat. You can kill me or torture me as you wish, but you insulted the god of war. Your crimes are unforgivable and you deserve to die. All warriors of the entire astral soul's continent want to kill you. This is a major issue of right and wrong. We can't be confused. He looked at Lei Changtian with a stern expression. Insulting the god of war is a crime that deserves to be punished. Lei Changtian's eyes dimmed as he said, Is it really that serious? But it's not a big deal. There aren't many people nearby. If I kill all of you, who will know what I said or did? It's just a small matter of silencing people. It's not worth mentioning. Before he finished speaking, Lei Changtian's aura suddenly surged. Everyone present, regardless of whether they were enemies or allies, was enveloped by this powerful aura. No one was able to move. Everyone present was inexplicably frightened, and they felt a chill run down their spines. With the astonishing strength displayed by this old man, it would be a piece of cake for him to kill everyone present. This was definitely not a joke. Even the Yu family members who knew the true identity of this old man still felt a chill run down their spines. This old man had always done things his own way and didn't follow the rules. So what if he killed a few people? Please don't kill us as well. We're on the same side, we're on the same side. The Wang family's Dao integration stage expert panicked when he saw that his words seemed to have provoked the old man in front of him. However, he didn't show it on his face. He forced himself to activate his cultivation to the limit and said, Justice is in people's hearts. How can black and white be confused? Old man, you rely on your cultivation to run amok. Even if you can kill all of us, can you kill all the people in the world? This kind of perverse behavior is going against the heavens. The heavens have eyes and will definitely kill you. You can't redeem yourself for blaspheming the heroes of our continent. What the fuck? Lei Changtian was frightened by his righteous gaze. He thought to himself, back then Wang Feihong was ridden and beaten by me 7 or 8 times a day for more than 300 years. So, even if I died 100,000 times, it wouldn't be enough for me? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. In the end he cursed out loud. Even if Wang Feihong was here now, I would still beat him up if I wanted to, let alone you. Lei Changtian snorted and said, Look at what kind of people he raised. Every day, other than talking about the war god family, what other fucking business do they have? How many people have your Wang family harmed by using Wang Feihong's name as a protective talisman? Do you really think there are no records? Lei Changtian became angrier and angrier as he spoke. He slapped the Dao integration stage expert in front of him. War god family. What an impressive title. Wang Feihong sacrificed himself for the continent back then, and his reputation is indeed very high. I admire him and respect him. However, how much has his reputation been ruined by you unfilial descendants over the years? If Wang Feihong were still alive, let me tell you, he would be the first to destroy your Wang family. With Wang Feihong's violent temper, he could kill everyone in your Wang family. Lei Changtian slapped the Dao integration stage expert's face. Can you be more shameless? With your cultivation base, why can't you defeat a general at the front line? Aren't you just afraid of death? Don't you dare to go to the front line? Why are you pretending in front of me? Even if your ancestors come back to life, you're fucking unqualified in front of me. Do you understand? Do you have to live off your ancestors' wealth? Do you have to carry the flag of your ancestors' war god family as a shell? If you don't carry that flag, won't your Wang family starve to death? Carrying the good reputation of your ancestors, doing evil things and putting bad labels on others. You're so bad that you've grown sores all over your heads and pus all over your feet. However, you have to put yourself on the moral high ground in everything you do. As Lei Changtian spoke, he suddenly stopped slapping the Dao integration stage expert's face. He looked at the sky with a hint of melancholy. He thought of his brothers in the past and saw the current corruption of the Wang family. He couldn't help but feel sad. An extremely uncomfortable feeling suddenly welled up in his heart. I don't know if you feel particularly humiliated. Chapter 11:26. Lei Changtian looked up into the sky and heaved a long sigh. This Dao integration stage super mighty figure of the Wang family was enraged after being slapped repeatedly. What right do you have to criticize our ancestors? Just because you're so powerful? Although you're powerful, justice is in everyone's heart. You've insulted the Wang family and the god of war. You'll definitely get what you deserve. Old bastard, you won't be able to absolve yourself even if you die 10,000 times. Behind him, the members of the Wang family and the other families started to clamor at the same time. You've insulted the god of war. 100 deaths won't atone for that. 1,000 cuts won't be enough to atone for your sins. Everyone could see that. This person seemed to have some scruples. He didn't want to kill them? In the face of such a powerful being, there was really no other way except to use righteousness to suppress him. They couldn't beat him. Absolve myself from the blame? The public enemy of the continent. Noisy. Too noisy. There are too many people. Makes me feel like I'm outnumbered. It doesn't feel good. Let's not kill them. Lei Changtian chuckled coldly and sighed softly. Suddenly he flipped his hand. With a smack he slammed it down. Aside from these two Dao integration stage super mighty figures, everyone else from the Shen family, the Yin family, and the Huangfu family, regardless of who they were all slapped into mincemeat by this sudden slap right as astonishment appeared on their faces. It was like swatting flies with a fly swatter. Blood splattered all over the ground. At this moment, blood flowed like a river and converged into a stream before condensing in front of them. Everyone was dumbstruck. Lei Changtian said indifferently, "How can I absolve myself from the blame?" He was still sighing with melancholy a moment ago, but in the next moment he was already ruthless and merciless. He didn't even need Zhuo to remind him. He was merciless and merciless in his attacks. Upon witnessing this scene, the two remaining survivors, the two Dao integration stage experts of the Wang family, were instantly dumbfounded. They were completely dumbfounded. They stared blankly at the churning waves of blood behind them. They couldn't even move their eyes. On the other side, the Lu family, Wu family, Yu family, and Lu family in their own camp didn't feel the slightest bit of joy when they saw this scene. They only trembled in fear. Why did this powerful existence suddenly make a move to kill? He didn't feel like he was going to kill anyone, nor did he feel any murderous intent. What was going on? Are they really going to kill us to silence us? We all thought that he was just joking. This old man, can no longer be described as a ruthless person. He is a cruel wolf. Everyone, don't be so nervous. The reason why I attacked was because these people all wanted to run away. Lei Changtian said in distress. I want them to stay and I want them to calm down, so I had to come up with this plan. I don't know how to reason with them and I'll try my best not to blabber when I can. That's all. The muscles on Zhuo pretty face twitched. What you meant by staying here and calming down was to kill him with one slap. Then this sentence was really appropriate. There was no room for exaggeration. Everyone stayed and they stayed forever. They quieted down like never before, and they would never make a scene again in this lifetime. The others are a little noisy, and I'm also worried that the news will be leaked. Lei Changtian turned his head and looked at the four guards of the Yu family and the Lu family. Suddenly, everyone trembled in unison. Grandpa! Zhuo called out, "These are my friends." Lei Changtian's attitude suddenly changed. He smiled and said, "Good boy, friends can also leak secrets." "I guarantee that they won't," Zhuo said seriously. Everyone looked at Zhuo with gratitude. "You all can go back. Remember not to talk nonsense." Zhuo smiled and waved his hand. "Little fatty, don't pretend to be unconscious. If the news here leaks out, I won't look for anyone else but you." "Don't worry, Zhuo." The unconscious Wuxia jumped up and said energetically, "Don't worry, not a single word will leak out. Let's go. Okay. So I'll contact you tomorrow." The Wuxia began to call out to the others, let's go to the meeting. I'll be the host." In the Lu family, fourth Master Lu looked at Zhuo with a complicated expression and said, "Take care. When I get out, I'll pay a visit to the Lu family," Zhuo said seriously. "We'll wait for you." Under the Wuxia's lead, everyone left in unison. Only Zhuo, Xiaoyan, the demon ancestor, and the two Dao integration stage experts of the Wang family were left. The entire Dingjun stage became extremely empty. The two Dao integration stage experts felt uncomfortable all over and couldn't help but tremble all over. "Only the two of us are left. What do you want to do?" Bai and Jiao turned into two streaks of black and white light respectively and swept away the power of their souls. Zhuo was not to be outdone either. He immediately rushed into the pool of blood and began to rummage through it excitedly. These people are going to stay here forever. They probably don't want any of their worldly possessions. There are so many spatial rings here. How many good things are there? Even if we don't need them, we can sell them and benefit the world. Robbing the rich and giving to the poor. It's always possible. Zuo Duo actually managed to collect more than 70 storage rings and their personal weapons, and put them all into the storage rings. Well, this was mainly because Lei Changqian's cultivation base and strength were truly unfathomable. His strength was so precise that he only wanted to take his opponent's life and destroy his opponent's body. He didn't take any of his worldly possessions at all. This made Zuo Duo overjoyed. The demon ancestor rolled his eyes. Who do you plan to help? Do you have a target in mind? Zuo Duo replied righteously, as the saying goes, if you're poor, you should take care of yourself. If you're rich, you should help the world. Of course I have a target in mind. Lei Changtian was very pleased. His grandson's awareness was quite high. Not bad, not bad. It's no wonder your mother has taught you for so many years to have such a heart. Of course, Grandpa. If we were rich, I would've. Zuo Duo didn't get a chance to finish his sentence before he saw the demon ancestor's expression turn a little off. Ahem. We're poor. The demon ancestor felt like he couldn't continue this conversation. Look at the two of you, brother and sister. You have 4 hands and 3 divine artifacts. Do you think I'm blind? You're so fucking poor. Just from what I've seen, you're already extremely wealthy on the Umno Alliance continent. No, that's not right. Even in the entire Astral Souls continent or even the other 3 continents, few people would dare to say that they could take out that much. Zuo Duo walked around the 2 Dao integration stage experts, collecting things. However, the 2 Dao integration stage experts didn't dare to move at all. There was no other reason. The old man in front of them was simply too terrifying. He was so terrifying that he exceeded the scope of their knowledge. They had originally wanted to use righteousness to suppress him. After all, no matter what kind of expert he was, he had to consider the consequences of offending so many established families in Shangjing. There was also the overall situation of the world. The role of high-level cultivators, etc. These were all problems that peak cultivators of the Astral Souls continent had to consider as long as they were individuals. But, in the end, they had just threatened him and he had only said a few words in total, and this person had casually raised his hand and directly slapped most of them to death, leaving only the 2 of them who had escaped the net. The instant the demon ancestor killed them, the 2 Dao integration stage experts' heads buzzed. How could there be such a lunatic in this world? Could it be that he didn't care about the 5 major families at all? Didn't he care about the situation of the continent and the safety of the world at all? The 2 Dao integration stage experts of the Wang family were so aggrieved that their lips trembled. What kind of crazy old man was this? In the past, who wouldn't be wary of such a move? However, this old man was actually like this. In that case, he had killed everyone else without any warning, yet he hadn't killed the 2 of them. Was it because he was more or less concerned about the 2 of them, or did he have other intentions? However, no matter what, it was good that they were still alive. However, Lei Changtian turned his head and looked at Zuo Duo with a benevolent smile. My good grandson, why didn't you let me kill these 2 guys? Zuo Duo smiled very innocently and said, Grandpa, these 2 are Dao integration stage experts. It's a pity that they were killed by you with a single palm strike. Upon hearing this, the 2 Dao integration stage experts felt even more relieved. Zuo Duo was still looking at the big picture. That was good, that was good. When they returned, they had to report this matter to their family. This matter needed to be considered at length and could not be rash anymore. Who would have thought that Zuo Duo, who was born in a small border city and came from a country bumpkin background, would have such a powerful backer? With such a ridiculously powerful grandfather, this matter was really troublesome. Lei Changtian frowned. Pity? Upon hearing Zuo Duo's words, the demon ancestor couldn't help but feel the urge to teach his grandson a lesson. Women's kindness was not to be taken lightly. If a snake was not beaten to death, it would be harmed. Although it was a good thing that his grandson was so kind, it was too easy for others to take advantage of him. Lei Changtian was very worried. Sigh, this child was too kind. Zuo Duo said, That's right, Grandpa. It's a pity to kill them just like that. Nian Mao and I have never had any experience fighting against Dao integration stage experts. This is a great opportunity. Why don't we let them spar with us before we talk about what happens next? Lei Changqian's facial muscles twitched instantly. He understood. He completely understood. I'll let these two spar with me first. Trash can be reused. When they're done with their spar and have no more value, I'll kill them myself. Was this what they meant by talking about what happens next? Suddenly he felt that his earlier worries were groundless. This little bastard was kind? What did that have to do with him? To think that he was so kind, it seemed that this old man was the one who was truly too kind. Why was this old man's old face burning? Did you two hear that? Lei Changtian looked at the two Dao integration stage experts of the Wang family. If you want to kill us, just do it. What's the point of saying so much? Humiliating others like this is not what a hero should do. The two Dao integration stage experts of the Wang family wore expressions of grief and indignation. These two were also very experienced people. After hearing Wuxia's words, how could they not know that they were overthinking things? Lei Changtian narrowed his eyes. Humiliate you? Do you think you're worthy? Let me tell you clearly. Spar with my grandson and granddaughter tonight. If they can successfully adapt to the way and atmosphere of fighting against Dao integration stage experts, I'll be merciful and spare your lives. Chapter 11:27. I'll spare your lives. These words were like heavenly music to the ears of the two Dao integration stage experts. What followed was a sense of ecstasy. Are you serious? With this old man's cultivation, do you think that I would lie? Or slap myself in the face? Lei Changtian said disdainfully. All right then. The two Dao integration stage experts were overjoyed. In front of this old man, they didn't even have the slightest bit of power. They had thought that they would definitely die tonight, given how ferocious this old man was. Only then did they manage to brace themselves for once. Who would have thought that there would be such a turn of events? Could it be that the heavens are really blessing the kind-hearted and giving them a chance to live? Sparring isn't a big deal. We love to guide our juniors. Then let's begin. Let's begin. I'm warning you. Don't try anything funny. You should know that your little tricks won't work in front of me. Don't worry, senior. We won't. Lei Changtian released the suppression on the two Dao integration stage experts. This was a unique exchange of pointers, and also a dutiful exchange of pointers. The two Dao integration stage experts of the Wang family were really giving their all for this sparring. From their auras, to their moves, to defending themselves, and then to their counterattacks. As they sparred, they also had to patiently and painstakingly explain everything in detail. Well, they had to give it their all. There was a life-seizing old monster eyeing them covetously from the side. He was an expert among experts. If either of them didn't teach properly and let him catch the slightest flaw, they would probably lose their lives here. At this moment, there was no such thing as an outsider watching. The entire Dingjun stage was enveloped by Lei Changtian's enormous divine consciousness. Not even a bird in the sky could fly over, let alone spectators. That's not how you're going about it. The difference in your cultivation is too great. Don't even think about counterattacking at a time like this. In the Dao integration realm, the most important thing is the fusion of all techniques, and you can't grasp the key point at all with your cultivation. Any slight movement will cause you to be exposed and you're conditioned to collapse. Therefore, any counterattack at a time like this is futile. At this time, don't even think about dodging. Dodging is just a temporary expedient. Once you start dodging, I can use the momentum of the convergence of 10,000 arts to continue chasing after you, making you constantly show flaws. Then you can only keep dodging. Until you can't dodge anymore. If you can't dodge anymore, you'll be captured and killed. At a time like this, the best way to deal with it is to use the most subtle techniques you know. You can divert the force with little effort. When the attack is eliminated, you can then dodge. Only then can you ensure that your opponent will not catch a flaw and continue to pursue you. How do you explain this? For example, when the flood peak comes, you have to take it head-on and survive the first wave. Then you have to divert the force of the flood. Only then can you ensure that the dam is not breached. Do you understand? If you dodge right away, the power of the flood peak will follow you closely until the dam is destroyed. That's right, said Jianghu. You should understand now, right? Taking it head-on is also a matter of technique. If you can avoid it head-on, then don't. First of all, it's easy to break if you're too rigid. Once you misjudge your opponent's power level, it's very likely that you'll collapse instantly. Similarly, if your opponent finds out that you actually dare to take it head-on, he'll add more force, and it's very likely that he'll kill you in an instant. The trick to dealing with this is, if we're heavy weapons, it'll be easier for you to carry them. However, if we're light weapons, it'll be even more difficult to deal with. 4 high-level cultivators, lifting light weapons as if they're heavy is a piece of cake. Different enemies, different battles, different weapons. Especially when you're up against Dao integration stage cultivators, given the vast difference in your cultivation bases. Zuoxiao Duo and Zuoxiaonian battled again and again under the pressure of Dao integration stage cultivators. This went on for a full hour. During this hour, both of them benefited immensely. It was a rare opportunity to receive wholehearted guidance from 2 Dao integration stage cultivators. Finally, even Zuoxiao Duo and Zuoxiaonian were feeling a little exhausted. Only then did this sparring match officially come to an end. Zuoxiao Duo and Zuoxiaonian had truly understood 2 concepts. One concept, powerful beings. The other concept, Dao integration stage. Both of them felt that they had benefited immensely from this constant tempering. Now, all that was left was for the 2 of them to carefully ponder over these concepts in their daily battles. There were many things that one knew but did not know the reason for. No matter how high one's aptitude was, it was impossible to master these concepts in a short period of time. The 2 Dao integration stage cultivators of the Wang family were also very tired. However, they felt as if a huge weight had been lifted off their shoulders. "Senior, we've done it," one of them said. "In other words, could you let us go now?" Lei Changtian nodded and praised, "Not bad, not bad. You're welcome. I hope that in the future, our Wang family can put aside our former enmity and visit you more often." The Dao integration stage cultivator of the Wang family was full of smiles. "In that case, we'll take our leave now." "Leave? Who said you could leave?" Lei Changtian emphasized the word you. The 2 Dao integration stage cultivators of the Wang family were suddenly stunned. Wasn't this the condition that they had agreed on? Lei Changtian said indifferently, "I said that I would spare your lives. Of course, I won't go back on my word. However, don't you know how to count? What's a life?" The 2 Dao integration stage cultivators of the Wang family were instantly stunned. "A life? What the fuck? Was there such a thing? A life? Didn't that mean?" "Senior, what do you mean?" "It's very clear. This old man has said that I will spare your lives and I will spare your lives. However, I will definitely not spare 2 lives." Lei Changtian said matter-of-factly, "I didn't say that I would spare your lives, did I?" The 2 Dao integration stage cultivators of the Wang family were dumbfounded. "You have a cultivation level above the clouds and are at least in the primordial chaos realm. How can you say such shameless words? You've gone too far. It's your lack of understanding. How can you blame me?" The 2 Dao integration stage cultivators roared and charged forward. Their eyes were bloodshot. They had been domineering their entire lives. When had they ever been played like this? "We almost became nannies for your grandson. In the end, you were playing us." Once this kind of anger rushed up, his lungs almost exploded. "We'll fight you to the death." The 2 Dao integration stage cultivators surged their spiritual energy and tried their best to activate their dantian. Their bodies suddenly expanded. Self-detonation. They wanted to self-detonate. Lei Changtian clasped his hands together. His hands, which were hundreds of feet long and wide, held the 2 Dao integration stage cultivators in his hands. Amidst the black smoke, 2 puffs sounded like 2 farts. One of the 2 Dao integration stage cultivators had already been reduced to a pile of mush. As for the other, his dantian had been destroyed, his divine sense had been sealed, his life essence had been split, and his essence had been shattered. Lei Changtian released his hands. The Dao integration stage cultivator of the Wang family stood there. He seemed to have aged 10,000 years. He couldn't even stand up. He sat down on the ground with a thump. Looking at the corpse of his brother beside him, he suddenly howled into the sky. His voice was extremely miserable. "Leave your name, you old bastard. We've been destroyed by your hands in this life. We'll definitely repay you in our next life." He glared viciously at Lei Changtian. At this moment, all fear disappeared. All that was left was hatred. Lei Changtian said in surprise, "You're fucking dreaming. You're actually thinking about the next life. What do you want? You said yourself that you would spare our lives. Now, my brother has been killed by you and I have been crippled by you. Could it be that you want to go back on your promise of sparing our lives?" The Dao integration stage cultivator of the Wang family roared furiously, "The heavens have eyes. Aren't you afraid of divine retribution?" Lei Changtian said leisurely, "Of course I said that I'd spare your lives. But did I say that I'd let you go?" The Dao integration stage cultivator of the Wang family's eyes widened to the extreme. He looked at Lei Changtian with grief and indignation for 3 lifetimes, crying tears of blood from his heart. "Old bastard, how can a person be as despicable as you?" Lei Changtian said matter-of-factly, "My big brother used to deal with me in the past. He was always so stingy with his words. Isn't it natural for me to learn from him?" "Who's your boss?" the Tao integration stage cultivator of the Wang family asked furiously. A proud expression appeared on Lei Changtian's face. He said smugly, "My boss is." At this point his expression suddenly changed. He became extremely vexed, self-reproach, disdain and anger. He slapped him and said furiously, "What does this have to do with you? What's there to ask?" In anger he slapped him twice more. He immediately fainted. "Grandpa, don't kill him." Zhuo Duo reminded him, "You still have to ask why they're targeting me." Lei Changtian said, "Don't worry, he won't die." A gust of spiritual energy flashed past. The Tao integration stage cultivator of the Wang family slowly regained consciousness. "Tell me, why is the Wang family plotting against my grandson?" Lei Changtian said, "Tell me honestly and I'll let you go." However, the Tao integration stage cultivator of the Wang family was much smarter now. He said resentfully, "You let me go but your grandson and granddaughter won't let me go. What's the use of that?" "Oh my." Lei Changtian's eyes widened. He's actually become smarter. The Tao integration stage cultivator of the Wang family closed his eyes angrily and turned his head to the side. "I've been tricked to this extent. If I still can't figure out what tricks you're playing, wouldn't I be an idiot?" The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Finally, he turned his head and spat on the ground. He closed his eyes and said disdainfully, "I can't believe there's such a shameless person like you in this world." Lei Changtian snorted and said, "You're also a Tao integration stage cultivator. Don't you know that there's a Dharma spell called soul searching in this world?" The Wang family cultivator trembled all over. "You can't live or die in front of me. Why do you want to suffer the pain of soul searching before you die? You won't have anything left anyway." Lei Changtian said patiently. "Soul searching." The Wang family cultivator suddenly burst into tears and howled in a hoarse voice, "But you won't believe me. Even if I tell you, you'll still have to soul search to verify it. Old bastard, hurry up if you want to soul search. Why do you have to play with me?" Lei Changtian didn't feel any sense of accomplishment. He cursed with a gloomy face, "Fuck, you shouldn't have been so smart earlier. Your IQ just has to be online now." Chapter 11:28. In the end, Lei Changtian still performed a soul-searching on this Tao integration stage super mighty figure. After a soul-searching operation, the demon ancestor sighed softly and looked at the Wang family Tao integration stage super mighty figure, who was now like a pile of mud. "Which one of you is going to do it? I said that I would spare his life, so I will definitely spare his life. There is no falsehood and there is no discount. But you two didn't say that, did you?" Zhuo Duo and Zhuo both had the same thought. Grandpa is so shameless. Then Zhuo turned to Zhuo Duo and blinked her bright eyes. "Got it?" Zhuo Duo obviously couldn't let Zhuo do such dirty work. He stepped forward and smashed the Tao integration stage super mighty figure's head into pieces. Little White and Little Geo happily came out to wander around. This was a Tao integration stage divine spirit. Since the two of them had made their debut, they had never devoured a divine spirit of this level. Today they actually had 2 portions at once. They ate heartily and the aftertaste was endless. Both of them had a good time and their strength had increased significantly. Once they were done enjoying themselves, their Tao integration stage remnant souls would be completely annihilated in body and soul. "What's going on, Grandpa?" These two are already Tao integration stage super mighty figures, so they should be at the very top of the Wang family. Even if they don't know everything, they should at least know a lot about it, right? Zhuo Duo asked. "This is really fucking complicated. It's not something that can be explained in a few sentences." Lei Changtian frowned. "We'll talk about it when we get back to our place. Sai, your father is so irresponsible. He left you two to do this alone. He's so careless and doesn't know how to take care of his children at all. What kind of father is this? What kind of son is this? This is too much. What kind of father is this? I really can't stand it," he complained as he returned with Zhuo Duo. Zhuo was not used to her grandfather complaining about her father, but he was an elder. It was reasonable for the father-in-law to scold the son-in-law. Zhuo Duo rolled his eyes. He thought to himself, "You're such an old father-in-law. You're such a coward in front of my dad. Now that my dad isn't in front of you, you're acting all arrogant." That night in Shangjing was destined to be peaceful. After the Lu family and the Yu family returned, they immediately called for an emergency meeting with the upper echelons of the family. As for the Wang clan, the Shen clan and the others, none of the people from the opposing clans returned. It was inevitable that some of the clans found it strange. After a while, they sent people out to search and inquire about the situation. But no matter how hard they searched, they couldn't find even the slightest clue. What's more, they couldn't even find the clearest location of the incident, the Dingjun stage. Once the group of scouts got close to the Dingjun platform, they would encounter a strange atmosphere similar to that of ghosts going around in circles. They would end up getting further and further away that they couldn't even get close to the location of the incident. How could they find the relevant people? This strange situation lasted until 4:30 in the morning. With the crowing of the rooster, dawn came and the fog in front of them gradually dissipated. The scouts could finally enter the Dingjun stage. But after entering, they only saw broken wreckage and broken limbs all over the ground. Basically, every corpse that was still intact was decayed and dilapidated as if they had been dead for several years. Damn, what exactly happened? Why didn't even leave behind a fragment of the soul? Could it be that there was really a ghost last night? The more I think about it, the more horrifying it is. I wandered around here for almost the whole night, but I couldn't really get close. It's most likely that I encountered a ghost going around in circles. It didn't run away, isn't it? It's obviously nearby. But no matter how much I wandered around, I couldn't get close. There were a few times when I directly went out of the city. If it wasn't a ghost, what else could it be? Over the years, more and more people have died in Shangjing City. More than half of the people who died unjustly. After so many years, it's understandable that it finally exploded. It's reasonable. Thinking back to the things that the Wang family and the Shen family have done over the years, it's an understatement to say that they have done all kinds of evil. Now that the cycle of karma has come, it's karma. It should be said that this is the first paranormal incident in Shangjing in the past 1,000 years. The rumor spread from mouth to mouth and it became more and more widespread. The supernatural incidents in Shangjing became a hot topic in a very short period of time. Translator. Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio. In fact, there were quite a few people who came in contact with the paranormal incident at the Dingjun stage to a certain extent yesterday. There were really many people who took photos and videos from afar last night. Later on, they even saw the black fog rising from afar. It was rolling and rolling inside as if there were countless ghosts howling excitedly inside. However, it was difficult to identify more specific things. Although the government took action to remove these videos and pictures at the first opportunity, the rumor of paranormal activity in Shangjing caused a great uproar. Only the few clans involved in the matter remained silent. The Wang family. Bam. The head of the family, Wang Han, slammed his hand on the table. Paranormal activity? What a load of nonsense. There must be other powerful beings who have entered the battle and used special techniques to obscure their vision. If it's just a paranormal activity, what kind of ghost would be able to kill a Dao integration stage cultivator? Even a ghost king wouldn't be able to do that. A powerful being of at least the Dao integration pinnacle stage has entered Shangjing, and he's standing on the side of the Lu family. This is already confirmed. Last night, Zuoxiao Duo and Zuoxiaonian must have been present as well. Otherwise, the two 12th generation ancestors wouldn't have intervened and caused the situation to spiral out of control. There must be something fishy about this. Even if it's really a paranormal activity, it doesn't make sense that the Lu family members have returned while our people have all died there. Investigate. Investigate thoroughly. Now, the only thing the Wang clan could be sure of was that the Yu clan had also made a move in this battle. Yesterday, Hero Yu had held a welcoming dinner for Zuoxiao Duo, and it was such a grand occasion that almost everyone in Shangjing knew about it. The Wang clan and Lu clan's life and death battle had been decided on the military platform. Zuoxiao Duo had appeared at the military platform, and Hero Yu had most likely followed along as well. It was even possible that it was the Yu clan's handiwork to be able to produce an ability user above the Dao integration stage. However, they couldn't and didn't dare to cause trouble for the Yu family. There were also the Wu family and the Lu family. They had also made arrangements last night, and it was very likely that they had also entered the battle. Another key suspect was the Lu family. The Lu family was the invitee, and the Wang family could secretly invite allies. They could even secretly send a Dao integration stage cultivator as their trump card. Why couldn't the Lu family arrange other powerful beings? However, it was useless to ask the families on his side. Because, like him, they were all dead and naturally didn't know anything. If there were people who knew the truth, it would probably be the Yu family, the Wu family, the Lu family, and the Lu family. The Yu family definitely couldn't be provoked, and they didn't dare to provoke them. When it came to the Wu family and the Lu family, the leaders of the two families could easily push the blame away. We didn't go. It had nothing to do with us. You said we went? Bring out evidence? If it really came to this point, the situation would be very troublesome. There could be even more troublesome situations. If they were really forced into a corner, there was a very high chance that the other party would directly go into battle. Fuck. You're too much of a bully. Who's afraid of who? Let's have another decisive battle on the battle stage. The Wang family was very clear about the hooligan ways of these families in Shangjing. Don't look at how each of them was more gentle, kind, and courteous than the other. However, when something really happened, each one of them would act like a hooligan, twisting words and forcing logic, and saying things that weren't right. As a result, only the Lu family was left to openly ask about this matter. Because the Lu family was the invitee, all the other families could deny and shirk responsibility, but the Lu family couldn't shirk responsibility. Pay attention to the news of the Lu family's fourth son, Lu Jingyun. If you can catch him, catch him. If you can't, we'll pay him a visit. Wang Han faintly felt a huge sense of danger approaching in his heart. At this moment he actually felt upset and his heart was in turmoil. Two Dao fusing experts. Two of the pillars of the Wang clan had actually died without a sound yesterday. This was simply unbearable pain and unbearable loss. Big brother, I'm afraid there's something strange about this matter. Wang Zhong, Wang Han's younger brother, had always been recognized as the brains of the Wang family. At this moment, he frowned and stroked his beard over and over again. He narrowed his eyes and said, I've sorted through all the clues related to yesterday's incident, and I've come up with an extremely terrifying conjecture. What conjecture? Just say it, don't beat around the bush. Wang Han was in a state of turmoil and he didn't hold back at all. You guys leave first. Wang Zhong said to the others. After these people left, Wang Zhong set up a soundproof barrier, and then sat in front of Wang Han cautiously. Big brother, something's not right. Who doesn't know that something's not right? The question now is, where did it come from? I thought about it yesterday. The most fundamental source of this series of events is Wuxia Duo, and the root cause is Qin Fangyang and He Yuanyue. The former is his teacher and the latter is his principal. Can you say something I don't know? The main point, I want to hear the main point now. Big brother, don't worry, here comes the main point. The company that's desperately trying to smear our reputation online is called Wuxia Company. After the incident with Qin Fangyang, the Minister Vigilant came to Ancestral Dragon Gaolu as his first stop after coming out of seclusion. He even bluntly said that he was friends with Qin Fangyang. Do you still remember that the minister's surname is Zhua? Wang Zhong frowned and said, the terrifying conjecture I'm talking about is, with so many Uz gathered together, could there be a connection? As soon as Wang Zhong said this, Wang Han's expression changed drastically. He sat down on the chair and sweat dripped down his head. He only felt that his heart was beating like a drum in an instant, and his mouth was dry for a moment. This can't be said carelessly. Of course, why would I say carelessly? There's a reason for this conjecture, Wang Zhong said. Big brother, think about it carefully. Wuxia Company is a Shao company, and with the power of our Wang family in both public and private affairs, and the power of both the good and the bad, we can't touch it? In this land of astral souls, what company can't even touch our Wang family? Chapter 1129. Last night, two Dao integration stage patriarchs died without a sound. How can such an accident be described as strange? Even if a powerful enemy joined the battle, even if it was a primordial chaos expert like the Marshal of the Four Directions, with the cultivation, strength and battle prowess of our two ancestors, they wouldn't have died so silently, right? To be able to make two Dao integration stage experts die without a sound. The most conservative estimate is that the enemy's cultivation and strength are at least at the peak of the primordial chaos realm, or even higher. But how many almighty beings have reached this level? let alone the Astral Souls continent, even if we include the Umno Alliance continent and the Dao League continent. On the other hand, if we only include the Astral Souls continent, the left and right Heavenly Kings, Baiyun Fairy, and, at most, there are no more than 15. Boss, what do you think about this? Could it be? Wang Zhong's voice was trembling. His eyes flickered and his face suddenly turned pale. Don't tell me it's really the minister's fault? Wang Han's whole body trembled. No, this is absolutely impossible. Why is it impossible? Wang Han moved quickly and quickly pulled out the information about Zuoxiao Duo from the pile of investigation materials. Look carefully. This Zuoxiao Duo's background is clear. Although his surname is Zuoxiao Duo, his father is Zuochanglu, and his mother is Wu Yuding. The life history of this family from the birth of Zuoxiao Duo to the present, and the resumes of his parents, are all well documented. It has nothing to do with the minister at all, right? Zuoxiao Duo has only risen in recent years. Before that, he was a well-behaved student. Moreover, he was a good-for-nothing for so many years. If he is the son of the minister and his wife, how could he be like this? Even if he has some problems. What problems can the minister not solve? And that's Wuxiaonian. Although she has been known as a genius since she was a child, she entered the Kunlun Taoist sect to cultivate. Although the Kunlun Taoist sect can be considered a big sect, it can only be considered a small sect compared to the minister. Right? Everything is clear. Zuoxiao Duo and Zuoxiaonian have nothing to do with the minister. They have nothing to do with each other. Wang Zhong sighed and said, Boss, why are you? When did I say Zuoxiao Duo and Zuoxiaonian? Pay attention to this report. He reached out and took the scroll beside him. It was the investigation file of Zuochanglu and Wu Yuding. Take a look at Zuoxiao Duo's parents. The life trajectory of this couple is indeed clear, but what about their relationship with their parents? This Zuochanglu. Who is his father? Who is his mother? Who is his grandfather? There is nothing. And this Wu Yuding is also the same. There is no clear social relationship. Wang Zhong said, Boss, don't you think it is strange? This is the current survey of interpersonal relationships. But a person's life trajectory is not a problem. A deeper background is the key. Wang Han stared at the file. His lips trembled as he said, What are you trying to say? Are you trying to say that this Zhuo couple is the minister's descendant? But the 3 continents have already confirmed that the minister has no descendants in this world. Who said that they are the minister's descendants? Wang Zhong said, I am more inclined to say that this Zhuo couple is the minister's clansmen. Even if they are only his clansmen, we are still finished. Wang Handa shook his head. That's impossible. The minister's clansmen were all killed in battle before the minister rose to power. This part has been recorded for a long time. When the minister reached the Sky Realm, he went back to his birthplace to search for his clansmen. At that time, the one who accompanied the minister was my ancestor. My ancestor left behind a letter that mentioned this matter. The entire village had more than 2,000 people, but no one survived. After that, the minister, in order to take revenge, traveled all over the continent to search for his enemy. After his cultivation reached the peak, he killed a heavenly king of the Wu people. In that battle, that heavenly king of the Wu people, along with 300,000 soldiers under his command, was turned into ashes by the minister. Therefore, I can say with certainty that the minister has no descendants and no clansmen. This Zuochanglu, Zuoxiao Duo, and Zuoxiaonian, although their surnames are also Zhuo, there is no way they are related to the minister. It is just a coincidence that they have the same surname. Wang Han said decisively, Wang Zhong, you've always been cautious. That's part of you, but don't be so paranoid and scare yourself. When we first identified Zuoxiao Duo as the target because of the word, Zhuo, you and I had already considered all the details. There's no such possibility at all. Wang Zhong said, but how do you explain today's matter? Who can mobilize such manpower? Who has the power to protect the Zhuo clan to this extent? Wang Han's face was gloomy. He didn't speak for a long time. After a long time he said, I'll say it again. Don't scare yourself. Think about it carefully. If the minister has a bloodline descendant, and if there's a clan related to the minister's bloodline in this world, it should be a clan that's more prosperous than the Yu clan, right? But in fact, is there such a prominent clan in the world? No. Think about it again. The things that our Wang clan has done over the years are indeed out of line. Naturally, there are many people who don't like us. Today, the whole Astral Souls continent's attention is on our Wang clan. What's so strange about hitting us when we are down? I have repeatedly investigated the Zhou clan's company. I can confirm that there are a few veterans in the Eastern Army, and a few who used to work in the munitions factory. It is possible that the generals and the Heavenly King of the Right protected the company. But that is the limit. They will not do anything more. But how do you explain the Zhou in the Zhou clan's company? This has something to do with the big boss behind them. According to the investigation, the big boss behind the Zhou clan's company is an internet expert with a particularly rich background. Looking for his roots, it is either the UMNO Alliance or the Dao League. It is obviously a smokescreen, but it also shows that he does not have a strong background. Otherwise, why would he be so careful? Also, this person's recent contact exposed a clue, but it was quickly erased. What clue was exposed? The so-called clue is actually the confirmation of the big boss's online name. It is called a clue, but it is actually useless. It is better than nothing. What is his name? Jingjing Cat. Jingjing Cat. Wang Zhong scratched his head. What is this name? His online name has always been strange. Maybe this person likes cats very much. Wang Han was a little impatient. He was shocked just now, and now he felt weak all over. He really did not want to talk anymore. It seems that spiritual thought goddess's nickname at home is Nian Nian Cat. Wang Zhong pondered. Why do I have a feeling that this company might belong to Zhuo Duo? Wang Han was stunned. Yeah, this is really possible. If the company was really founded by Zhuo Duo, then wouldn't the cause and effect be connected? Wang Hani slapped his thigh. Don't forget, according to the information we have, that Zhuo Xiaonian was adopted by the Zhuo couple. She has no blood relation to Zhuo Duo. That's right, so it's possible. That explains why this company is called Zhuo Shui. It's because Zhuo Duo is the boss. Moreover, this brat always brags that he's handsome and often talks about it. Yes. Isn't everything correct now? No, it's still not right. If it's really the company founded by Zhuo Duo, why are there so many big shots supporting him? Wang Zhong frowned and thought about it, but he still could not figure out this question. After going around in circles, the topic finally came back to that sensitive question. Wang Han and Wang Zhong looked at each other, both confused. In the military, in the real circle of high-ranking officials, we still don't have anyone. We can only guess based on the information we have. This is our biggest shortcoming. Wang Han sighed. I'll go to the Nian family this afternoon. The Nian family? I'll go personally and find out what they're thinking. I don't think it's the Yu family who did this, but the Nian family. This time I'll go there to find out what the Nian family's attitude is. Wang Han pondered and said. But what should we do about Zhuo Duo? It's imperative that we target Zhuo Duo. But if there's really such a master, a super master who's always around Zhuo Duo, we won't stand a chance at all. Wang Zhong frowned and asked. That's not a problem. If we can capture Zhuo Duo, that'll be the best. If we can't, in the end, we'll have to use the blood sacrifice to expand the range to cover the entire capital. As long as Zhuo Duo is still in the capital, we'll still be able to succeed. Right? Wang Han said uncertainly. Big brother, this is a big deal. You have to be sure. Wang Zhong asked. Then I'll go ask the master again. We'll talk about it after we confirm the situation. Okay. I'll go. Be careful, big brother. After Wang Han left, Wang Zhong sat in the study with a sullen face and did not move for a long time. After a long time he slowly walked out. He walked all the way to his courtyard and found his wife. There's something you need to deal with as soon as possible. It'd be best if you can finish it today. What is it? Our 7 youngest grandsons. Can you let your family take them away today? Tell them that they're your children. Or maybe a relative of the Yang family just gave birth to them. Things have actually gotten to this point? Chapter 1130. Well, it's always good to be prepared. It's always good to have a backup plan. If the Wang clan can survive these last few months peacefully, everything will be fine. At that time, we can just find a random reason to bring them back. But if they can't, I'm afraid the Wang clan will cease to exist. They are still young. Leave them some life. Don't let the Wang clan really die. Wang Zhong sighed with melancholy. Cease to exist? His wife couldn't help but widen her eyes. It can't be, right? We're the god of war's family. How can it? There's nothing new under the sun. Retribution is never good. It's just that the time hasn't come yet. When the time comes, everything will be retribution. Wang Zhong said lightly, hurry up and do it. Only you know about this. Don't tell anyone else. But this. The old lady's eyes flashed with hesitation. Only he knew that it was impossible because a lot of people would be involved in this matter if he wanted to succeed. What about the others who knew about it? They were all very close to him and he couldn't just give them up just because he wanted to. This is the backup plan for the bloodline. It's urgent. Wang Zhong pondered for a while and said, you can do as you see fit. It's impossible that the children's parents don't know about this. It's good if these things are exposed. It'll be a better cover for the bloodline that was sent out. But all the previous relationships with the family must be cut off completely. Completely cut off. Understood. In Zhuxiaoyan's courtyard. Lei Changtian clicked his tongue in wonder. In the inner city of Shangjing, where every inch of land is worth an inch of gold, my granddaughter actually has the money to buy a small courtyard house. After he learned about the growth of his grandson and granddaughter, he deeply felt that it was a miracle. It was a miracle in novels. They were the proper male and female protagonists. Zhou Xiaoduo puffed out his chest. He was so proud that his face glowed. He almost announced loudly, this daughter-in-law is mine. Zhou Xiaoyan blushed and said, this is all Dogda's money. I'm only responsible for spending it. No wonder. Based on the way he stirred up trouble and obtained resources in the Wizard Alliance, 1 meter taller sky is not enough to describe him. He must have a lot of wealth. Lei Changtian looked at Zhou Xiaoduo with gratification and said, grandson, your cultivation is not low. Why don't you have a famous nickname until now? Look at your sister, the goddess of spiritual thoughts. What a nice name. Zhou Xiaoduo said, why don't I have a famous nickname? My nickname, Iron Fist Young Master, is more or less popular. Forget it. What's your nickname? Nicknames are your name tags. People can give wrong names but they can't give wrong nicknames. This is the principle. What kind of lousy name is that Iron Fist Young Master of yours? Lei Changtian glared at her. Grandpa will give you a nice name. Zhou Xiaoduo humbly asked for advice. Grandpa, please go ahead. After thinking for a long time, Lei Changtian said, how about 3 miles higher in the sky? Zhou Xiaoduo frowned. Obviously he was extremely dissatisfied. What kind of lousy name was this? However, it was Grandpa who gave it, so Zhou Xiaoduo had to politely decline. I'll discuss this with my parents first. If it's okay, I'll use it. Lei Changtian was shocked and said, if you don't like it, we'll talk about it later. You don't have to discuss such a small matter with your parents. You don't have to tell them. Zhou Xiaoyan served the tea that had been brewed. Zhou Xiaoduo began to pour the tea. Grandpa, what did you find from the soul search? This was the most important thing at the moment. Zhou Xiaoduo didn't know if it was an illusion, but he always felt that his grandpa was a little out of tune. He didn't do anything important and always talked nonsense. Other than his extremely high cultivation level, he didn't have any other advantages. Of course, just his extremely high cultivation level alone was enough to make Zhou Xiaoduo kneel and lick his boots for a long time. It's really quite complicated. I haven't sorted it all out yet. Forget it, I'll just tell you directly. Lei Changtian put on the airs of a grandpa and said kindly, it's like this. Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan sat upright in front of Lei Changtian and pricked up their ears at the same time. Ha 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 ha. Lei Changtian laughed inexplicably, rocking back and forth. Zhou Xiaoyan was curious. Grandpa, what's wrong? Zhou Xiaoduo was also very interested. Was the Wang family's matter that funny? Haha, seeing the two of you sitting upright and pricking up your ears, I suddenly thought of your nicknames, ha ha ha. Lei Changtian laughed until he couldn't catch his breath. Their nicknames? Sitting upright and pricking up their ears and their nicknames? Duo Duo Dog? Nian Nian Cat? Did we give you a sense of déjà vu just because we listened carefully? What's the connection? Suddenly Zhou Xiaoyan was speechless. Zhou Xiaoduo's face was distorted. Lei Changtian was overjoyed and pointed at Zhou Xiaoduo, Duo Duo Dog. Then he pointed at Zhou Xiaoyan, Nian Nian Cat. After a pause he said, this is the nickname that suits the two of you best. It's really too vivid. Indeed, there are only wrong names but no wrong nicknames. The ancients didn't lie to me, they didn't lie to me. Ah. Lei Changtian's laughter shook the courtyard house. The siblings suddenly felt their worldview collapse. They looked at each other and saw the anger in each other's eyes, but they didn't dare to say anything. They finally understood the real reason why their parents didn't let Grandpa see them even though they were already so old. That was way too out of place. That I was waiting for you to talk about serious matters. but your thoughts flew tens of thousands of miles away. That I'm so angry. Zhou Xiaoyan pouted. I'm so angry. Zhou Xiaoduo puffed up his cheeks. If you weren't Grandpa, I would have smashed you with a hammer. The siblings looked at Lei Changtian, who couldn't stop laughing. They could clearly see the demon ancestor's tongue jumping happily in his big mouth. Grandpa. The two of them shouted at the same time. Their voices were very loud, unprecedentedly loud, and a little deafening. Ah. Cough, cough, cough. Lei Changtian suddenly stopped laughing and coughed a few times. He probably felt embarrassed. Suddenly laughing like this really damaged Grandpa's mighty and kind image. I'm not joking about your names. Actually, I thought of a little wolf dog sitting on the ground with its ears up. No, actually, the front line of the Sun-Moon Pass was very badly fought, very badly. Lei Changtian hurriedly changed the topic. Zhou Xiaoyan. Zhou Xiaoduo. Lei Changtian could only pick up the teacup and take a sip to hide his embarrassment. Finally, with a gulp, he poured the tea into his mouth, chewed and swallowed and said, "Good tea." Then he asked, "Where were we just now?" The two of them were speechless. "We were talking about what you found when you searched our souls." Oh. Lei Zhangtian's train of thought finally returned to its original position. He said, "It's actually very simple. That's all. The Wang family is planning to do something big. They're gathering luck. Isn't this the time when the dragons are fighting for the bloodline? It just so happens that some other opportunities are also gathering at this time. In order to accomplish this, they need a carrier, or rather, a sacrifice. And the choice of this sacrifice is no small matter. In addition to possessing extremely strong fate energy, the person's cultivation must also be at a certain level. It's not easy to have these two characteristics at the same time, but Xiao Duo, you're recognized as the continent's #1 genius. Moreover, you have great fortune and great fate energy. Therefore, the Wang family plans to sacrifice Xiao Duo to trigger an explosion of fate energy. Then they'll use some special method to seize the fate energy of the dragons fighting over the veins, as well as the fate energy from the heavenly secrets, and let the Wang family monopolize it. It's best to pour it all into one person. If this wishful thinking succeeds, then the fate energy of the beneficiary will be favored by heaven and earth. After all, it's all of Xiao Duo's fate energy, all of the dragon's fate energy from the dragons fighting over the veins, and all of the heaven and earth's fate energy from the heavenly secrets. If all of it is gathered in one person, wouldn't it seize the fortune of heaven and earth and create an earth-shattering legend of a genius? Lei Changtian said, "That's basically what it is. If you don't understand anything, I'll explain it in detail." Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan were completely confused and didn't know what was going on. "We don't understand at all." The two of them said in unison. "What the hell are you talking about? Are you asking you to make an outline? Even if you're writing an outline for a novel, it doesn't seem to be as simple as you. Although there are geniuses who never use an outline when writing novels, such as Wind Conquers the World, but can you be compared to that person's brain? The more detailed situation is more or less like this. About 200 years ago, the Wang family obtained a mysterious secret record. It looks like a very, very ancient thing. No one knows how many years it has existed in the world, and there are a few sentences in it that look very much like a description of a prophecy. This secret record is very magical. All the words are very ordinary on it. However, as long as one sentence is interpreted correctly, these few words will light up on the secret record, and the other words together that are not interpreted correctly will remain dark. This is an extremely magical phenomenon. What's the content? Zhou Xiaoduo asked. Lei Changtian pondered and recalled, the content is the great calamity descends upon the world, the extinction of all life, destruction followed by establishment, defeat followed by success. The sun and the moon pass through the sky, ice and fire are of the same origin, the hidden dragon rises out of the sea, the phoenix dances in the 9 heavens. In the world of great fortune the prodigies gather, the dragon veins rise, the heavenly fortune descends to the mortal world. On the day of the phoenix's rush, the hidden dragon rises out of the abyss. At the time of extreme yang, the earth turns upside down. Heaven and earth, the universe, gather at one pass. If one person obtains it, even his chickens and dogs will ascend to heaven. The blood of the dragon's luck is sacrificed in front of the door. The glory of 10,000 generations will be passed down forever. It took the Wang family a full 200 years to decipher these few sentences, and in the eyes of the higher-ups of the Wang family, this matter is inseparable from the dragons fighting for the dragon veins. As long as they can maximize the use of this great opportunity that fell from the sky, the Wang family will be able to ascend to heaven. However, this is all that is recorded in the secret record, and there is no more specific way to do it. Most of the content was blurry and unclear. Probably a few decades ago, the Wang family met a master, and through this master's interpretation, the content became much clearer. Chapter 1131. All these years, the Wang family did not give up on deciphering this secret record. As time passed and the world changed, more and more of the contents of this secret record were verified. The higher-ups of the Wang family felt that the time for the secret record to be fully deciphered was coming. As time passed, the Astral Souls continent suddenly ushered in the year of an explosion of geniuses. Countless geniuses appeared like a geyser. Then, in the second half of this year, the Wang family finally deciphered the entire contents of this prophecy. When the great calamity descends, all life will be exterminated. This refers to the calamity that destroyed the world. Destruction, establishment, defeat, and success. This is the current tripartite balance of the star witchcraft Tao. Sun and moon shock the heavens, ice and fire come from the same origin, hidden dragon emerges from the sea, phoenix dances in the 9 heavens. These 4 sentences should be interpreted to the two of you. Cultivation techniques and Xiaoyan's Phoenix Meridian Soul Rush. After that, in the era of great fortune, prodigies will gather together. This is exactly what happened in the past 2 years. Then, the Dragon Meridian will rise, and heavenly fortune will descend to the mortal world. This is naturally referring to the Dragon Meridian incident, and heavenly fortune will descend on the mortal world. On the day of extreme yang, the world will turn upside down. This should be referring to this year's day of extreme yang, which is the 25th of May. And this day is also the day when the Dragon Meridian incident takes place. Heaven and earth will gather at this stage. If one person obtains it, all his fowls and dogs will ascend to heaven. This means that on that day the power of heaven and earth can gather all this fortune on one person. As long as one succeeds, all his fowls and dogs will ascend to heaven. As for the blood of Dragon Meridian incident, before the sacrificial ceremony, at least in the Wang family's understanding, it refers to you Xiaoduo being recognized as the heir of the blood of Dragon Meridian incident. As long as your blood is sacrificed, the Wang family will be able to obtain this opportunity. From then on, the glory of the Wang family will be passed down for eternity. Lei Zhangtian said, that's all the content that the Wang family had found a master to decipher. However, because their contact was very secretive, even the Wang family's Dao integration stage experts are not clear about the master's specific identity. They only know that this person exists. All in all, the Wang clan firmly believes in this prophecy, which is why they have made such a series of moves. This was because the carrier of this prophecy had another very magical effect. As long as the contents of the secret record were interpreted correctly, the corresponding sentence would light up. Previously, as they were unable to determine who the carrier of the dragon vein was, the last few sentences did not light up no matter how they interpreted it. But last year, as your name became more and more famous, it finally reached the ears of the Wang family. Once, they unconsciously interpreted your name, Xiaoduo, and the relevant words lit up. At this point, after reading your name, the entire prophecy carrier shone like a light bulb. There was not a single word that was gloomy anymore. This phenomenon strengthened the confidence of the Wang family's upper echelons. Do you understand now? Under such circumstances, not to mention the Wang family, as long as they know the contents of the prophecy, no one will doubt it. And as long as you, Xiaoduo, are sacrificed during the Dragon Vein Scramble, the Wang family can let their prodigy disciples reap all the benefits of this Dragon Vein Scramble and the heaven and earth opportunity. From then on, they will achieve meteoric success. Perhaps they will be even more impressive than the minister and the emperor. No matter what the final outcome is, at least this hope is the greatest hope of the Wang family. They will not regret it even if they die 100 times. Therefore, for the Wang family, everything has already reached the final stage. As long as you, Xiaoduo, are sacrificed, everything will be over. They will wait for the great success. The Wang family has already made all the other preparations. Therefore, they used the series of events such as killing Qin Fangyang and digging up He Yuanyue's grave to lure you to the capital. In this way, with your character, you will definitely come. And as long as you come, you will never be able to escape from the Wang family's control. As long as you come, You will either die here or the Wang family will be destroyed by your hands. Other than that, there will be no third way to make you leave. However, in the Wang family's judgment, even if you are a prodigy and have extraordinary strength, you are still a junior from the border. You have no status, no background, and no support. What is there to fear? In fact, if not for the minister's strong intervention after Qin Fangyang's death, the Wang family would have acted even more unscrupulously. They would have even attacked you directly. After all, on the surface the two sides cannot be reconciled. Only one side can be completely destroyed. And if anyone were to judge, it would only be you, a junior, who will die. After that, no one would pursue this matter. This is also where the confidence of the descendants of the god of war comes from. Basically, this is the Wang family's plan. Do you understand now? Do you understand? Lei Changtian finished his explanation. Zhuo heaved a deep sigh. He had already guessed most of the reasons and even the process from what he had encountered during this period of time. However, he didn't know the most crucial part. He really shouldn't have let his grandfather search his soul like this. He really should have interrogated that Wang family Dao integration expert personally. Apart from being more specific and concrete, the basic framework and ideas were actually similar to what he had guessed. It had nothing to do with the main point. Grandpa, what's really important now is how did they plan this? Who are they collaborating with? Apart from the Wang family, who is that master of deciphering? How can he decipher the secret records that the Wang family has been unable to decipher for 200 years? What more specific plans do they have? How do they want to deal with this when the time comes? Zhuo said in distress, these are the most important things. I know these things are important, but they are not in the memories of that guy's divine spirit. Lei Changtian was also very distressed. Let's put it this way. The two Dao integration experts of the Wang family are like the stabilizing pillars of the family. And these kinds of people usually don't participate in the family's decision-making. They only stand out to protect the family at critical moments, or facilitate some important goal. That's enough. It's not that they don't have the right to know these things. It's just that these things are no longer important to people of their level. Their status has already been determined. They only need to know that this matter is very important to the family and that they know the general process. Everything else is not important. They only need to know that at certain critical moments they have to take action. That's all. And now that's exactly what they are doing. It's the same for your life and death. Today their final goal is to capture you and completely control your life and death. Even though their Wang family wants to sacrifice you, they need to do it at a suitable time. It can't be early, it can't be late. You have to die on that day. Do you understand? So now the first key they have to ensure is that you can't leave Shangjing. And to achieve this goal, the safest way is naturally to capture you. That's why the two of them are here today. That's all. The so-called intervention of the Wang family, Shin family, and other families is just a minor detail. Or rather, it's just a smokescreen to capture you. Lei Changtian said with a hint of melancholy. As for the many details of this matter, how it was carried out, who was in charge, how the needle was threaded, and even how the venue was set up, these are completely irrelevant to these old antiques. They are completely unimportant. The only useful information is that in the entire Wang family, there are only two people who are in charge of this matter or qualified to participate in the operation of this matter. Lei Changtian suddenly paused and revealed an embarrassed expression. Do you know who they are? Zhuo immediately asked. One is the head of the family, Wang Han, and the other is the head's younger brother, Wang Zhong, who is recognized as the brains of the Wang family. Apart from these two people, no one else knows the details. Zhuo slapped his thigh and said, Grandfather, this is the really useful information. Lei Changtian coughed twice and rolled his eyes. The way this kid slapped his thigh was really like his father. And his tone was also like his father's. I really want to beat him up. So what you're saying is that I've been busy for half a day and have said a basket of unimportant things, but not a single important thing? Is that what you mean? You deserve to be beaten up. You deserve to be spanked. The kind of spanking that blossoms. Zhuo breathed a sigh of relief and thought to himself, fortunately, I asked a few more questions. Grandfather's brain really makes me worried. He said a basket of unimportant things but almost forgot the important things. It was fortunate that the old man's cultivation level was so high that it shocked the world. Otherwise, what would have happened? No, his cultivation base is shocking, but his brain is not good. Who knows, he might get into big trouble. I have to be careful, I have to be careful. Now that we know who the specific target is, things will be much easier. Duo said excitedly, I'm just afraid that we don't have a specific target. Now that we have a confirmed target, we can complete this task in one night. What do you want to do, kid? Lei Changtian stared at him. Grandfather, you're a layman. Although we're in a society ruled by law, and nothing can be accomplished without rules, and power and influence are the rules, in the eyes of cultivators who have entered the Tao, isn't the power of the fist the real reason? The task that I want to complete can be said to be quite difficult for the two of us. It requires hundreds of plans, thousands of calculations, and a lot of luck. It's easy to lose everything. But for you it's a piece of cake. Duo flattered him eagerly, Grandfather, as long as you personally go and capture Wang Han and Wang Zhong, then we can interrogate them or search their souls. Everything will be clear, won't it? Duo already wanted to win without doing anything. His grandfather was the fiend ancestor. Such a trivial matter was a piece of cake for him. It was as easy as blowing off dust. Chapter 1132. Duo said eagerly. Of course, if you want to save some trouble, you can help us take down all the Wang family and the families that colluded with them to do this. You don't have to worry about killing people. Just leave this kind of rough work to me. As long as you can control all of them, I will naturally kill them one by one with my sword. Then we will have our revenge. How easy and pleasant it will be. There will be a lot of benefits. As a 10,000-year-old aristocratic family, they must have a lot of wealth. The three of us will definitely return with a bountiful harvest. 2 piles of gold will not be a problem. The more Duo spoke, the more excited he became. He deeply felt the benefits of being the third generation. He didn't have to do anything. He just had to lie at home and wait for his enemies to be captured. He would wake up, wash his face, brush his teeth, and lazily go out. He would treat it as if he was practicing his swordsmanship. He would tie those people up and line up to kill them one by one. Then he would have his revenge. It was just that easy. This was a textbook example of lying down to win a life. Otherwise, he would be willing to be the second generation. This was a risk-free and profitable job. It wasn't tiring at all. He just had to drink some tea and be done with it. My life seems to have reached its peak. It doesn't matter how long this kind of life lasts. For thousands of years, I'll enjoy it and forget to go back. I'll forget my worries and get what I want. I'll enjoy it so much that I won't think of home. Duo narrowed his eyes. Felt good. Lei Changtian widened his eyes. What the hell? You mean, I'll go out and capture them? Then I'll capture them and search their souls for interrogation? After the interrogation I'll go and capture them? I'll capture these thousands of people, line them up, tie them up, and make them kneel here? Then you'll come out and kill them one by one? That's it? Then you'll be able to get your hands on a mountain of gold. The demon ancestor's voice was very strange. How did it become my business? Yes, that's exactly what I mean. However, it's not just me alone but the three of us. Think about it, we're not targeting just the Wang clan alone. We're targeting a few clans, so how can we not reap a lot of benefits? Duo said matter-of-factly, Grandpa, you see, this is the most direct result. Nian and I won't be in any danger. We won't have to go out and take risks. We won't have to fight with others. We won't be killed or sacrificed to the gods. We'll be safe and you won't have to worry about us, right? And for an old man like you, it's not a difficult thing and it's not that tiring. Just think of it as an old man going out for a walk after breakfast to loosen his muscles and bones, digest the food and exercise his body. Well, morning exercise. Right? Isn't that right? Such a small matter is nothing to you. Duo said matter-of-factly, besides, you're my grandfather. Isn't it only right for you to avenge me? That's right. If I don't ask you for help, who else can I ask for help? Right? Why would we bother others when we can do it ourselves? If you ask me, if you don't help me, your dear grandson, then it would be strange. Lei Changtian nodded and then couldn't help but scratch his head. You're right. It's only right for me to avenge my dear grandson. Well, why do I feel like something's not right? What's wrong with that? Nian Cat and I are your treasures. Duo said, Grandpa, please help us. Xiaonian said, Grandpa, please help us. Lei Changtian scratched his head. He was a little confused. He stared blankly for a while and then turned to look at Duo. Then, I'm done. What are you going to do? Duo said in surprise. What am I going to do? Didn't I just say it? Didn't I take charge of the whole situation and kill these people to avenge my teacher? The last and most important dirty work has to be done by me. Lei Changtian said angrily, can't I kill these people? Can't I kill them? Do I need you to kill them? Zhou Xiaoduo said, Grandpa, think about it carefully. If you kill them yourself, you're just enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. If you don't, it's just a matter of convenience. But no matter how you look at it, you're not avenging my teacher. You're not justified. We still have to figure out the logic of this. Zhou Xiaoduo said earnestly, Grandpa, we're here to avenge, not to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Lei Changtian felt more and more confused. What? Suddenly? This job is all mine? But why does it sound so reasonable? What is this saying? Oh. The devil ancestor shook his head. Why should I do this? I have to do all the work. It doesn't feel right. And I don't even have a proper title. Why did you do this? Zhou Xiaoduo was surprised. You're my grandpa, my biological grandpa. If you don't help me, who will? You're my grandpa. You're helping your grandson out and doing something small. Do you want extra remuneration? Do you want us to give you a salary? Lei Changtian said angrily, who said anything about remuneration? When did I say that? Then you mean, you're my grandpa so you should do all these things? You don't need remuneration? Yes, it's very necessary. It's just that you don't need remuneration. Lei Changtian really felt that his brain was turning to mush. He was getting more and more confused. Okay, then I understand. Originally, when I was going to confiscate the property, I was going to split the profits into 3 portions. Since you didn't want to do so, I won't force you. Just treat it as your reward to us. As the saying goes, one doesn't dare to refuse a gift from an elder. Zhou Xiaoduo said happily. Zhou Xiaoduo said these words with absolute confidence and confidence. Grandpa doesn't want to help me? What a joke. Is there a need to say this? Grandpa is just helping his grandson out a little. How can he have the cheek to share the profits of other people's children? This doesn't make sense. Saying that one doesn't dare to refuse a gift from an elder. This is the end. Lei Changtian felt his brain was in a mess. He held his head and said, Wait, let me think. Zhou Xiaoduo was puzzled. I've already explained it so clearly. Why can't you understand? This shouldn't be. This doesn't make sense. What are you thinking? Grandpa, you're acting so strange. Zhou Xiaoduo said in confusion, I just don't understand. Which family doesn't step up when the younger generation is bullied? As the saying goes, when the younger generation is beaten up, the older generation will step up. Isn't this the current situation of the world? Why is it that when it comes to us, why are you suddenly refusing? You've been in seclusion all this time and didn't even know about my existence. There's nothing to say. Now that you've come out of seclusion and reappeared in the world, why can't you stand up for me? Lei Changtian frowned and thought, I'm not refusing. Zhou Xiaoduo's expression changed immediately. He cried and said, Grandpa, you don't love me. Zhou Xiaoyan also frowned and asked pitifully, Grandpa, why don't you help us? Well, although Zhou Xiaoyan didn't have any dirty thoughts like Zhou Xiaoduo, her thoughts were habitually following Zhou Xiaoduo's. After so many years, she had long been used to it. Although Zhou Xiaoduo's words were fallacious, they were the most common things in the secular world. It could be said that his words were reasonable. At this time, Zhou Xiaoyan naturally followed Zhou Xiaoduo's tone. Lei Changtian was completely dumbfounded. This still can't stop trembling? Bai Yunduo kept transmitting her voice in his ear, don't interfere, please don't interfere again. Zhou Xiaoduo asked his grandpa for help with tears in his eyes. Why don't you do it? Why don't you help me? What? Let me think. Lei Changtian held his head. Bai Yunduo seemed to have a point. If I could interfere, then when my master came to Shangjing, he would have directly arrested all these people and waited for junior brother to behead them. Wouldn't it be over? Why would I need you? To put it bluntly, Bai Yunduo's words were very rude, but they were very reasonable. Wasn't it to train junior sister and junior brother to deal with half of the matter and leave the other half behind? Besides, what's the point of doing everything directly? If you don't train in the mainland, do you really want to go to the battlefield to experience life and death? Wouldn't that be more dangerous? Are you able to get rid of all of little Duo Yu's enemies in this lifetime? Then what's the point of him cultivating? From now on, he can just lie down and be a salted fish. When Lei Changtian heard this, he seemed to have understood. When he turned his head again, he saw Zhou Xiaoduo half lying on the sofa. His body was so lazy that it seemed to have no bones. His hands were behind his head and his legs were crossed out. Well, He really looked like a standard salted fish. It seemed that after this kid knew his identity, he had started to win by lying down. What a standard way to lie down. Bai Yun Duo kept complaining through telepathy in the air. I told you not to do anything, not to do anything. Even if you want to do something, it's enough to do it secretly. You can't do it personally. You loved your grandson, so you wanted to leave a good impression. You wanted to go down. Now look. What my master is most afraid of is that junior brother's salted fish personality suddenly exploding. Once there's a strong person around him, he won't do anything even if he's beaten to death. To him there's no other choice. Now that you've shown up, you've confirmed his identity as a third-generation cultivator. Won't he directly enter salted fish mode? If junior brother didn't know your identity, it would have been fine. But now he clearly knows that you're the demon ancestor, the strongest person in the 3 continents that no one dares to provoke. Now look, isn't he starting to become a salted fish? Look at what you've done. If master and mistress find out, the title of this chapter is just like what I'm doing now. It's a bit confusing. From a long time ago, when Xiao Duo encountered something, many of his brothers were looking forward to it. Fathers wish should do something, mothers wish should do something. I'm thinking about this. Do I need to write it down? If I write it down, will you think that I'm preaching? It's a bit confusing. I need to sort it out. Chapter 1133. Bai Yun Duo was really anxious. Otherwise he wouldn't have spoken so rudely. This Lord Devil ancestor was really incapable of accomplishing anything but good at ruining things. Look at what he had done now. He had turned the tense and indignant journey of revenge into a spring outing and a wantonly accumulating wealth. However, Zhuxiao was thinking was completely right. There was a way to save physical strength and time. Why did he have to make a fuss over nothing? Why did he have to spend so much effort? Wouldn't that be like taking off his pants to fart? Anyway, his purpose was only revenge. He had asked someone to help him take revenge with his own hands. The result was the same. Wasn't it revenge? Was it not helping Li Chenglong, Long Yuxing, and the others taking action with him? If we didn't have a grandfather, then I met Uncle Nan by chance and asked Uncle Nan to help me deal with the enemy. Was that not revenge? Using tyrannical force was revenge. Using scheming was revenge. Using group wisdom and group effort to exchange benefits was also revenge. Then, using family ties to achieve the goal of revenge was also revenge. Was it not revenge? That was outrageous. Since Grandpa was in front of him, why should he give up what was close at hand and seek what was far away? Why do I have to go through painstaking efforts to take revenge? Why do I have to take the risk of being half dead and covered in wounds? What was wrong with this logic? Lei Changtian covered his head and didn't know what to do for a moment. Suddenly, the Lord Devil ancestor lay on the sofa, frowning and groaning. Why did I suddenly have a headache? It seems that the old injury has relapsed. I'll lie down for a while. Is there a bedroom? I'd better find a quiet place to discuss with Bai Yun Duo. My brain is a mess now. No matter how I think about it, something is wrong. Zhuxiaonian hurriedly asked with concern, Grandpa, where are you feeling unwell? I have a lot of good medicine here. It's okay. I'll be fine after a while. It's an old injury of more than 10,000 years. Ordinary medicine is useless. Lei Changtian hurriedly refused. Under Zhuxiaonian's worried gaze, he entered the guest room and slammed the door shut. Outside, Zhuxiao Duo was lying on the sofa, swinging his legs and singing, Being invincible is so lonely. Being invincible is so empty. Eating and waiting for death is so blissful. Winning without doing anything is so refreshing. Oh. Obviously, Zhuxiao Duo was really happy at this moment. Zhuxiaonian looked at Zhuxiao Duo anxiously and hesitantly. Finally she pouted and asked, Doggy, you really want a salted fish? You haven't even ascended yet. Zhuxiao Duo grinned, winked and sighed, I'm just afraid that Teacher Qin and the old principal will wait too long. If they can't wait and reincarnate, they won't be able to see me avenge him. Lei Changtian shrank into his room and set up several layers of soundproof barriers in one breath. His expression was unprecedentedly complicated. He felt that he had made a huge mistake and ruined some of his plans. What should he do? Bai Yun Duo, who was hiding in the sky, was completely anxious. This demon ancestor was simply a super shit-stirrer who couldn't do anything right. The situation was out of control. Now that he had caused it to this point, what should they do next? How could they continue? Master and mistress were worried about this change, so they didn't reveal their identity, background, cultivation, and strength. They completely blended into the ordinary. You, on the other hand, exposed everything the moment you showed up. If we could intervene directly, you wouldn't have a chance to do it. It's just the Wang family. Either Xiaohu or I would be able to wipe them out instantly. Look at the situation now. How am I going to explain it to master and mistress? Bai Yun Duo was so anxious that she stomped her feet in the air. Her elegant demeanor was gone. If Lei Changtian completely triggered little junior brother's salted fish attribute, Bai Yun Duo guaranteed that her master and mistress would flip out when they came back. They would flip out extremely. When that time came, this demon ancestor would most likely be beaten into a demon pig. His entire body would swell up, and he would have a pig's head and pig's face. Aren't I just concerned about the child? Lei Changtian defended himself weakly. The child is being bullied by the adults outside. Are we supposed to just watch from the sidelines? They don't care about the child. I'm just a distant relative. Distant relative means that you're only showing your face when you're in your 20s, right? Bai Yun Duo said mercilessly. How dare you? Lei Changtian flew into a rage out of humiliation. Junior, how can you say that? Even mistress doesn't dare to talk to me like that. Bai Yun Duo choked for a moment. After a long while she nodded. All right, I'll find mistress to talk to you. I also want to know what mistress will say to you. Don't. However, Bai Yun Duo had already left in a fit of anger. He did something wrong, but he didn't allow others to talk about it. Now he was even using his seniority to pressure others that I don't care anymore. I don't care anymore. It's up to you now. Lei Zhangtian heaved a long sigh. He took out his phone and dialed his daughter's number. He murmured, Fine, I'll say it myself. This couple doesn't care about their child. Are they in the right? They don't care about the child after having it. It's better not to have it. His finger hovered over the button for a long time. Finally he gritted his teeth, closed his eyes and pressed the button. Dao League Mainland. Sanqing Holy Mountain. Taoist Yun stood up from the ruins with his face covered in dust. He said sullenly, Sister-in-law, you've been sparring for a few days now. My old bones have been torn apart by you 14 or 15 times. It's about time. Wu Yuding stood with her sword in hand and said with a smile, Big brother Yun, what are you talking about? I feel that I have benefited a lot from this time's seclusion. I have gained a lot of understanding regarding the great Tao of martial arts, but I still need the tempering and stimulation of battle formations before I can truly comprehend and integrate it into myself. But this kind of comprehension can only be understood and not explained. We are all experts in cultivation, so how can we not understand this simple logic? Besides, we can also enlighten all of you through battle. I'm just worried that you won't be able to comprehend it in a short period of time. That's why I'm sparring a few more times. You'll occasionally be hit by me when you're distracted. However, it's still much easier than fighting the demons in the future, right? I'm really doing this out of kindness, out of sincerity, out of kindness and out of sincerity. The faces of the 5 Taoists on the scene were filled with grievances. Easy? Even if the demons really come, they probably won't be as cruel as you. Taoist Yun and Taoist Feng were fine, but Taoist Yu, Taoist Shuang and Taoist Snow were both sullen and innocent. What does your grudge have to do with us? It really has nothing to do with us. This woman is so cruel with a smile. I can't take it anymore. Sister-in-law, that Xiao Duo who targeted your family has nothing to do with us. In fact, it doesn't even have anything to do with us. Taoist Snow twisted his mouth. He bent over and straightened his thigh, aimed at the broken part and caught it. Then he hurriedly injected a stream of natural essence into it to heal the wound. His wound healed at a visible speed, but the pain he felt during the process wasn't lessened at all. Wu Yuding smiled and said, Brother Snow, what are you talking about? Our sparring session this time has nothing to do with my son and daughter's matters. It's precisely because I want my 5 brothers to experience the grand Tao profundities that we comprehended during closed-door cultivation, and it's for the sake of preparing for the great battle in the future. You must know that even if one's strength is slightly stronger, it might cause one's strength to be insufficient at that time. This slight difference might be the difference between life and death, the difference between life and death. We're all cultivators with some level of cultivation. Little sister's actions are really for the good of you big brothers. Taoist Yu gave a bitter smile and said, Thank you so much, sister-in-law. You're so considerate. Wu Yuding said, You flatter me. We are allies and our friendship is deep. In order to prevent my brothers from feeling aggrieved and resentful when they see the geniuses of other clans and want to destroy them but can't defeat them, I have no choice but to work hard and reluctantly do it. Taoist Snow sighed and said, Sister-in-law, I promise nothing like that will ever happen again. I'll fight to the death with whoever does that again. As he spoke, Taoist Snow, Taoist Yu and Taoist Shuang glared at Taoist Feng and Taoist Feng. Their eyes were full of unspeakable resentment. It's all because of you two. I can't even leave after getting beaten up. Both Taoist Feng and Taoist Feng lowered their heads. What the? We didn't want this, but who knew this woman would be so cruel? In this competition, Taoist Feng and Taoist Yun were beaten up the most. It was the kind of ruthlessness where every bone in his body had been broken several times from head to toe. Wu Yuding was merciless. Every time she beat them up, she urged them to recover quickly so that it would be convenient for another round. Taoist Yun acted shamelessly on purpose and refused to have his injured leg fixed. Therefore Wu Yuding gave him a good beating without giving him a chance to explain. With a broken leg, of course, Wu Yuding would beat him even harder. This time, Jianghu and his wife came to the Tao League's Three Pure Ones Hall for a visit after settling their affairs in Shangjing. They called it a visit since they hadn't seen each other for many years to improve their relationship. Then, Taoist Thunder and Taoist Lightning really improved their relationship. Jianghu dragged them to discuss Tao. As for the remaining 5 people, Taoist Thunder arranged good work for them. The 5 of you spar with my sister-in-law. At the same time, you can experience the aura of the great Tao that my sister-in-law obtained from her seclusion. At the same time, you can help her stabilize her current realm. Then he left with Jianghu. In the beginning, the 5 of them were full of confidence. You're just a woman. Even if you're the demon ancestor's daughter and the minister's wife, aren't you just a junior? As her big brothers, we'll let you experience what it means to be a senior. Who would have thought that they would discover that Wu Yuding's cultivation had already completely suppressed all of them after exchanging blows with her? They were beaten up miserably. Their so-called demeanor of a senior was all gone. It was only at this point that they realized that the 5 of them had been heartlessly abandoned by their own boss. Big brother and second brother went in to receive benefits, leaving the 5 of them here to let his wife vent her anger. Chapter 1134. Wu Yuding did not seem to know what fatigue was. She would beat anyone she met to death. His fists hit his flesh, his limbs were broken, his internal organs were injured, his body was covered in cuts and bruises, and his body was riddled with scars. None of this was a problem, and he had to repeat it over and over again. Round after round, the cracking sounds were like a nightmare to the 5 Taoists. They could only go up and be beaten up one by one. And they could not gang up on her. Because this was a spar, a discussion of Tao, a friendly interview. The 5 Taoists were so aggrieved that their hearts were about to explode. Especially later on, Wu Yuding, who had gone through a series of fierce battles, actually improved again. When she used her famous ultimate skills, Cold Sword of Mountains and Rivers, Frost Rain and Meteor Shower, the power level was more than 1 level higher than before. When other people's sword light danced, it was basically a series of sword light shooting out. However, when Wu Yuding's sword light started, it was like a series of shining raindrops in the dark night. It was like a meteor that swept wildly in all directions. The sword moves became more and more violent as time went by. Gradually, the quantity changed to the quality, turning raindrops into hailstones. Every raindrop and hailstone contained more or less traces of destructive power. Although Wu Yuding gradually restrained her power during the process of unleashing the sword energy, the sword wounds on the 5 Taoists' bodies only became more painful. Even their souls were hurt. After 3 days of sparring, the 5 Taoists felt as long as 5,000 years. They were not even allowed to rest at night. Later on, the Wind and Cloud Taoists tore off their skin and apologized. But no matter how they apologized, Wu Yuding just ignored them and turned a deaf ear to them. Big brothers, you are thinking too much. I am not here to vent my anger for my son. I am also not here to take revenge for my daughter. I am here to spar. I am very satisfied with the results of this spar. Just for such a big harvest this time, I have to express my gratitude to you, my brothers. We have not seen each other for a long time. I have to take a good look at all of you. These reasons came out of her mouth. None of them were repetitive. After being beaten up for 3 days in a row, The 5 Taoists were completely overwhelmed by the feeling of being unable to escape from the nightmare, which was worse than death. The most important thing was that they couldn't fall out with her. They didn't dare to fall out with her. Her husband was inside discussing the Tao. This was a huge favor. Could it be that you're enjoying the kindness of others while fighting for your life with his wife? How was this something a human would do? Someone who could do such a thing was not human. Finally, one morning Jianghu, Taoist Thunder, and Taoist Lightning ended their discussion and walked out side by side. The moment the 3 of them appeared at the training ground, Feng Yun and the other 4 were so touched that they almost cried. "Boss, you're finally out. We are about to be beaten to death. I've benefited greatly from this Tao discussion. Many thanks to the minister for his generosity. I will never forget this kindness for the rest of my life." Taoist Thunder was very emotional. He even used the word kindness. Although he had been beaten up by Jianghu many times, he had indeed learned a lot. However, the faces of Feng Yun and the other 4 darkened. There was no need to say anything. Just by hearing the word kindness, they knew that they had been beaten up for nothing. Not only could they not mention it, but it would also remind Boss Thunder that he owed someone a favor. "You're welcome." Zhuanglu Xuan said elegantly, "Even without me, it's only a matter of time before Brother Lei gains some insights." Taoist Thunder shook his head and smiled bitterly. What Zhuanglu said might be possible, but Taoist Thunder did not dare to say that he could really gain enlightenment. When it came to comprehending and experiencing things, it had always been about fate. Without a bit of luck, it really wasn't something that could be easily obtained. "Boss, Brother Zhua, I'll go into seclusion first." Taoist Lightning had obviously gained a lot of enlightenment. He was a little impatient now. Especially when he saw the 5 people outside who were almost beaten into pig heads, he did not dare to stay. After saying that, he hurriedly left, seizing the time to turn his enlightenment into his own foundation. "The Tao League and the Astral Souls will always be allies," Taoist Thunder said word by word. "Of course." Zhuanglu smiled. "Brother Thunder, we still have to speed up the Tao League's no-fly zone. I've been having a lot of sudden inspiration recently, and I have a vague feeling that the tide is about to rise. It seems that time is not as optimistic as we thought." "I understand," Taoist Thunder said in a low voice. "From today onwards, we will personally go out to take a look and supervise the construction of the Tao League's no-fly zone." Zhuanglu smiled reservedly. "We can also take a look at the Astral Soul's no-fly zone and the Umno Alliance's no-fly zone. Both of them are almost done." "All right." Taoist Thunder turned to look at Wu Yuding. "Sister-in-law, you've worked hard these few days." Wu Yuding put away her sword, rubbed her hands and smiled. "Brother Thunder, you're too polite. We're all allies, it's only right that we help each other." Feng Yun and the other Taoists were speechless. Her words were really fucking good. "And Boss Thunder, are you thanking her for beating us too hard?" "If there's nothing else." Before Taoist Thunder could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Wu Yuding. "Boss Thunder, how can there be nothing else? Now that we're done with the important matters, it's time to talk about the private matters. The Tao League has violated the favor writ twice and attacked my son. Shouldn't they give us an explanation for this?" Wu Yuding said in a low voice. As the saying goes, one can change their face faster than one can flip a book. This was probably it, right? The 6 swords of the Tao League were all dumbfounded. Including Taoist Thunder. "Didn't we go in to discuss Tao and leave you outside to deal with this matter? What? You've already beaten people to death dozens of times and you're telling me it's not over yet? You want an explanation? Besides, after those 2 incidents, didn't I already give you an explanation? You sent Yun Zhonghu to blackmail us again and again. What else do you want? Why are you asking for an explanation again now?" But their boss had just accepted a huge benefit from Zhuanglu, and now his wife was asking for an explanation. "Tell me, what should we do about this? Should they learn from Wu Yuding and turn their backs on them? The Tao League would never be able to raise their heads again. What kind of explanation does sister-in-law want? You're a straightforward person. Just say it," Taoist Thunder stuttered. At this time they would be stabbed regardless of whether they stuck their head out or retracted it. They would definitely have to suffer this attack. "We've been in an alliance for so many years and we've known each other for so many years. Since Brother Thunder asked personally, I'm naturally embarrassed to go overboard." Wu Yuding said, "I just want Feng Yun and Taoist Thunder's treasure vault." "Impossible." Feng Yun and Taoist Thunder flew into a rage. "Sister-in-law, Brothers, what you? You control your wife. How can she ask for such a huge sum? Zhuochanglu smiled. Brothers. You think too highly of me. If I could control my master, I wouldn't need you to tell me this. But the main problem is that I'm henpecked. Zhuochanglu smiled shyly and guiltily. Brothers, I'm not afraid of being laughed at. If henpecked is a disease, I'm afraid I'm already beyond cure. After hearing this, the 6 Dao League members, including Daoist Thunder, leaned back in unison. This sentence was really too fucking speechless. This reason was really enough. I'm henpecked and I'll admit it to my face. What can you do? What can you do? There was really no other way. Daoist Thunder laughed and said, our Dao League was indeed in the wrong. The Dao League should give sister-in-law an explanation. He pondered for a while and said decisively, how about this? Open all the treasure vaults of the 7 of us, including the main vault of the Dao League, and let sister-in-law wander around in them for 2 hours. Within 2 hours there won't be anyone else in the treasure vault. Sister-in-law, whatever you want, just go ahead and get it. Even if you really take it all away, our Dao League will accept it. Daoist Thunder's face was full of smiles and his voice was loud like a bell. The other 5 Daoists widened their eyes subconsciously, as if they were struck by lightning. Zhuochanglu's gaze also froze, and then he shook his head with a bitter smile. Daoist Thunder's move was really brilliant. I'll let you in with the most honest attitude and let you take whatever you want. Take as much as you can. But, do you really have the nerve to take it? If you really have the nerve to empty the Dao League's treasure vault, then it would be Wu Yuding deliberately destroying the alliance between the human race and the astral souls in the Dao League. One had to admit that Daoist Thunder's move of using defense as an attack was a beautiful move. Wu Yuding said, okay. She actually agreed immediately. Then the treasure vault was opened. Wu Yuding put her phone in Zhuochanglu's hand and walked in alone. Daoist Thunder was still full of smiles as if he didn't hold any grudges. Zhuochanglu sighed, but his heart was full of sympathy for Daoist Thunder. Daoist Thunder's move could be said to be an upright man's action, and it was also the best choice to deal with the current situation. In such a situation, the person who dealt with it had to consider a lot. Even Zhuochanglu, who was once known as the 1 meter higher sky, was embarrassed to take too many things after entering. After all, Daoist Thunder had already shown such an attitude, so he couldn't go overboard and slap his face. However, there was only one person who was an exception, and this person was Wu Yuding. The first reason was that Wu Yuding was a woman. She had always done things without caring about the dignity of a man. She would take as much as she wanted and you couldn't say anything about it. You asked me to go in and take it, but now that I've taken it, you're complaining that I've taken too much? Of course, there was also the second reason. If it was only the first reason, Wu Yuding also needed to consider a lot, and she wouldn't be embarrassed to take too much. However, if the second reason was added, it would be a completely different matter. The second reason was that Wu Yuding wasn't just a woman, she was also a mother. And this time the main purpose was, my son and daughter were bullied. I'm here to cause trouble, and I'm here to ask for compensation. Otherwise, why would I come? Really, to improve your cultivation? Is there something wrong with my brain? Chapter 1135. Moreover, Wu Yuding didn't have much of a concept in her mind, nor did she have any idea of stopping. Even if you only hit my son with a finger, I want you to compensate me with the entire Dao League. What's more, you almost killed my son. At that time I was still in seclusion. How dare you bully my son while I couldn't come out? With such a huge grudge, the Dao League can't be justified if it doesn't bleed. Everything that I took was compensation for my son and daughter. This concerns my son and daughter's cultivation prospects and cultivation resources. Therefore, Wu Yuding would never complain about having too much. If possible, Wu Yuding wouldn't mind at all. She would bring back resources for her son and daughter to break through to the saint level, or even the level above that. Unfortunately, the Dao League didn't have that much. Compared to her son and daughter's happiness and future, what was her face? Wu Yuding entered the treasury. Zhuochanglu and Daoist Thunder were chatting outside while waiting for the others. At this delicate moment, the phone that Wu Yuding handed to Zhuochanglu rang. Zhuochanglu looked at it and saw the words "old man" on it. It was flickering non-stop. Fuck. So it was this little bastard. Zhuochanglu didn't want to pick up this call, but after thinking for a long time, he still picked it up. What's the matter? He conveniently set up a soundproof barrier. Thunder Daoist was a little speechless. Whose call was it? Why was it so sneaky? Mistress. Raindrop. Ah, boss. Lei Changqian's voice was full of surprise and suddenly changed to flattery. Boss. Hee, I didn't expect you to pick up the call yourself. Zhuo Changlu's face darkened. Not only do I have to pick up the call myself, but I also have to go to the toilet myself. Hee. Boss, you're wise and mighty. Love what you do. Lei Changtian chuckled. Raindrop isn't beside you? No, she's busy. Are you looking for her? You'll have to wait for 4 hours. Zhuo Changlu said sternly, why don't you wait? Ahem, I can tell you about this. You'll know about it sooner or later anyway. Lei Changtian coughed and said carefully, well, I'm in Shangjing right now. Nianer Xiaoduo and I are together. What? Zhuo Zhanglu was stunned when he heard this. He frowned and said unhappily, what are you doing there? The tone of this sentence was very harsh, and there was also a sense of condescension. Cough, 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 I just had nothing to do so I wandered around. Cough, cough, right, I came to visit my grandson, my granddaughter. Hee. Hearing Zhuo Changlu's long-lost tone of voice, Lei Changtian was inexplicably flustered and hurriedly explained. His heart began to beat like a drum and he stuttered a little. There was a buzzing sound in his head and he immediately felt dizzy. I'm not scared. I can't be scared of him. He's my son-in-law. Lei Changtian kept reminding himself in his heart, but the more he reminded himself, the more scared he became. The more scared he became, the more trembling he became. 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 Just say it. Why are you calling me? Zhuo Changlu asked calmly, what is it? Does it have to do with the children? What did you do? Lei Changtian panicked. Boss, I didn't do anything. I really don't dare to do anything. Actually, I accidentally exposed my identity, and then I accidentally killed 2 Dao integration stage super mighty figures of the Wang family in front of Xiaoduo. After that, Xiaoduo became lazy and wanted to win his life without doing anything. I don't think you can blame me for this. Zhuo Changlu's face darkened and he took a deep breath. On the other side of the phone, Lei Changtian, who was all too familiar with his boss, instinctively covered his ears. Tell me, what else can you do? A thunderous roar rang out, almost shattering the demon ancestor's eardrums. Lei Changtian shuddered and his phone fell onto the bed. He suddenly remembered that he could just ignore the call. The phone could bring people closer, but it could also bring them further. However, after thinking about it, he still didn't dare to do so. He plucked up his courage, stretched out a finger, and pressed the hands-free button with lightning speed. Zhuo Changlu's furious voice rushed out. You haven't been exposed for more than 20 years. You only appeared for a second and you're exposed? What the hell are you doing? I asked you to look after the child and this is the result you gave me? You're really good at ruining things. A series of earth-shattering roars came one after another. Lei Changtian was like a duck that had been struck dumb by lightning. He listened to the roars from the phone in a daze, and his body couldn't help but tremble like a cicada in winter. Finally, he couldn't help but defend himself. My identity. Wasn't my identity exposed long ago? When I was in the UMNO Alliance, Xiaoduo and I already knew. Exposed long ago. You're so great, aren't you? That's not what I meant. You still dare to talk back. What the hell, don't go too far. Lei Changtian exploded. You're what? Zhuo Changlu's voice suddenly became a little fierce, but it couldn't be heard if one didn't pay attention. I'm the child's grandfather. In the end, Lei Changtian didn't dare to say, I'm your father-in-law. Although he really wanted to say it, he really wanted to show off his majesty. Unfortunately, he had accumulated too much power in the past, and he didn't dare to say it. So what if you're the child's grandfather? Zhuo Changlu's voice suddenly became arrogant again. So you can harm the child, right? Have you forgotten that you almost caused little Duo's death before, right? Just tell me if you did or not. Lei Changqian's face turned red. I'm just afraid that you'll spoil the child. Then what are you doing now? We're spoiling the child? We're spoiling the child? Can you stop lying through your teeth? I'm not lying. I saw that the child was in danger. How could I not do something? Tell me, if it were you, would you not do something? If it were me, I would do something too. I would definitely do something, but I wouldn't do it all. I would only do it secretly to make sure that Xiaoduo and Xiaonian's lives are not in danger. Can't you do it secretly? Don't you have a sense of propriety? You're the devil ancestor, the devil ancestor. Where did all your years of cultivation go? Jianghu said angrily. Lei Changtian was sweating profusely, but somehow he felt comforted. In the past, boss always said, "Where did all your years of cultivation go?" At least this time he didn't scold me so harshly. I'm comforted. What's the situation now? Nothing. Tell me honestly, how bad is it? Tell me. It's like this. Xiao Duo begged me to search the souls of the Wang family and catch the mastermind. Then I'll kidnap him and kill him, to avenge his master and the treasures of the other families. I said I don't want it. I'll give it all to the child. Changlu almost fainted. What? You're doing all the work. What's he doing? He's waiting at home. Otherwise, wouldn't he call me grandpa for nothing? Waiting? He's waiting? You're doing all the work? Seems like it. How did you do it? Lei Changtian said, I haven't done it yet. Boss, what do you think? Should I do? What should I do? Changlu was stunned. What should I do? You're asking me what to do? Do you really want to do it like this? I just feel that. As elders, we also need to stand up for our children. We can't just watch our children be helpless. We clearly have the ability to change the situation with a single move. Why should we watch our children risk their lives? Lei Changtian suddenly felt a rush of anger. He spoke more fluently and loudly, Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. I'm just angry. This time you have to let me finish. If you interrupt me, I'll vent my anger. Changlu didn't say anything. If you want to say it, just say it. It's rare for second brother to explode today. I have to let him explode and then kill him in one fell swoop. Otherwise, he'll always feel that he has some ability that he hasn't used yet. If he really awakens the Mount Tai attribute, things will be really difficult to handle. Look at other people. After beating the young, the big one comes out. After beating the big one, the old one comes out. After beating the old one, an even older one comes out. Why can't our family do the same? What? Lei Changtian was really agitated. He spoke whatever came to his mind. It was all from the bottom of his heart. That's usually the case for villains. Only cannon fodder would do that. Our child is taking revenge alone. Facing such a powerful force, how can he beat them? The two of you can solve the problem by talking, but you have to torture our child to death. How can you bear to do that? Is this what a father would do? The more Lei Changtian spoke, the more confident he felt. Isn't it just catching a few people for our child? Isn't it just killing a few people for our child? Isn't it just doing something for our child? Our child is suffering so much now. It's so difficult and tiring. As her father, why don't you feel sorry for her? Even if you don't feel sorry for her, I do. Lei Changtian said agitatedly, but the two of you keep using training as an excuse. You only care about yourself and have fun. You don't care about the life and death of your child. Isn't the child your biological child? Do the two of you even have a heart? Are you done? I'm done. What's wrong? Lei Changtian felt very confident. I've been listening to you for a long time, and this is all you can say? Fortunately, I was the one who raised Rainy. If she was with you, I don't know how much she would be spoiled by you. Look at your awareness. Changlu scolded. Can you see the big picture? Do you know what's good for our child? Chapter 1136. Ting Er and I. Stop. Please call her Rainy. Don't change my daughter's name. Do you believe that I will fall out with you? We have raised the child since he was young. Don't you know what kind of temperament he has? We worked so hard to hide his identity and let him fight on his own to experience the hardships of the world. But you. Why can't you let the child have an easier time? If this is a peaceful world, I can naturally let him die like a salted fish. He doesn't even need to practice martial arts. Even if my lifespan comes to an end, I can still bring my son back in the next reincarnation and raise him until he dies. Over and over again for tens of thousands of years. Changlu exploded. But what time is it now? Don't you know? Don't you know? Without power, he is just an ant that can't be protected at all times. Even I may not know when I will die in the next battle. If the child doesn't work hard, how can he live a long life and stay in the human world? As for the Wang family, why don't I interfere? What do you know? You are the one who only knows how to spoil. Let's put it this way. According to what you said, you've done everything for the child. Then I'll give you a very simple example. When the child is just starting to understand and know how to count, there's a question that asks, what's 5 plus 4? Who doesn't know it is 9? Who doesn't know? The child who just knows how to count doesn't know. You are so powerful that you can naturally write the answer for him before the exam and fill in the answer of 9. But if you do that, what will the child learn? What will he gain? What benefits will it bring him? Of course, I can clear all obstacles for Xiao Duo and Xiao Nian. If anyone dares to look at my son, I will destroy that person's family. Is that a problem for me? But what will happen after I do that? I can cover the Astral Souls continent. I can also cover the Umno Alliance continent. I can also cover the Dao League continent. I can cover the entire 3 continents. But even if I can cover them, accidents are everywhere. Unless you hang the child on your belt every day, you will never be at ease. How did Taoist Lei's son die? Until now, have you found the murderer? Could Taoist Thunder not protect him? The Flood Witch's great-grandson, who was also known as a genius, died inexplicably in the interior of the Umno Alliance. Even today, the Flood Witch still found the murderer. Isn't the Flood Witch better protected than I am? Do you think that just because you're awesome, no one dares to kill your son? Kill your grandson? Even if you are a saint, your son is useless. You can only accept your fate when he is killed. You may not be able to find the person who killed your son, so you can only suffer in silence. This is the current world, the current Jianghu. Even if 2 people have no enmity with each other, just one more glance on the road can trigger a life and death battle. This kind of battle has no cause and effect. How are you going to find the murderer? Even the murderer himself may not know for the rest of his life that he killed Taoist Lei's son, the Flood Witch's grandson, or the son of the Sky Inspecting Minister. They just met by chance and didn't see eye to eye. They fought each other, the other one, and you died. It's that simple. How awesome do you have to be to monitor hundreds of billions of people in 3 continents? Even if you can monitor them for a while, can you monitor them for a lifetime? Now the 3 continents are already so chaotic. What's more, in the future when the Spirit Clan, the Devil Clan, the Demon Clan, the Azura Clan, the Western Religious Sect, and the Deity Clan return, even people with cultivation like yours and mine may become shrimps. Protection? How can you talk about protection? At that time, there will be as many experts as there are clouds. There will be martial saints and they will run amok on the continent. Wherever they go, there will be mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Can't you see all this? That's why I have to think of ways to let Xiao Duo enjoy some resources that others can't get without him knowing. At the same time, he can train himself with real guns and bullets. Only when he truly becomes a peerless expert who can suppress an entire race by himself, a super powerful being who can suppress an entire race by himself, will I spoil my children the most. And not use your lame method to raise him into a good-for-nothing. Although Zhou Changlu's tone was harsh, his voice wasn't loud. From the moment Xiao Duo came into contact with martial arts until now, I can help him avoid all the troubles. I only need to say a word and it can be done. It can't be easier. However, if I were to say this out loud with Xiao Duo's personality, it would be good if he could reach the nascent soul stage at most. Perhaps he might not even reach the elixir core stage. No matter how optimistic the consideration is, he can't reach the peak of the nascent soul stage. And it's the peak of the nascent soul stage that can suppress the geniuses of the 3 continents. I can arrange a heavenly king-level bodyguard for him from the moment he was born. If I did that, would it be your turn to meddle in the child's growth? What did I meddle in? Aren't you just worried about Wang Feihong's brotherhood? Aren't you just embarrassed to do it? Nonsense. Don't I know the Wang family better than you? Wang Feihong is my brother, my comrade, and his family. After he passed away, I took care of them for more than 2,000 years. I've done my best, and there's nothing to be embarrassed about. Even if Wang Feihong were still here, I'm afraid he would be more determined to destroy the Wang family than I am. There's really nothing to worry about. Even if this matter happened in Yu Xingqian's family, I have no scruples. I will make a move if I have to. There's nothing to say. But this experience is a rare stage in the child's growth. We must let him charge through on his own. If he lies down and becomes a salted fish from now on, when the major tribes return, only pain will greet us. Because with his cultivation base, there's no way he can stay out of it. He must rush to the front lines. When his brothers, friends, classmates, and teachers step onto the battlefield, when they're all bleeding and sacrificing themselves, how can he stay out of it? He must participate. When his comrades die in battle beside him, what will he do? If he doesn't lay a good foundation now, what will happen when the time comes? Use your soybean-sized brain and think about it. How did your 36 demon guards die? You brought your demon guards with you every day, drinking, playing, and causing trouble everywhere. Only when we had no other choice did you train together. What happened next? Even you Dongqian's 5 great guards are all at the peak of the Skysoar realm, and 2 of them have even advanced to the Dao integration stage. Your demon guards are only at the Skysoar realm. If their cultivation base was just a little bit higher, they wouldn't have been completely wiped out and had to self-destruct to send you out, right? Yu Xingqian's cultivation base is the same as yours, but he and his 3 personal guards were able to fight against Flood. Even if they weren't a match for Flood in the end, they had no problem escaping with their lives. But what about you and your demon guard? What happened to you? They're all gone. I shouldn't have brought this up to make you sad, but you've already learned a painful lesson. Why do you want to repeat it? Do you want to experience the pain again? Or do you want Xiao Duo's little Nian to follow in the footsteps of the demon guards? Zhuanglu had expected better from him. Second brother, you were the first one to start a family among us. You were even earlier than Xingqian. But when will you become more mature? The more time we have, the more we have to squeeze out all of our people's potential. We have to let them experience the world, let them experience life and death. Only in this way can they survive in the future. Even in the future, in a life and death crisis, they have to break through themselves. Although Xiao Duo is now at the mystic returning realm and can be called a genius among geniuses, he's still only at the mystic returning realm. If he has something to rely on from now on, he knows that his grandfather is the demon ancestor and his father is the minister. What if he becomes a salted fish? Then, with his cultivation base, when the major clans arrive, who can he beat? How many days can he fight for? Are you sure he can survive the continuous war afterward? Or are you going to tie your grandson to your belt and watch over him in the 100-clan battlefield in the future? Even if you don't find it shameful, we don't find it shameful, and Xiao Duo doesn't find it shameful, what do you want me to say about you? Zhuanglu's long-winded speech was heartfelt and heartfelt. He had spoken it to his heart's content. He had even said that he would shed tears and hang his head to the heavens. He had been scolded to the point that he was speechless and had no words to respond to it. He didn't feel shameful, but he was awakened by the scolding. He was more awake than ever. He asked himself, if he had watched Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian grow up, would these 2 children be as outstanding as they are now? The aptitude of these 2 children, each of them could surpass the geniuses of the 3 continents by God knows how many levels. Could it be? If he didn't do anything now, wouldn't he be creating another demon guard's tragedy? But what do we do now? Now that he already knows, he's implicitly begging me to help him with this matter. What do you want me to do? Lei Changtian was at a loss. You say 1,000 times, but the children already know too much. What can I do? I'm also very helpless, okay? Zhuanglu's nose was crooked. What to do? You ask me what to do? You don't even know how to say no? Do you know how to reject him? I'm asking you, do you know how to? Then, what's the use of me as a grandfather? Lei Changtian felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. What do you think? What's the use of you as a grandfather? Zhuanglu sneered from his nostrils. The veins on Lei Changtian's forehead throbbed violently. He took a deep breath fiercely. He felt that he had been completely enraged. How could you mock people like that? Even if you're right, so what? Therefore, he took a deep breath, forced himself to control himself and said humbly, then we'll do as you say. Chapter 1137. Humph. But even if we reject him, he will still find out. Lei Changtian had a new question. Zhuanglu said without hesitation, what you need to do now is to reject him and stop helping him. You don't have to worry about anything else. Anyway, it's his teacher's revenge and his principal's revenge. If he can bear it, then don't take revenge. What's the big deal? We definitely won't help him anyway. He can do whatever he wants with this revenge. Won't that make the child feel resentful? Are you stupid? Do you not have a brain, or is there mold in your brain? Did I tell you so much just now for nothing? You didn't take it to heart at all. It's better for him to feel resentful now than to suffer a big loss on the battlefield in the future. As his elders, if we don't bear his resentment, who else can bear it? Do you really want the child to use his own flesh and blood to prove his mistake today? Lei Changtian was moved. Boss, you're right. I understand. It's good that you understand. Let go and let him do it himself. Yes. The more Lei Changtian thought about it, the more he felt that Zhuo Changlu was right. He couldn't help but sigh. Boss, you're right. Being a parent isn't just about raising a child. It requires scheming, wisdom, and means. None of them can be missing. Not only do you have to play tricks with the enemy, but you also have to play tricks with your own child for the sake of the child's growth. This is also knowledge. There's a lot of knowledge in this. Lei Changtian sighed. Fortunately, Rainy grew up with you. If she grew up with me, I don't know what she would be like. Boss. Thank you. Cough, cough, cough. Zhuo Changlu couldn't help but cough a few times. His face darkened and he said, if you don't have anything else to say, then I'll hang up. Although Lei Changtian was thanking him, Zhuo Changlu still felt guilty in his heart. Something's not right. My father-in-law sincerely thanked me for helping him raise his daughter, my wife. This matter. Zhuo Changlu put the phone in his pocket, shook his head and sighed. Why are you sighing over there? Wu Yuding had come out at some point, and was looking at him coldly with her bright eyes. Nothing, nothing. Zhuo Changlu was startled. Looking at you, I guess you scolded your second son again? Wu Yuding's pretty face was frosty. Cough, cough. What do you want me to say to you? Even if he's not very sensible most of the time, and his mind isn't clear, he's still my father. Your father-in-law isn't. Wu Yuding said with a dark face, when you reprimand me in the future, can't you leave me some face? You're right, cough, you're right. You reprimand your father-in-law every day as if he's your son. Wu Yuding rolled her eyes. You didn't even scold Xiao Duo like that. Xiao Duo is good because you gave birth to him. Why should I scold him? Zhuo Changlu smiled again and again with a flattering face. Sigh. Wu Yuding felt more and more powerless to complain. Having such a strange father-in-law and son-in-law as a daughter and as a daughter-in-law was really enough. Wu Yuding even dared to bet that such a father-in-law and son-in-law relationship was not only unprecedented, but also had a high chance of it happening in the future. It had never happened before, and it most likely wouldn't happen again in the future. Although in the previous feudal era from time to time when the son-in-law was the emperor, the father-in-law would still kneel, but that was the feudal system after all. What's up with these two weirdos in front of me? Thinking of her son and daughter, she sighed. Son and daughter, daughter and son-in-law, mother-in-law and father-in-law. Well, such a family relationship seemed to be rare. My life is so hard. Why am I involved in all of this? Forget it, this is fate. People still have to believe in fate. Wu Yuding said bitterly, what's the matter? Can you tell me now? It's nothing. It's just that his grandfather accidentally exposed his true identity and strength. He flew to the battlefield to help Xiao Duo when he was fighting the enemy, and now Xiao Duo wants to be a salted fish. Zhuo Changlu looked at his wife's face carefully and quietly complained to Lei Changtan, isn't it because of this that I'm angry? And just now he called me and scolded me. He dared to scold you? Yes, he said that we only cared about ourselves and didn't care about the child, so he went to spoil the child. I just lost my temper, sigh. What? Wu Yuding's eyes widened and then she was furious. Call me. Is this something a human would do? I'm so angry. He's been muddle-headed for so many years and he still can't change this old habit. Forget it, forget it. Zhuo Changlu held the phone and hurriedly handed it over. Don't scold him. After all, he's your father. Leave him some face. Leave him some face? Then what about my son and daughter? To eliminate hidden dangers, we have to deal with the root. He's getting more and more muddle-headed. I'm so angry. Wu Yuding took the phone and went to the side to make a call. Zhuo Changlu wiped his cold sweat and hurriedly removed the soundproof barrier. He saw the 6 people from the Dao League gossiping. Brother Zhuo, what's wrong? Snow Taoist asked with concern. They didn't hear the conversation between Zhuo Changlu and his wife, but they still saw Zhuo Changlu's submissive attitude. To them it was not only refreshing but also pleasing to the eye. Nothing. Zhuo Changlu said casually, it's just that my little brother was a little mischievous. I scolded him. Oh, which little brother of yours? What does it have to do with you? Zhuo Changlu squinted. The minister's demeanor was once again elevated, and he was completely different from his previous flattery. They didn't expect the minister to have more than 2 faces. On the other side of the barrier, Wu Yuding was already holding the phone and roaring. After a long time, Zhuchanglu asked his wife sneakily, "How much did you take?" "I didn't have the nerve to take all of it." "Hey, you're too shy. The treasury is open and you don't have the nerve to take more?" "Well, we're allies after all." Zhuchanglu sighed. "That's fine as long as you're happy. How much did you take?" "I took 40% at most." 40%? Zhuchanglu was a little confused. 40% of a warehouse? 40% of all. Zhuchanglu sighed deeply. "Then, let's hurry up and leave." He knew that there were good and bad things in the warehouse. This was inevitable. If Wu Yuding only took 40%, then according to the ratio it was basically the most valuable thing in the entire Dao League, but Wu Yuding didn't leave a single thing for anyone else. She had completely emptied it. Under such circumstances, if they didn't hurry up and leave, they might. The two figures disappeared with a whoosh. A second later, Thunder Taoist rushed out of the clouds. "Brothers was sister-in-law, wait, you're too." He saw that the front was already filled with clouds, and there was no trace of them. Thunder Taoist sighed deeply. "They left." "Well, it should be said that they slipped away." Taoist Master Yun rushed out, his face full of anger. "Boss, this is too much. There's not even a blade of grass in my warehouse." "It doesn't matter. Boss, I have hundreds of thousands of years of narrow-minded." Thunder Taoist said angrily, "Isn't it to fight against the demons? Can your treasures only be used for internal strife?" Taoist Yun lowered his head as soon as the accusation was made. "So, I hope." "Hope what? Do I need you to say that?" "I'm sorry. Big brother, boss. It's empty. It's empty." A few old Taoists rushed over as fast as lightning. Thunder Taoist frowned and said angrily, "Go back and cultivate." He said in his heart, "Damn it, only yours is empty? Mine is empty too." Shangjing. Lei Changtian put down his phone exhausted and lay on the bed. He felt weak all over and his limbs were limp like a pile of mud. "Am I still an elder in this family? I'm just a punching bag." Lei Changtian sighed. "My status in the family is so low that it makes one's hair stand on end. My grandson and niece ordered me to work. My son-in-law scolded me. My daughter scolded me again. Since ancient times, who could be a father-in-law as sullen as me? Wait until my cultivation surpasses yours. If I can't beat you 8 times a day, I won't be considered human." Lei Zhangtian gritted his teeth and swore an oath. He was imagining himself beating Zhuanglu to the ground with a slap when his cultivation was higher than his own. Then he would grab Zhuanglu's hair and attack him with the Wu Song beating the tiger style. He shook his head and said, "Do you still dare? Do you still dare? Do you still dare?" As he spoke, he waved his hand in the air. After a long time, he let out a long sigh. "This is so satisfying." He removed the soundproof barrier. Now that he had received the death order from those two, it would be easy to deal with this little dog. He opened the door and walked out with his hands behind his back. His face was serious. "Grandpa? How is it? When do you want to do it?" "I'm ready." Zhuxiaoduo was suddenly energized. "What are you ready for?" "This won't do. We can't do it according to what you said." Lei Changtian frowned. "Your parents have ordered me not to interfere in your affairs." Zhuxiaoduo was stunned. "There was such a thing? Grandpa, you helping me? What does it have to do with my parents? Do you think my parents can control you?" The muscles on Lei Zhangtian's face twitched. "How can they control me?" "Then you." "I can't interfere in your affairs." Lei Changtian refused. Looking at Zhuxiaoduo's astonished face, a refreshing feeling rose in his heart. Chapter 1138. Rejection turned out to be such a satisfying thing. Zhuxiaoduo and Zhuxiaoyan looked at each other. This didn't seem quite right. They couldn't help but think of what they were most concerned about. Their parents' identities. Now that Grandpa had appeared, their parents' identities were obvious. Although they couldn't find out, their surname was Zhua. How many people with the surname Zhua in the world were worthy of the demon ancestor's daughter? Was there a need to ask? My father must be the son or grandson of the Sky Patrol minister. There was no doubt about that. Zhuxiaoduo rolled his eyes and said, "Grandpa, if you're the demon ancestor, then what are my parents' identities? Why don't you tell us?" Lei Changtian snorted and said, "You'll have to ask your parents yourself. What are their identities?" No matter what their identities are, they're still your parents and also my daughter's son-in-law. This will never change. Zhuoxiaoduo rolled his eyes and said, Grandpa, you're acting like you're keeping a big secret from us. Do you think we won't know if you don't tell us? Lei Changtian was stunned. What do you know? We know a lot. Zhuoxiaoduo said proudly, Grandpa, you're the demon ancestor whose name shakes the entire continent. As for the demon ancestor's daughter and son-in-law, isn't it obvious? Grandpa, you're still keeping this a secret. Ah. Zhuoxiaoyan also pursed her lips and laughed. That's right. Grandpa is so funny. Hee hee. Zhuoxiaoduo wasn't the only one who thought of it. Zhuoxiaoyan also thought of it. Both of them were very amused. Grandpa was still keeping this a secret. Haha. Lei Changtian crossed his legs and said, Then what do you know? Ah. Zhuoxiaoduo didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, Grandpa, you're really keeping this a secret? At this time, who doesn't know that my father is the Sky Patrol Minister? Lei Changtian's shock was no small matter. He suddenly stood up from his chair and said in a flabbergasted manner, You guys already knew that your father was the Heaven Inspecting Minister? Zhuoxiaoyan's pretty eyes suddenly widened. Zhuoxiaoduo sat down on the ground. His face was pale and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. What? My father is the Heaven Inspecting Minister. Lei Changtian was dumbstruck. What was the meaning of this? What kind of reaction is this? You've already guessed it, so why are you so shocked? High up in the sky, Bai Yunduo covered her face. She couldn't bear to listen or watch. This was a wooden club. Compared to the furious Bai Yunduo, Lei Changtian was dumbfounded. It turned out that these two guys didn't even know who their parents were. But I exposed them with a single sentence. Looking at the two people who were dumbstruck, Lei Changtian had an inexplicable urge to bang his head against the wall. It's over. I've exposed my biggest secret. How can I have a good time? Wouldn't it be better if I ended my own life? You two look quite smart, but how can you not even guess such a small thing? Are you deliberately trying to trick me? Didn't you just say that everyone knows that your father is the Heaven Inspecting Minister? This means that you clearly know. Lei Changtian was unwilling to die just like that. He wanted to get to the bottom of this. Even when he was about to die, he wanted to drag someone down with him, even if it was his own grandson. He had never met such a deceitful junior. At this time, Zhuoxiaoduo also felt that his thoughts had been scattered into thousands of fireworks in the starry sky by this sudden explosive information. He muttered, What I want to say is, who doesn't know if my father is the son or grandson of the Heaven Inspecting Minister? I just want to ask you to tell me if my father is the son or grandson of the Heaven Inspecting Minister. According to reason, this should be more logical. Zhuoxiaoyan leaned on Zhuoxiaoduo in a daze. She could only nod her head vigorously. Her expression was dull. I think so too. You couldn't blame them for not thinking of this. Other than someone with a god's perspective, perhaps no one would dare to think this way. Including all of you who are reading now. With a healthy and well-to-do life, who would dare to think that their parents were originally the richest people in the world and hid their identities? That was something that no one would ever think of. Zhuoxiaoyan said in a dreamlike tone. The demon ancestor is recognized by the continent as one of the top 3 astral souls of the Heaven Inspecting Minister and Emperor Zhaixing. How many clans are qualified to be related to the demon ancestor by marriage? Naturally, there aren't many. However, our surname is Zhuo, the same surname as the minister. Considering that the demon ancestor and the minister were people of the same era, it is only natural to infer that we should be related to the minister. This logic is the most wrong inference. It has been unanimously recognized by both of us. That is, my father is the minister's junior. But now you are telling us, oh my God. Zhuoxiaoyan felt that she was sleepwalking. Zhuoxiaoduo felt that he was dreaming in the middle of an exploding starry sky. His whole body was floating. Huge fireworks were shooting up in his pitiful little head. His mind was mottled with dreams, bright and blurry that even his spine felt weak. This was a dream. But this dream was so beautiful that it was hard to bear. Oh, cake seller, my father is the Heaven Inspecting Minister. I'll be damned, great master. What the hell? I am the second generation. The second generation. Second generation. Second generation. Zhuoxiaoduo felt dizzy and felt like he was floating. I've always been envious of those second generations. Even in my dreams, I've always wanted to be a second generation. Who would have thought that I'm really a second generation, and the most awesome one at that? Roar. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Duo was drooling that he was like a retard. Lei Changtian felt increasingly powerless. He wished that he could collapse on the ground. His eyes looked into the void and he unconsciously muttered to himself, "You guys actually think that your father is the son or grandson of the heaven inspecting minister. And you guys even unanimously agree. This is logical. My God. How can this matter be judged and understood like this? I'm a little confused." Lei Changtian stood up shakily and walked towards the guest room that he had just come out of. I have to think. Carefully think. How could this be? Why is it the most logical? I'm a little dizzy. My eyes are shining. Don't pay attention to me. A soundproof enchantment was immediately formed. After a long time, Zhuo Xiaoduo unconsciously turned his head, and his gaze met Zhuo Xiaoyan beside him. He was completely unfocused. Zhuo Xiaoyan also turned her little head, and her innocent and dazed eyes met with Zhuo Xiaoduo's unfocused gaze. Oh, cake seller. Zhuo Xiaoduo said. Oh my God. Zhuo Xiaoyan said. This is really shocking, this dog. Indeed, shocking, this cat. Phew. Zhuo Xiaoduo let out a long sigh of relief. Phew. Zhuo Xiaoyan patted his chest and heaved a long sigh of relief, but his heart surged. Both of them felt that their whole body was soft and weak, and they didn't even have the strength to stand up. Oh my God. It turns out that I'm the most awesome second generation in the world. Zhuo Xiaoduo's body was soft like a cooked sweet potato. Moreover, it was a completely boiled sweet potato. His entire body slowly became limp like a pancake. He collapsed on the ground. He said as if he was dreaming, Nian Mao. Yes. Zhuo Xiaoyan leaned on his side, her delicate body half lying down, and her face was flushed, magnificent and dazzling. Zhuo Xiaoduo held Zhuo Xiaoyan's slender waist and murmured, Nian Mao. I think we should retire. Get married and have children. There's nothing in this world that's worth fighting for anymore. Zhuo Xiaoyan didn't answer for a long time. After we have a bunch of children, we'll let our parents choose a few with good aptitude to cultivate. With their skills, it'll be easy to create a few more talents of the continent. Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes shone and he murmured, Anyway, I don't want to be so tired anymore. I've worked myself to death day after day. Finally, it's the end. Zhuo Xiaoyan was still in a daze. His intuition was strange and he felt like he was in a dream. Zhuo Xiaoduo squinted his eyes and rubbed Zhuo Xiaoyan's soft waist. After working so hard for so many years, I suddenly found out that my father is the richest man in the world. My feelings are so complicated. I don't know if I should be excited, comforted, refreshed, or arrogant. I'm so excited, happy, and scared. So sad. How am I going to spend so much money? Speaking of complicated feelings, Zhuo Xiaoyan's feelings were also complicated. Even if it was anyone else, they would feel the same. For example, if the author suddenly told her that her father was actually richer than the richest man in the world, she would probably fucking die. Zhuo Xiaoyan's feelings were unprecedentedly complicated. She thought and thought, but she didn't know what to think. Then, she suddenly felt that something was wrong, that the hand that was originally on her waist had actually quietly moved up to her chest at some unknown time, and was slowly smack. With a crisp sound, Zhuo Xiaoyan's face turned red, and her body went limp. She flew into a rage. Dog, do you want to die? Before he finished speaking, he had already flipped over and pressed down on Puppy to go. What followed was a series of fierce punches. Every punch landed on flesh and it was nothing difficult. Zhuo Xiaoduo loudly begged for mercy and screamed. He also spouted a lot of nonsense in an attempt to persuade Zhuo Xiaoyan, but Zhuo Xiaoyan completely ignored him and only focused on beating Xiaoduo. She couldn't even be bothered to be shy now. Dog, die. Chapter 1139. Zhuo Xiaoduo couldn't take it anymore and fought back. So the scene became chaotic. But it was good. If they didn't go crazy, they wouldn't know how to vent the countless inexplicable emotions that had accumulated in their hearts. Bang bang bang. Lei Zhangtian sat in his room in a daze. He couldn't speak of his annoyance, he couldn't speak of his regret. I'm so stupid, really? I've been smart all my life, but I was tricked by 2 kids. I really failed miserably at such an easy task. In the air. Bai Yunduo looked up at the sky, speechless. How could you say that you've been smart all your life? I can understand all the mistakes you've made today, but I really can't agree with what you've just said. After a long time, Zhuoxiao Duo and Zhuoxiao Duo finally stopped, gasping for breath. It seems that Grandpa won't help us anymore. Zhuoxiao Duo sighed. That seems to be the case. Zhuoxiaoyan sighed as well. After knowing the identity of their parents, Zhuoxiao Duo and Zhuoxiaoyan knew that they had to do it themselves. Last time, their father went to the ancestral dragon high school and dealt with the matter, then left. Now that they thought about it carefully, the situation was very clear. But with Grandpa's support, I feel that the Wang family is just a small dot that can be crushed with a finger at any time. Even if there's the suspicious family, it's not enough to reach the apex. I can destroy it with a raise of my hand. But now that Grandpa hasn't done anything, I feel that the Wang family has become a giant again. With our cultivation and strength, we can't do anything at all. Yes. Then what should we do now? Aren't I just thinking about it? My head hurts. I clearly have an unimaginable amount of wealth, so much savings, and it's within reach, but I'm not allowed to use it. What do you think this is? Zhuoxiao Duo sighed. Aren't they deliberately making things difficult for me? He looked at Zhuoxiaoyan and hurriedly added, and deliberately making things difficult for Zhuoxiaoyan? This is too much. Don't think about it. By the way, didn't you say that you're going to visit the Liu family? When are you going? We'll talk about it later, Zhuoxiao Duo said pitifully. I'm weak now. I was scared to death by my parents. So I'm the same. Zhuoxiao Duo sighed. It's really strange. Li Chenglong, Long Yuxing, Yu Moyan, and Li Changming, these bastards, I don't know where they went to train. I can't get through to their phones and they're not replying to my messages. It's fine if we can't get through to one of them, but now we can't get through to all of them. Even Principal Yi and Teacher Wen don't know where these bastards went. It's really strange. It's really annoying. If only a few of them could come to help, even if they're just depressed with us. But we can't find them. It's really strange. Zhuoxiao Duo scratched his head. His hair that he had just used his vitality to make it look like a chicken's nest. Melancholy. At the same time, at the far north of Shangjing, in a quiet and nameless valley, that the few people that made Zhuoxiao Duo feel melancholy were gathered here. Not only were they all here, but there were even a few more. This group of people included Li Chenglong, Xiang Chong, Xiang Bing, Long Yuxing, Wan Li Xiu, Yu Moyan, Li Changming, Gao Qiao, Erduga Yena, Zhen Pia Piao, Yu Yener, and Pai Yibao. Except for Pai Yibao, the others were all covered in blood. They surrounded a ferocious demon beast and were fighting fiercely. In the sky, Pai Yibao was floating there, but he didn't have the slightest sense of existence. No one noticed him, whether it was the people or the demon beast. Even Li Chenglong, the leader of the battle formation who arranged for him to stay outside, didn't notice his position at the moment. His sense of existence was really too weak. During this period of time, Pai Yibao's presence had become so low that it made people's hair stand on end. To give a direct example, everyone had been here for such a long time, but every time it was time for a meal, no one would think of calling Pai Yibao. It was only when Li Chenglong habitually called his name and saw Pai Yibao's name tag in his hand that he would remember that there was another person in the group. And this name tag was specially made by Pai Yibao for fear that he would forget about him. Pai Yibao stood in the sky and waved his hand. A long bow appeared in his hand. It was a long bow with a strange shape and an indescribable sense of solemnity. However, the strange shape wasn't the most eye-catching thing about this bow. The most special and unique thing about this bow was that it didn't have a bowstring. In other words, this was a bow without a bowstring. Pai Yibao used his hands to condense qi, and the surging qi of heaven and earth gathered rapidly. Like 100 rivers converging into the sea, a whale swallowing the sea, the qi of heaven and earth poured into the longbow. After a while, the longbow gradually changed. A faint light flashed on both ends of the bowstring. Pai Yibao held the bow with one hand and an arrow with the other. He suddenly pulled it back. In an instant, an arrow that looked like a ray of light appeared in his hand and on the bow. Then, an invisible string appeared on the bowstring. This invisible string, as Pai Yibao poured all his cultivation and a huge amount of qi of heaven and earth into the bow, became more and more full. The light flashed and the heaven and earth were shocked. The light arrow became more and more solid. Finally, the bow was like a full moon, ready to be released. Finally, the light arrow completely solidified. A ray of red light bloomed on the body of the arrow and flowed continuously on the arrow. At this moment, Pai Yibao had poured all his cultivation into this arrow. He didn't even hold anything back for himself. Swoosh! Pai Yibao's gaze sharpened and he suddenly let go. A ray of light, as if it wanted to split the heaven and earth in half, broke through layer after layer of black space barriers and broke through the air. This arrow was too fast and too swift. It didn't even make any sound. This arrow seemed to have transcended the difference between time and space. It was faster than flowing light. In a flash, it had already hit its target. Their target was a monster that Li Chenglong and the other 11 people were besieging with all their might. It was a monster with 2 heads, 8 arms, 6 tails. Yes, no, it originally had 3 heads. However, one of the heads had already been chopped off. This monster was a very strange demon king. His body was like a lion, but its head was like a wolf. However, it had a horn like a flood dragon. His tail was like a fox. Its combat power was unprecedentedly strong. During this period of confrontation and battle, Li Chenglong and the others could be said to have suffered greatly. In the beginning, Long Yuxing and Wan Lixio came to the nearby valley and found that there was an area covered by a strange array. They broke the seal and went inside to explore. Finally, they found a heart-cleansing fruit growing in the innermost position. Heart-cleansing fruit was a legendary treasure. It took 500 years to sprout and grow. 5,000 years to become a tree. Another 500 years to bloom. Another 500 years to bear fruit. After that, the fruit would mature after another 3,000 years. After 10,000 years there were only 3 fruits. However, if these 3 fruits were not picked, they would fall to the ground and become the foundation of the heart-cleansing fruit tree. After 10,000 years, it could bear 9 heart-cleansing fruit trees. If it was still not picked by someone, after another 10,000 years, that is, after 30,000 years, the heart-cleansing fruit tree would bear 18 heart-cleansing fruit trees. The heart-cleansing fruit tree that Long Yuxing and Wan Lixio found had 18 heart-cleansing fruit trees that were about to mature. That was to say, this heart-cleansing fruit tree was a big treasure that had been growing for 30,000 years. This kind of spiritual fruit, not to mention eating one just by smelling the fragrance for a long time, could achieve the effect of cleansing the meridians and marrow. It could even be used multiple times to consolidate the foundation of martial arts again and again. There was no aftereffect at all. If it was eaten directly, the effect was even more amazing. Even if an ordinary person ate this fruit, his body would transform into an innate spiritual body in a very short time. He would become the best and most talented martial artist. With the continuous effect of the medicine, the martial artist could be promoted to a martial master after suppressing the real essence for at least 9 times. Then he would break through all the way until the effect of the heart-cleansing fruit tree was completely exerted. A 30,000-year-old heart-cleansing fruit tree was enough to make a person with poor aptitude break through all the way from an ordinary person to the most talented peak of transformation cloud. Therefore, this heart-cleansing fruit tree was also called one step to heaven fruit in the legends. After Long Yuxing found this heart-cleansing fruit tree, he also found the guardian monster at the same time. This was reasonable. Besides such spiritual trees and spiritual fruits, there were always guardian monsters who coveted them and regarded them as their belongings. Long Yuxing and Wan Lixio knew that with the strength of the 2 of them, it was absolutely impossible to take down this monster at the Demon King level. Naturally, they informed Li Chenglong immediately. Li Chenglong was shocked when he heard the news. He repeatedly told the 2 of them not to act rashly. Then he urgently called all the others from all directions and rushed to the site of the incident at night. Until all the people gathered, they began to launch a joint attack. Although they had already planned before taking action, the strength of this unknown demonic beast was unexpectedly strong. It was many times stronger than ordinary demonic beasts of the demonic king realm. More than a dozen people used all their skills, but the joint attack didn't have any effect. Instead, they were on the verge of being wiped out several times. Finally, Li Chenglong carefully observed the demonic beast's attack range and its moves, and explored a feasible strategy to deal with the demonic beast in actual combat. After several days of fierce fighting, everyone paid the price of serious injuries several times before they finally dealt a heavy blow to the demonic beast. Chapter 1140. That time, it was Li Chenglong who controlled the whole situation and mobilized everyone to launch a targeted attack. This created an opportunity for Pai Yibao to shoot one of the monster's heads with an arrow. But from the moment it was severely injured, the monster became even crazier. It attacked with all its might several times, trying to break through the encirclement and rush into the valley. It rushed to the heart-cleansing fruit. Even if the fruit was not ripe yet, it could still exert a powerful effect. If the monster really swallowed it, it would be easy for it to recover instantly. And when that time came, none of the 12 people could escape. So, everyone naturally joined forces to stop it at all costs. This also caused the battle to be extremely tragic. The word, miserable, was not enough to describe it. Especially after the previous arrow wound, this demonic beast had become even more cautious. It was constantly on guard against any possible attacks, making it difficult for Pai Yibao to find another opportunity. Furthermore, his cultivation level was not very high. If he wanted to shoot an arrow that could severely injure this demonic beast, he would need a considerable amount of time to accumulate his strength. However, this demonic beast obviously would not give him such an opportunity. That the current opportunity to attack was Li Zhangming risking his life to launch the Dream Divine technique. He wanted to force the demonic beast into a dream and create an opportunity for Pai Yibao to shoot the arrow. But the current situation was that Li Zhangming really fell asleep and entered a dream. But this demonic beast was only slightly confused and a little confused. That was all there was to it. If the first head of this demon beast had not been blown off by the sneak attack, it might not have even fainted. Instead, Li Zhangming would have fallen into a state of eternal slumber, never to wake up again. But now, Li Qingming risked his life to create an opportunity. And the current situation, this opportunity, was enough for Pai Yibao. How could he miss such a fleeting opportunity? Pai Yibao pulled the bow and arrow in the sky. The arrow was like a silent thunder, leaping through the sky. One arrow breaking the sky, breaking the space, killing the soul, killing the life. With a soft sound, the light arrow had been deeply inserted into the right eye of the middle head of the demonic beast. Following which, there was a muffled boom as another huge head of the demonic beast exploded. The remaining head of the demonic beast howled miserably towards the sky. It was in so much pain that it wished to die. When Li Qinglong and the others saw that the demonic beast was severely injured again, they all rushed forward and shouted, "Kill it!" Li Qinglong's eyes were almost bleeding. This was the best chance, or perhaps the last chance. In midair, Pai Yibao, who had shot the arrow, fell to the ground like a withered leaf. That arrow had used up all of his focus and all of his strength. At this moment, the sound of something exploding in the air could be heard. That was the shrill shriek of the arrow that had pierced through the void. Yu Moyan roared and leaped into the air. He suddenly turned into a ray of light in the sky. His entire body turned into a demonic sword and rushed forward with unprecedented ferocity. Dugu Yin followed closely behind. Her entire body turned into a wisp of black smoke that lingered above the devil sword that Umo Yin had transformed into, causing the devil sword's power to suddenly double. The unparalleled devil sword whizzed past and actually pierced through the side of the demonic beast's body, leaving a transparent hole that was the size of a bowl. The demonic beast howled towards the sky. It was in so much pain that it wished to die. Long Yuxing let out a loud roar, and then the image of an azure dragon flashed into appearance in midair. It shook its head and wagged its tail before descending brazenly. Li Qinglong, Xiang Chong, Xiang Bing and the others used all of their strength to fight the final battle. Gao Qiao, Yu Yin and Zhen Piapiao all became one with their swords and charged forward. Now was the time for the final attack. It was also the most extreme time. They could not give the demonic beast any time to breathe. They had to finish it in one fell swoop. After such a long battle, everyone was already at the end of their rope. Once the demonic beast caught its breath, everyone would be done for. There would be no more luck. Puff puff puff. The few people who used their last bit of strength pierced through the demonic beast's body. This situation was definitely impossible when the demonic beast was at its peak. It seemed that not only were they at the end of their rope, the demonic beast was also at the end of its rope. The only thing left was to see who would be the first to run out of strength. The demonic beast let out an earth-shattering roar. On its burly body, there were clearly more than 10 transparent bloody holes. Xiang Chong roared and the overlord halberd fell down. Together with Li Qinglong's sword, they landed on the remaining head of the demonic beast. All of his cultivation was unleashed. Boom. The remaining head of the demonic beast was also smashed into pieces. Red and white parts shot out wildly for thousands of meters, which also marked the end of this battle. The monstrous beast's huge body was still swaying. It had lost all 3 of its heads and its life had already come to an end. However, it could not swallow its last breath no matter what. It did not understand. Ever since it mistakenly entered this strange sealed territory thousands of years ago, it had spent a lot of effort to finally kill the original demonic beast king and monopolize this heart-cleansing sacred fruit tree. It was only waiting for the heart-cleansing sacred fruit to ripen and eat it. Not only would it be able to advance to the demonic emperor level immediately, but it would also be able to continue climbing higher. Why? Why did it wait for thousands of years? It was clearly about to ripen in a few days. However, this group of uninvited guests had appeared and caused him to be killed at the last moment. Is there any justice in this world? I've been guarding the bye-bye vegetable for thousands of years. Is it for others to take it? God, do you have eyes or not? God, why do you misjudge the virtuous and foolish? God, why do you invert black and white? Where is the justice? Where is the justice? A transparent shadow floated out of the demonic beast's body. It was the last bit of the demonic beast's soul. It roared with grief and indignation. Why? Boom, boom, boom. Long Yuxing and the other 10 people used all of their remaining strength to launch a series of attacks on the transparent soul, shattering it into pieces. How could there be so many whys in this world? If it's not yours, it won't be yours even if it's a minute or a second later. This is your fate. Your fate should be like this. The demonic beast's huge body swayed for a moment before it finally fell down, causing the ground to sway for a moment. With a groan, Li Zhangming finally woke up. Just now, he used the Great Dream Divine technique in an extreme way. His entire body and even his entire soul fell into a dream state. If this demonic beast didn't die, Li Zhangming could only sleep until the end of time. Of course, this was on the premise that the demonic beast wasn't interested in him and didn't eat him. Success. Li Chenglong's body swayed. He felt that his head was full of chaos and dizziness as if he was lacking oxygen. Success. Everyone cheered in unison. Everyone was covered in bruises and scars, but now no one cared about these minor details. They really didn't expect that they could kill such a powerful demonic beast with their god-reigning cultivation. This was a demonic beast that was even stronger than the Demon King. On the other side, in the bushes, Pai Yibao used his hands and feet to crawl out. He really didn't have any strength now. His whole body was like noodles. Just now, he used the method of draining the pond to catch fish to shoot the last arrow. He didn't even leave a seed of vital energy in his body. He used up all his energy and shot a fatal arrow. And using this method, if there was no external help, he wouldn't be able to recover by himself. But he still forced himself to crawl out with pure physical strength. Because he was afraid that he didn't have any sense of existence now. If he didn't crawl in front of them, these guys would probably forget about him when they left. If he were to abandon himself here in such a situation, then he would only end up in a miserable state. You guys, give me something to eat. Pai Yibao shouted desperately, hurry. When you leave later, don't forget about me. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Then they burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Even though his body was covered in wounds and he was crying out in pain while laughing, he still couldn't stop laughing. Because what Pai Yibao said could really happen. He really didn't have any sense of existence. In the direction in front, a tempting fragrance came. The heart-cleansing sacred fruit is ripe. Long Yuxing shouted. He couldn't express his excitement and couldn't express his fear. If the heart-cleansing sacred fruit was ripe half a minute earlier, just this fragrance alone could make the demonic beast feel refreshed. Just the refreshed spirit was enough. The situation of victory and defeat would be reversed immediately. They would be finished. Sure enough, it was fate. It was not up to them at all. After a while, everyone who had taken the healing medicine more or less recovered some strength gathered in front of the heart-cleansing sacred fruit tree. The 18 ripe heart-cleansing sacred fruits were exuding a tempting fragrance. Just by smelling the fragrance, everyone felt refreshed. At the same time, the remaining scars on their bodies began to heal the moment they touched the fragrance. It was extremely magical. Everyone was refreshed. They suddenly felt that their hard work just now was not in vain. Good stuff. Really good stuff. Long Yuxing's eyes were shining. He was amazed. This is the real treasure of heaven and earth. Li Zhangming held Yu Yan'er's shoulders and tried his best to support his body. However, his legs were trembling like gluten. However, he just happened to be lying on Yu Yan'er's body and enjoyed it very much. Yu Yan'er's face was red. She couldn't help but mutter in her heart, so heavy. Pai Yibao, on the other hand, was sprawled on the ground. Everyone was completely exhausted and no one had any energy left to help him recover his vital energy. His entire body was limp and weak. He greedily breathed in the fragrance. Good stuff, this is really good stuff. It's so comfortable. What's this smell? Fuck. Xiang Chong. Hurry up and move your stinky feet away. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.